Welcome back, everyone. You're watching the Esports Club present Rainbow-Six-Siege Pro Series Fall Edition, supported by Ubisoft, powered by Zotac Gaming, alongside our broadcast partner Loco. I'm CCV, joined alongside Baba Gusna, and today we are bringing you a set of early finals, as I like to call them. We have plenty of matches, a lot of high stakes out of the multiple teams and the teams that have registered. Only 4 remain in this Fall Edition now, and out of those 4, one will be eliminated today as well. So after today's events, Baba, we'll be left with the top 3 in the region currently. So how are you feeling for these matchups?
Well, CCV, I'm feeling great and also very excited to see which team would be able to proceed into the next phase. Although, when it comes to changes in positionings, I've got to say there will be a lot of changes, especially in the lower brackets. As we have our two matches for
Yeah.
now, Team Phalanx, who's going to go up against Team Shaheens, which is in fact, Team Phalanx has made an unbelievable recovery up against Team Kira Esports, defeating Kira Esports and also having a higher chances to succeed when it comes to getting into the high brackets here, CCB.
Absolutely. I mean, yeah, Phalanx, if they defeat Shaheens right here, they are bound to face off against the losers of Hunters and Mercenaries. If they somehow manage to defeat them, they can go into the grand final. So that spot in the grand finals of Phalanx is 100% present there. Is it likely it's going to happen? Well, there is a good chance, or there's like an even chance they can defeat Shaheens right now. But facing off against the losers of our second matchup today, facing off against the losers of the upper bracket finals, it's going to be a bit. It's going to be a bit difficult.
Yeah, definitely will be. Taking a look at the tournament format itself, we had two qualifiers, the first and second qualifiers, in which top 8 teams proceeded in towards the playoffs. And just like CCB said, we are just down to 4 teams. The loser of the upper bracket matchup between Hunters and Mercenaries will proceed into the lower brackets, where they are going to fight up either up against Team Phalanx or Team Shaheens. And these 4 teams are currently fighting for the tournament prize pool. The total prize pool for
Mm-hmm.
this for the Esports Club Pro Series Fall Edition for Rainbow Six Siege is a total of $1,200 for the first place, and then we
Yeah.
have the second, third, and fourth place respectively. But the main thing about this is that they're not only just fighting for the prize pool, they're also fighting for the SA National qualifier points.
Absolutely, there are multiple things at stake right here. South Asian national points, a spot in the South Asian nationals as well. While I do believe, we can confirm it once we have a look at the actual standings of these teams, that if they've confirmed a spot or not, most of the teams that are right here remaining in the fall edition of the Pro Series have already confirmed a spot. We know for a fact that Hunters and MRCZ are going to be there in the South Asian nationals. They've been the winners and runners up multiple times in the previous 2 editions. They've already taken a chunk out of the prize pool already. And today as well, the winner of the upper bracket finals, the winner of our 7:30 p.m. matchup between Hunters and MRCZ will be securing a spot in the grand finals, will be securing at the very least $600 to their name. And if they do end up taking that best of 5 victory as well, like you mentioned, Baba, they'll be going home with double that amount, $1,200. So really, again, lot to look forward to. But as we were talking about, the nationals qualify points distribution system, so far it's been one team at the top of their game. Hunters LFO, time and time again, they've taken first place in spring edition, in the summer edition. They're looking to do the same in this fall edition as well. Let's see if they'll be able to do it and get a total of 30 points.
Yeah, let's take a look at the qualifier points table for the Pro Series Fall. As of now, it's fully updated, including the Fall Series too, and you get to see a lot of changes being made in the positionings. Retrograde still on fourth place. Team Phalanx, on the other hand, succeeded in securing fifth place, and so does Team Shaheens, who still has 2 points as of now. They're not eliminated just yet, and if they do succeed to defeat Team Phalanx, we might be able to see a lot of changes, especially in the standings. We could see Shaheens go all the way
Yeah.
from seventh place to all the way to fourth, while Retrograde will be having a lot of issues from their end. But first, second, third place, Hunters, Mercenaries, and Kira Esports. Uh, on them, they haven't changed a lot, except for Kira Esports, who just got eliminated. So 14 points is the max points that they can afford as of now.
Yeah, Kira, their journey comes to an end. They'll say to themselves, and they will probably find themselves with a spot in the South Asian Nationals, considering they're already on third, and it's highly unlikely a team will be able to overtake them. But the thing is about Kira's performance, seeing their performance right now, as we have a look at the brackets as well, yesterday's match, Kira were not at the top of their game. On Clubhouse, it was their own map choice. They gave a fair fight to Team Phalanx on that map. But in the end, unfortunately, they end up losing 6-8, and then on border, oh man, I have no idea what happened to Kira, but they fell flat on the ground. Phalanx ended up defeating them 7-2 as the final score moved on forward. So for Kira, their journey comes to an end right now in the Pro Series, yes, but not in this competitive year of South Asian Rainbow Six Siege. They definitely have plenty of time to talk amongst themselves, gather themselves back up, rebuild the team to the previous glory it was, and try again in the South Asian Nationals. But still, for all of us viewers, we still have plenty of entertainment remaining. Yesterday, Shaheens ended up defeating Won't Stop Peaking. We remember that map of Clubhouse where Shaheens got, sorry, not the map of Clubhouse, the first map, sorry, where Shaheens got that 8-7 win on overtime, and then they were able to close it out on the decider map as well. So really good performance, and both of these teams heading into the lower bracket finals, they are looking on par, dead against each other, which is why the match is going to be ever so more exciting.
Yep, map number one, 8-7, 7-3 on Chalet. Team Won't Stop Peaking had done a miraculous performance on both the maps, but unfortunately, on map number three, even with Shaheen securing a lot of, Shaheen's getting at least 5-1 in the first half. For a moment there, I thought One Stop Peking had the chance to, bring this map back exactly like the same thing they did on map
Yeah.
Oregon. But unfortunately, it wasn't to be said. And for One Stop Peking, they had to end their journey with Shaheen's proceeding to the next phase. Phalanx and Shaheen's, that match will be a tough one, mainly because the winner of this will be having a spot at the lower bracket finals where they have to go up against either with Mercenaries or with Team Hunters LFO. Let's take a look at the map vetoes itself and see what kind of match do we get to see from both the teams. Team Phalanx still using the same maps that they've been using on all the other matchups, Villa, and then we have Shaheen's picking the standard maps of all time, Oregon, and to top it off,
Yeah.
for the cherry on the top, Clubhouse being the deciders.
I mean, this map veto, no surprise after all. It doesn't surprise us why Phalanx have chosen Villa, neither does it surprise us why Shaheens have chosen Oregon. Phalanx, particularly strong map of theirs. We did see Shaheens, put up some nice numbers on Villa. I remember in the summer edition of the Pro Series, but after that, they kind of stopped playing it. They picked up different maps, and things have been going better there. But for Phalanx, more recently, they defeated Team Uwu 7-3 on this map, and for Shaheens, only as of yesterday, the map I was talking about against Won't Stop Peaking, that 8-7 win, it was indeed on the map of Oregon. So Shaheens are like, if we can defeat, Won't Stop Peaking, if we can go to 15 rounds maximum overtime and still take the win, well, there is no other chance. Well, there's nothing else that, we cannot be prepared for. Might as well go on Oregon, might as well go to the map where we've been stretched to our very limits and still taken the win. And then, of course, our decider map of Clubhouse, and yeah, not really anything much to say there. Every single other FPS title has had maps which are like dedicated, decider maps. You've had like example, like many other examples. But like for Rainbow Six, the thing is, to an extent, yeah, Clubhouse is that decider map. But I don't know, something tells me Oregon is always going to have that spot, at least in my heart, of being the decider map. Not just the map in general. Yes, of course, it's very, very prevalent, but it's something about Oregon that speaks volumes about being the best decider map there is.
Yeah. I mean, we already saw that example between Shaheen's and One Stop Peaking, where they went all the way to
True.
overtime map point, right? And Shaheen's,
Yeah,
they're
yeah.
having a lot of difficulties on attack itself. So I'm hoping that they've fix their mistakes when it comes to attack pushes. And for Phalanx, Villa will definitely be an interesting one to look at. I mean, we even saw Phalanx use a lot of different strategies when it comes to early peaks as in runouts and spawn peaks that they did usually in the initial rounds, where they did ended up getting a lot of kills from their end. And eventually Villa is a comfortable map for Team Phalanx to hold on to. And I believe Shaheen's comfortable map is on map Oregon. Clubhouse is, you could say Clubhouse is also quite familiar for Shaheens, but it also can be for Phalanx too, mainly because it's an even ground. Maps like Clubhouse and Oregon is very common when it comes to the when it comes to the seas area. So I'm pretty sure when it comes to two maps, expect a lot of how can I say this, back-to-back wins coming in from both the teams. But the main difference has
True.
to be on Oregon. So the map who wins Oregon would be the one who would claim map point for the lower brackets.
Absolutely, yeah, Oregon is going to be important if we do go to the decider map as well. Clubhouse, I mean, yeah, if we go to the decider map, then it's pointless talking about what's going to be important. It's only going to be that single map, whoever takes the win. We saw Shaheens take the win yesterday against Won't Stop Peaking there as well, but we also saw Phalanx take the win against the side of Kira Esports. But enough about, the maps that will be played later, Oregon, Clubhouse. Right now, it's time for Villa. Phalanx have chosen this map. Shaheens, they have chosen the side of defense to start it off and to start off before the rounds nonetheless. Of course, we've got the operator ban phase, and I had asked this question to Blackjack yesterday, and Baba, I will ask you the same question. What are your opinions and what are your predictions for this operator ban phase? Because I am not that much in touch with the current meta of Siege.
Well, when it comes to operators bans, we've seen a lot of Nook bans on certain maps
Yeah.
like Theme Park, Chalet. We did see a lot of Azami bans on defense, but since they're going in for standard maps like Villa, Oregon, and Clubhouse, you'd always expect to see a Thatcher ban because you don't want to have Thatcher to just disable most of your electronic gadgets. So that's the main reason why you see Shaheen's banning out Thatcher. But on the side of Phalanx, there are a lot of attackers that they could ban, and they'll bring into ban Flores instead. We've seen a lot of Flores ban being on the rise, mainly because of his, on his explosive drone, which has the possibility of destroying those deployable shields. So with him not being available, they've got to figure out some other ways to destroy those specific utilities. Azami has also been on the rise too, mainly because of how great you can establish good covers with her Kiva barriers. And the last but not the least, Valkyrie being banned from Shaheens. And the the weird thing about this in the ban phase is that out of all the matches we've seen, we have seen at least on all matches where Valkyrie has been banned most of the time. So, according to the information that I got from the Valkyrie bans in the fall series, it's a total of 88% that the players don't want to play against him, that they don't want to play against Valkyrie on defense. So I'm not quite sure why Valkyrie has been banned most of the time, but maybe we'll get to see the main reason why in the action phase itself. The first site should be on second floor Aviators and Games room. Doctor once again with the alibi, and then we have Hussein with the Nook. And Nook's pick has also been on the rise mainly because of grenades. So you have like total of 4 operators who currently has grenades: Nook, Sledge, Glass, and there's one more, the Iana. So these 4 operators currently have grenades, and mainly the most reason why Nook gets banned most of the time.
Yeah, this time Nox is definitely going to be there. Hussein already picking up that operator, and we'll be sure to see, what Hussein goes up to, because yesterday, yeah, he did have some good instances of like triple kills and 4Ks, but everyone in Phalanx and even in Shaheens in the couple of rounds I saw of their match, that everyone was having a great day out in the field. There was no person who was very much lackluster, or there was no person who was completely behind. But right now, well, speaking of the knock it is Hussein gets the opening kill, and it's none other than Mighty Ali to fall, who is going to be, who is supposed to be one of the anchors in the side, the only person who brought a C4, I believe. He has been eliminated. Shaheens are looking to strike back, and believe them so, they are doing just that. Hercules is gone, guy with Audacity departs as well, so the attackers may have gotten the first advantage. However, the blowback that has been traded from the side of Shaheens definitely puts Team Phalanx now in a difficult spot, since they will have to do a lot more of that legwork going for these roam clears, and only then will they be able to execute with not a whole lot of time remaining on the clock.
Yeah, both the hard and soft breaches have been gone, and Hussein almost getting the shot off to take out the smoke, but you still have Sherry with the protection. equalizing it to a 3-3. But he forgot about Caesar, who is also on the red stairs. Caesar gets
Oh.
one more as Hussein gets caught out as well, which leads to devastating. Left in a 1v3, all the way towards astronomy room. He'll currently place one of the air jabs to give good amount of flank cover. But with him all by, with him being all by himself and one attack drone, which could help him to gain some information. But we're not quite sure whether if this would help out for devastating a lot. It's a 1v3 where he needs to succeed on figuring out exactly where the crossfire's angles are. And boy, oh boy, is he taking a lot of damage though. 5 HP and Doctor
Yep.
almost getting the shot off. Devastating still stays, he'll still stay survive, but not for long as Caesar gets the kill nonetheless. All the way through the wall bang from the hallway side, and that will give the victory for Team Shaheens.
Yeah, so right now, I mean, again, very nice, like defense from the side of Shaheens, particularly because of the reason that they held such a high line of defense. What I mean by that is that they did not let Phalanx move in near the site at all without taking those gunfights, and the gunfights Phalanx took as well, with the exception of the first kill. Everything went in favor of Shaheens. Shaheens had their roamers set up towards a bedroom and near statuary, even trophy as well. You had that reinforcement towards the astronomy room. You had roamers playing right there. Shaheens had that 3-man setup towards classical hallway and the red stairs right next to it near square, and they still held that ground. And for Phalanx, well, Devastating was the only person alive, but by the time Devastating was the only person alive, all 4 of his teammates had died near, like I said, near statuary, near trophy, near that classical hallway. No one was even able to get inside of the bomb site or very close to the bomb site, let alone inside of it. So because of this high line of defense and the fact that Shaheens got so many of the kills, this this defense was really, really good from their side. But for Phalanx right now, yeah, they got to figure something out as to how exactly they need to break through this defense. They cannot keep on going for roam clears and then falling short on it. Maybe they need to add the element of verticality, try and kill some more anchors so that the roamers are in a bit of a confused state. Maybe attack the site directly. If we see Aviator games again, I guess execute from the balcony, execute from study, execute from library stairs, something along the lines of that. But yeah, Shaheens and this high line of defense, if they continue something like this, there is a good chance the defensive half will really go in their way.
Yeah. For now, what Shaheens needs to do is just ensure whatever Team Phalanx decides to put all of their strategies on Map Villa, it should be countered as best as possible. And on round number 1, getting picked off very early would put Phalanx in a very bad state, especially the way how Doctor, who did get his initial 2 frags all the way from trophy window, really put Phalanx on the edge while they were making their push all the way towards second floor trophy room. So see whether on round number 2 we might see some minor changes, especially with the side being on trophy and statuary room. And we will see the OSA being brought up from Hussein. So those bulletproof shields will prove to be very effective for the attackers if they want to hold some certain lines of sight. And they don't have to worry about any explosive utilities from the side of the defense, mainly because they don't have one as of now. They only have bulletproof cams, proximity mines. Sure, you have some Vulcan shields which could help you to block certain lines of sight and an entryway for the attackers. You don't have any necessary counters towards the bulletproof shield, which in fact would make that particular gadget very powerful on the side. The only thing that they have to do is just ensure that they won't get overpeaked. Because if they do and they get caught out in that crossfires, then Shaheens, they would be the one who'd have the advantage. Oh boy, Hussein. Just as I was talking about it, he almost got himself picked out, but he'll still stay alive and he'll be very more cautious right now.
Yeah, in this castle setup, I remember this castle setup of going in towards bedroom and locking that one window out of the castle barricade, then opening up this left side of the statuary wall. This is a very, very old meta that used to be there. I mean, this meta was back then aided with the Jaeger and Vamai. Vamai usually played in the closet, but right now Shaheens aren't going for that. They had a Goyo canister set up in that closet. They've bursted it, and now there's going to be fire all around, so preventing the attackers from pushing in. But yeah, in the meanwhile, for the side of Phalanx, still they're looking for that method of entry. Shaheens are denying it. Like I said, they are employing one of their core tactics, playing that high line of defense, constantly contesting these angles, looking for a kill here and there. Doctor may be able to find one. Yeah, the person jumps into closet. Alibi holding the angle. Doctor sees Hercules, tags him slightly, and he gets that headshot. Stunning shot right there. This time, it is Shaheens who get the entry frag, but Phalanx swing wide yet again.
Yep, 2 kills from Doctor as he's still holding his ground all the way towards second floor bedroom. That's even more problematic is that Doctor gets one more by removing Hussein out while he was very busy trying to get the recovery of the diffuser. It leads to only 2 players left on the side of Phalanx. It's Sherry and Devastating. Doctor has been made a lot of damage towards that particular place, and if Devastating has no idea, in which he does, he'll get one. So does Devastating. So does Sherry, who gets to take out Skywalker. And Mighty Ali is left with a huge task to succeed this 1v2. Proximity mines, no C4, and only 4 Vulcan shields, which has been placed specifically towards the side to see whether if he can hold his ground from that place. But the best part about it is that he has less time, so he could just play this safely, but he needs to make sure that it doesn't get caught out all the way towards Astronomy, and Sherry might be able to get this kill at the right time, but no walls! Walls at the deployable shield at the wrong time. This will give chance for Mighty Ali to succeed this 1v1, but Devastating is much more afraid, but he still gets the kill anyways. Shaheens! Mighty Ali gets away with this 1v2.
Oh. Nah, this round should have gone to the side of Team Phalanx right there. It should have been done and dusted, but Mighty Ali, first of all, the Vector in that range, not to mention the 1.5 the Goyo has, it's a lethal weapon. It's a military-grade weapon right there, and Mighty Ali used it to perfection. But then again, Phalanx, they should not have isolated the gunfights. But unfortunately for them, they did exactly that. Devastating was looking to stick the diffuser. He didn't. He went for the spray. And with the fire rate the Vector has, Mighty Ali just completely sprayed down the opponent and got the round. Yet another for Shaheens. It was a 3 versus 2 converted into a 2 versus 1. The attackers were in complete advantage. And yeah, I mean, Hussein, even had Mighty Ali's position locked down to that certain extent behind that Astro table. He pushed and then he was down. The deployable shield, like you had mentioned, Baba, it did not go the Zophia's way. But Phalanx will be distraught with themselves. That would have been the equalizer. And on rounds and on a defensive half where Shaheens are looking oh so confident with their gunfights, with their playstyle, Phalanx giving away this one round to their opposition is going to mean a lot in the long run.
Yeah, I gotta agree on that, CCV. Devastating could have at least helped his... Actually, the Zofia, who was pushing all the way from Astronomy, it would have been better if he would just, provided cover for the player. Mainly because he had idea on where Goyo's location was. So, forcing him to stay on Astronomy, forcing him on post-plant situation, might have helped Phalanx to succeed on round number 2. But instead, it gave away for a 1v2 clutch for Shaheens. Now on round number 3, this will be the site where the attackers would heavily require a soft breacher, and highly the main reason why you'd get to see the buck being brought out from Sherry, who's currently playing from the main hallway, interestingly enough. He will slowly make his way all the way towards the site itself. No control on second floor. Maybe we could see Sherry go all the way from the red stairs, but Hussein, on the other hand, gets tired out quite a lot, gets removed at the hands of Caesar. And to start it off, it will be the Shaheens who will get the advantage nonetheless. A second and a third from Devastating and Hercules, who will fight back and get the advantage back in the hands for Phalanx.
So yeah, Shaheens, they get the opening advantage, but then again, they seem to fall through, and Phalanx swing the round back in their favor. Something similar happened in the previous round as well. Now it's Shaheens with the man disadvantage, but still, they're not going to be falling back to the bomb site. 2 anchors are right here. They'll be looking to hold it off. Skywalker, he's got the MP5 in hand. He's going to be seeing the positions next to this reinforcement and seeing if any attacker wants to enter Art Studio. Sherry does just that. holding an angle, very low on HP. However, every single gun and every single player right here in this matchup is extremely lethal. So keeping that in mind, Shaheens need a method of relieving some of the pressure, because what exactly we are seeing is that the attackers are nearing the bomb site. Time and time again, they're slowly creeping their way forward next to kitchen, next to dining room. So they need a kill, and Skywalker does just that. The buck inside of Art Studio is gone. There is one attacker on the second floor, and Devastating can push down from Astro Stairs, but Shaheens are already well aware of this, and with 25 seconds on the clock, Phalanx, now this is their time to shine. Now this is their time to execute. Hercules alongside the diffuser drops to the ground. The diffuser now needs to be picked up, and Phalanx, they need to pick this round back in their favor, but the crossfire, look at it, Envy, and that SMG-11 swing wide, and it's going to be Skywalker securing the final kill. And once more, the defense of Shaheens holds on.
Yeah, what a play though from Envy. Playing as the smoke, getting 2 kills. And also, it's been a while since I've seen Envy, being back in the game. Last time I remember, he used to be playing with Team Kira Esports, I believe. Yeah, he was way back playing with Kira Esports, and now we currently see him play with Team Shaheens. Of course, he was in Summer or Spring Edition, I believe. On Fall, we couldn't get to see Envy in Team Shaheens most of the time. It was usually either LMS who used to be playing alongside with Shaheens. But now Envy being in the game, the amount of performance that we are seeing from him is also and also from the team is just absolutely amazing. Round number 4 for Team Phalanx, on the other hand, they're having a lot of issues on these 3 sites. And with Shaheen securing all the 3 places, second floor AVG, trophy, and kitchen, they're going to do it once more. And hopefully Phalanx could understand what kind of problems that they were facing in the first 3 rounds and ensure that they make some minor changes in their attack push. We will see Mighty Ali once again bringing back the Goyo's Vulcan Shield, a very powerful tool in order to deny the attackers the access towards second floor gaming room. We've got to figure out on how they would figure out a way to take out Caesar first, because Caesar is currently the one who did eventually dealt major damage from the red stairs. So if he isn't taken care of, and so does Doctor, who has 5 kills in round number 3, you've got to be worried about Team Phalanx, mainly because when they start to lose a lot of bodies. Information is being given, at least on the bright side, a lot of wall bangs will be given to Doctor, and with it, he'll be forced to fall back, knowing that there's a lot of power and players present in towards the second floor. And Shaheens, all they've got to do is just hold their ground, and for Phalanx, they want to get this win desperately.
Phalanx needed, Shaheens have been to every single bomb site right now, and they've completed their their objective rotation with a 100% flawless win streak. So Phalanx have got to be careful, and they need to swing some rounds back in their favor. The room clear for the time being, not being completely effective right now. Half of the action phase is gone. Not a single defender has been eliminated. Neither have the attackers really moved on forward. I mean, look at Doctor. He's still holding the Classical Hall's angle. Sherry is down to 40 HP. Well, Sherry is now downed, outed, and eliminated from this round. Guy with Audacity, 50 HP. Devastating soon to follow for Phalanx. This is not looking like a good round. They have been forced into a very desperate move. They will try to bottleneck themselves from this aviator entrance, but I don't think it's going to work out if they're not careful.
Yeah, Vulcan shields and smoke gas canisters are not letting Phalanx have a single step towards the 90s hallway, and Doctor will ensure that none of the players from Phalanx can ever make progress. Although the amount of attack drones which has been destroyed will give Phalanx intel less in the later rounds, but the players which are still alive and still kicking from Shaheens really proves that they have a really strong ground on the site itself. Phalanx are losing a lot of time, 35 seconds. Hussein has been dealt some minor damage, and Caesar still on red stairs, uncontested. He's going to go all the way back to the main stage to provide good protection from the study room. And now Phalanx, are they just still stuck from landing zone? Yes, they are. They cannot make a single step, and now they have finally got got control on landing room with equalizing their man count 3-3, and now they're here for the push. So does the plan from By Audacity. Hercules gets to take out Doctor, an important frag, but he forgot about Caesar, who gets one. Mighty Ali gets the other, and the final kill from Caesar to take out Hercules. And you could say that this is an entire shutdown from Shaheens, as they will secure round number 4 without facing any issues from them whatsoever.
From Phalanx as well, the final 3 attackers that were alive, they gave it their all. It was a nice try, but still, it just didn't end up going their way because of lack of opportunity and a lack of avenues to push from, honestly. They wanted to execute, they wanted to launch a proper execute, but with 3 people with not enough utility, no smokes being present, like I said, and like I had said, and like you had also mentioned, Baba, they were forced to bottleneck their way through landing, forced to execute. They went into Aviator, they got 2 kills, which was nice, but after that, once Shaheens were back into it, once that, I wouldn't really call it a flank from Caesar, that off angle from within the bomb site came from Caesar alongside Mighty Ali from Study, holding that table angle. It was wraps for the attackers. They really couldn't, brute force their way any further. The gunfights were not going to go their way. There was immense time pressure, and it just wasn't able to be the best of rounds. But regardless of that, there is still that slight hope for Phalanx, that if they win the next 2 rounds, if they can somehow manage to end this half in a 2-4, the game will be, or like the map will be salvageable. But anymore, if Shaheens even get like a 5-1, it's going to be such a tremendous advantage for their side that I don't see Phalanx, making a comfortable comeback into the game. They can make a comeback. We have seen, teams come back from 6-0 as well, but it's going to be very, very difficult. And at this stage of the fall edition of the Pro Series, when these teams are in the lower bracket finals, when they're playing for survival, when they're playing for a lot of South Asian national points, I don't think Shaheens will be taking a lot of risk, and they'd like to end the map of Villa as soon as possible. So keeping that in mind, Phalanx really need to get a move on.
Phalanx needs to at least get 2 round wins in the first half, or else Shaheens, if they'd end up getting a first half round win with a 6-0 scoreline, then it's very difficult for Phalanx to survive the second half, knowing only that Shaheens require 1 attack round win to succeed on map Villa. And this is a map picked by Team Phalanx, so being lost in their own map pick and in map number 2, Oregon, which is highly favorable for Shaheens, this would not look too good from their end. Caesar this time will bring in the castle, this time the armor panels. He has met with good protection from the deployable shield, although the impact doesn't really get the kill, but Hussein on the other hand gets away with a kill like that. Envy on the other hand will make sure to get the refrag, but on the place of Astronomy, where there's none of the players holding that particular angle, it will be difficult for Shaheens to hold or force Team Phalanx to be on that particular place, though. Flashbangs being thrown around, but Envy on the other hand, he's not going to move an inch, which in fact would put Phalanx in a very tough spot to hold as their angle once again. And Skywalker, he will take a lot of damage, but in the end he gets a headshot to move Sherry out. Envy once again gets the second to take out Devastating, and talk about Shaheens, they are looking very confident on the side here, CCV.
Well, Guy with Audacity can change that. He's looking to push, and he's looking to, not be towards bedroom attack from the other side, make his way into the bomb side. He finds yet another with that G36. He spots one more player, but it's going to be Hercules to take that person out, and Doctor's the final person alive. FMG in hand, he isolates one gunfight. 1v1, smoke, very low HP. Guy with Audacity tosses the frag grenade, but Doctor swings from the top of stairs, and he gets that headshot. Diana went for a very high IQ smart play, but Doctor got the better end of that deal, and Shaheens land yet another round for themselves.
2 1v1 clutch at the hands of Shaheens. A 1v2 from the Goyo, and now the 1v1 from Doctor. Not being able to succeed this 1v1 clutches is going to put Phalanx on a very bad state in the first half, knowing that they haven't won a single round on attack. Now the final round is here. The final round for the first half for Shaheens. The site will be on kitchen and dining room. Phalanx haven't made any progress yet when it comes to getting initial frag outs. And even if they do get some kills in the early rounds, mid and late rounds are mainly the reason why Shaheens are losing. It's not Shaheens, Phalanx are losing a lot of grep when they enter in towards the site. They don't have particular control. They get stuck on certain places where they're either met with Vulcan shields or smoke gas canisters, or you can have like crossfire angles being placed from doctors. So it's been placed in a methodical way that Shaheens have been have been playing this accordingly to time. Smoke gas canisters. After those three smoke gas canisters have been expended, Doctor would do the initiative of removing players one by one. You saw him do the same thing on second floor statue and trophy. You saw him on aviator's room while he was on 90s angle, and now on first floor we will see Doctor all the way towards the first floor dining room to ensure that once the necessary defensive maneuvers have been placed, they'll have some good information regarding the player's positionings and get the kill nonetheless. That's exactly how Shaheens have been operating for now, and they have ended up winning a lot of rounds. I mean, they haven't lost a single defensive round for the past 5 rounds. And this will be concerning for Phalanx if they cannot
Yeah.
get this win on attack.
I mean, for Phalanx already, this map is plenty cause for concern, seeing how it has been going. Phalanx, they chose Villa. It was the first choice. They opted for it. They were really confident, but Shaheens have overturned all expectations Phalanx may have had of an easy map one or an early win in this BO3. Phalanx will have to fight for it. One can even go so far as to say that Shaheens, I mean, they're looking to secure this map as soon as possible. They may be looking for that 7-0 or that 7-1, and Phalanx, I mean, all hopes on their defense now. That's practically all they can go for, because even if they win this round, a 4-round disadvantage is definitely something that they'll have to, think about and work their way around. And again, this round doesn't start off in the best of manners. Doctor gets the opener. You have got, Envy as well from the second floor looking for angles. The alibi going ham. Yet another kill for Doctor. Yet another headshot, that is. He is currently the top fragger in the entire server. He's got 9 kills and 3 deaths, a KD of 3. So really good performance. Phalanx need to do something about this alibi. But then there are also other players in very close proximity. Envy is a great example of that. SMG-11 goes through, and I mean, this is a bloodbath. No matter where Phalanx are going, they're just completely being torn to shreds, and Shaheens get a flawless round win for the first time and get a flawless half as well.
A flawless half. 6-0. And Shaheens, they have secured map point. Phalanx, on the other hand, in the
Yeah.
attack, they are not looking good. But hopefully on defense, we might be able to see them get some wins. And that's the main reason why we will see a timeout being requested from the side of the defenders. So take a look at the scoreboard itself. Doctor with 10 kills and Invi with 6. Both of the amazing duos that I like to call it from Shaheen's side. One, you have Doctor, who is an expert when it comes to being in the roam games, getting initial kills as the alibi, and then we have Envy,
Yep.
who hasn't even picked a different operator at this point. He's still stuck with the smoke. The SMG-11 is just the head. You could call him as the headshot machine at this point. Envy, he hasn't lost majority of his gunfights, even when he's in the site or not. And the amount of smoke gas canisters that he's been placed ended up dealing a lot of damage for the attackers. Have you ever seen a smoke grenade that hasn't dealt a single damage from Envy's end? Not a single time. Not a single time I have
True.
seen Envy didn't get to waste a single use of the smoke gas canisters. And for Phalanx, ending up taking a lot of damage and giving an easier access for Doctor to get those win. It's more of like Shaheen's on defense. They were currently working towards symphony and harmony, if you know what I mean.
But yeah, I mean, at this point, for the side of Shaheens, everyone putting up great numbers, Phalanx as well. I mean, taking a timeout at 0 and 6 is I'm trying to imagine what are they exactly discussing, because I'm pretty sure they must be discussing the second map. This feels like a one and done thing. I don't see a major way Phalanx can crawl out of 0 and 6, if I'm being honest. Again, nothing against Phalanx. Their recent performances have been very good, but thinking about it rationally, 0 and 6 is just, yeah, it's the maximum difference there can be. If all Shaheens need out of the next 6 rounds is a single one to go in their favor, and it can be done. Meanwhile, the mentality in the Phalanx roster as well, I mean, I'm sure the timeout must have helped. All the entire team getting those 2 minutes to themselves, just discussing and just talking what has happened and what they need to do, must be very useful. But crawling out of this, I don't see any major chances. Again, I'm not going to call it. We have seen crazier things happen. This is, again, South Asian Rainbow-Six-Siege. You never know what the end result is going to be. But if I was in Phalanx, I'd be thinking tremendously about the next map. I'd be thinking tremendously about Oregon and trying to take the win there. And unfortunately for Phalanx, seems like Sherry is disconnected, and they have indeed asked for a rehost. Makes a lot of sense. So as the rehost goes through and we ready up the lobby again, the game will be taking a temporary short pause. But I guess, Baba, that gives us more time to discuss about if you think there is any way Phalanx can crawl out of the 0 and 6, or if you agree with me that most likely Shaheens will close out Villa.
I mean, I if I have to give the hard truth, I definitely say Shaheens would just end off on a 7-0. I mean, having a huge lead like that in the first half, not being able to lose a single round on defense, clearly shows that Shaheen is currently on top of the game right now. And that too going up against
Yeah.
Phalanx, who is in fact their own map pick Villa, who is very confident on certain maps. They did ended up winning some certain situations. I believe the map Villa was picked by was also picked when they went up against Kira
Ooh.
Esports, I'm guessing. Or yeah, they did go up against a team Uvu with the same map, and they did ended up having some great plays from their end too. You had guys with Audacity
Yeah, yeah.
and Hussein who'd usually go in for the usual runouts on defense, and it did ended up favoring them a lot, especially when the attackers do tend to spawn in towards the fountains side. The Phalanx knows exactly what kind of spawns there would be in according to site wise, so maybe they could maybe Phalanx could use this to their advantage. But this is Shaheens we're talking about, not Uvu.
Exactly.
Uvu has like Uvu when it comes to spawn peaks. Granted, they had a lot of difficulties dealing with those spawn peaks, but for Shaheens, they know exactly at what time do we get to see an aggressive plays being made from the side of Phalanx, and what kind of attack coordinations do we get to see from the attackers, from defense, I was trying to say. But on the first half, Team Phalanx, you saw that they were only going on one particular angle. And even with the site being on first floor, kitchen and dining room,
Mm-hmm.
you don't get to see them get control on second floor at all, even on early or mid rounds.
Yeah.
Granted, there was Nomad who was initially getting control on second floor, but by the time he arrived at the scene, no one was present, mainly because Team
Mm-hmm.
Shaheens were playing accordingly to time. Most of the players, by the time it reaches at a minute clock, that all players would be in the site itself, either on Memorial, either on kitchen and dining, or maybe in towards pantry stairs. But neither one of the players do I get to see them hold on second floor at the late rounds. So Phalanx, on the other hand, maybe it would have been best for them to gain control on second floor, establish lines of sight. I mean, I saw Sherry bring in the buck. And for a moment there, I thought, you know what, Sherry's present. At least have at least one or two attackers to give protection to the buck
Mm-hmm.
so that he could do his work, opening up lines of sight towards statue and master bedroom. Turns out they did not. Instead, they decided to push all the way towards first floor in a single horizontal manner. They ended up getting,
Yeah.
smoke gas canistered by Envy. You even got picked out from the MX4 Storm Doctor, and it worked out so well in harmony for Shaheens in a way that they immediately predicted on what kind of plays that Team Phalanx would do in the next future rounds. It was just the usual push. First round, aviator and gaming room. They'd usually push from all the way towards astronomy. Second room, Second side, trophy and statuary room, master bedroom, window side, they pushed in.
Mm-hmm.
They didn't thought about getting control on second floor aviators and games room. They didn't make. They didn't even thought about making push all the way from red stairs. But they did the standard push in a way that Shaheens predicted it, and they ended up playing to it accordingly, and they got all 6 round wins by just making predictions.
Yeah, that's it. And they made their prediction. Phalanx went for the same plan that was anticipated from the side of Shaheens. The kills are definitely going in their favor. I mean, Baba, you went in detail about the scoreboard. You mentioned the Doctor and Envy, with similar performances in terms of kills. I mean, Doctor slightly having a better day. But again, the difference in their play styles, it still leads to the same result. On one hand, you have this roaming alibi who's all over the map, who is troubling the attackers here and there at any stage, at any room. They have to be careful of this room. On the other side, you have the smoke who mainly plays beside or like inside of the bomb side, who is still getting kills, whose gas canisters are a major troublesome part of the problem for the side of the attackers as well. So everyone in Shaheens is doing their part, and everything that Shaheens are doing is working. Phalanx, no matter how many obstacles they overcome, there's something or the other always brewing from the defense, and Phalanx just haven't been able to completely work their way around it. If they get the opening kill, Shaheen strike back. If they don't get the opening kill, well, boohoo, Shaheens already have the man advantage. If they look for map control, Shaheens are playing such a high line of defense with this room and this entire defensive setup that you are bound to intervene into some gunfights, into some firefights early on. And once that happens, Shaheens win the gunfights yet again. Keeping all of that in mind, Phalanx are just trying to do something, but it's not working. And this, makes me think about Oregon as well. Because if you think about it, Baba, Oregon and Villa, I'm not going to say they're the same map, of course they aren't, but they share that similarity of the roam being present and of a very extensive in the bomb site setup. I mean, if you think about the map of Villa, right, what kind of defensive setup are Shaheens running? They're not mainly bringing an anti-breacher, nor do they care about that. Mira's already off the board. So keeping that in mind, they're setting up towards the red stairs. They're having that shield. They have someone present in classical hallway. They have one person near library stairs as well. So Shaheens aren't completely focusing inside the bomb site. Rather, they're focusing on the adjacent rooms. On Oregon, if we take the basement bomb site as an example, it's kind of the same thing, right? You focus on not on the bomb sites, you focus on freezer next to it, you focus on bunker, you focus on blue stairs, and to an extent, you focus on the laundry entrance. You focus on the adjacent rooms next to the bomb site. Because of that, if Shaheens apply the same principles on their defense, I don't see anything majorly going different. They can even incorporate the same defense that's present, Doctor as that roamer, or if anyone else wants to take up the roaming capabilities, they can do just that, and it'll be pretty darn similar. So keeping that in mind, Phalanx need to think a lot about what will happen on Oregon and how exactly they will deal with all of that.
Yeah, Oregon will be a difficult side though for Phalanx, especially with them ending things off on a 6-0 in the first half.
Mm-hmm.
Although I've got to agree, Shaheens, on the other hand, although they are looking very confident on defense, the same thing cannot be said on attack too, right? I mean, like we
Right.
did like we did get to see the match between Team Won't Stop Peaking. Oregon went all the way 8-5. Second map on Chalet, attack Won't Stop Peaking were looking very confident. The same wasn't looking too
Mm-hmm.
much on Shaheens too. And then on map number 3, they tried to do the same thing again, where attack Shaheens were falling apart numerous amount of times, but they were very confident on defense nonetheless. So that's my main problem here. Although they did win on a 6-0 scoreline in the first half, second half, on the other hand, might likely have a lot of chances where Shaheens have a lot of problems. But you still have Envy, so with him being in play and with him, but playing accordingly to this to the team with Doctor on defense, you could see him do the same thing on attack too, while bringing in the hard breaches and also ensuring that the amount of information being gained from the side of Team Shaheens will be valuable for them in the late rounds, and making sure that they wouldn't get stuck just like Team Phalanx did on the first half on attack. Getting stuck in mid round means that high likelier chances that the defenders would just usually win in the end, mainly because they didn't had any other ideas or any other strategies that they could have a
Yeah.
workaround from that. And if you talk about the deployable shields and the ADSs, which was usually placed from astronomy, you could see that Team Phalanx were just using the usual old traditional way of using flashbangs and impacts. Instead of using that, maybe they could have just used a secondary EMP to disable the ADS and then destroy the deployable shield. In that way, not only do you get to save a lot of utilities like the concussions from the Zofia, but also you could get to destroy it by just having less amount of utilities being used at the same time. So you could mainly use concussions for information. You could use concussion to see exactly if there is one particular player like Invi who was playing on second floor statuary room. You could get information on his whereabouts by using concussions. You could use that.
Right.
Concussions are not mainly used for, destroying ADSs. They could be used on other use of action. And the best part about concussion is that you could also have the jump on them. Their vision will be reduced, although the aim would still be the same. It's not the different as you'd get to see. It's been nerfed in a way, but concussions are very powerful when it comes to execute. It almost works as a flashbang, but instead you'll be disoriented, right? That's basically what concussion does. But all in all,
Yeah,
I mean, I'm not saying that Phalanx. Yeah, go ahead.
it's a flashbang 0.75 as I like to think of it, because it doesn't
Hmm.
have all the benefits of a flashbang, but it carries some of them. And definitely in other FPS titles, the concussion is in some, I've had to deal with a fair share of them in my own games, and we've seen them in esports as well. If you get hit with a concussion, you are, ooh, yeah, you're sent to God. That's pretty much it. But here, yeah, you do bring up an interesting point where concussion is mainly used for the destruction of counter utility gadgets being placed by the defenders, the Vamai magnets, Jaeger ADSs, and whatnot. But there can be a chance they used for not just for information, but to act on said information as well. Usually, I see Zofia mains do this, even in like ranked matches and like quick matches and all. Zofia will be all alone. She uses that concussion like a drone to an extent. She sees a corridor, sees a room, goes the concussion, it bursts, so you already know there is a defender present. The Zofia does nothing. The Zofia waits, and after like 10-15 seconds, then solo peaks that angle, which again defeats the purpose of the concussion. Sure, you have info, there's a defender in that room, but it's still not that advantageous of a gunfight. The defender can get the drop on you, especially if you're getting audio cues of a Zofia, running down the corridor. So acting on that concussion, having another Iana, having another Ash already being present there can really be useful, and I have to agree with you, Baba. It can be something that Phalanx may need to employ together, because they need to work together if they need any more of these rounds. Whether it be when it comes to trades or it be executions, utility usage, they need to employ the teamwork and the communication in their roster, as we've seen it previously. This doesn't feel like the Phalanx we see usually. Usually Phalanx have gotten good grips on their kind of playstyle. Even if they're isolating the gunfights, they end up winning most of them. But today it just doesn't seem like that. Today the gunfights are completely out of hand, and Shaheens seem to be running rampant all over the map of Villa. And again, something tells me this may be a similar case on Oregon, because the gunfights and the mentality of gunfights is something that can change when it comes to different maps, but it's very unlikely. If a team always has this aggressive mentality of going for the kills, as we know Shaheens do, no matter, unless they're getting punished for it, no matter what happens, they won't change it. So I don't think there will be many changes on Oregon. Phalanx themselves need to think of a counter, and as this tech pause is taking a little too extra of a time. Yeah, I see the Thatcher has hit my house as well. But right now, let's see what happens next.
Yeah. Although I have to say, for Shaheens, I know you guys are waiting for a very long time, mainly because of this huge tech pause that we've had to take, mainly because the player on the side of Team Phalanx, aka Sherry, had a major disconnect in round number 7. So, in order for him to come back, we need to ensure that the rest of the players are available so that we can proceed on the second half itself, round number 7. So, Bit of a recap: it's 6-0. Phalanx haven't secured a single round on attack just yet. There was a lot of mistakes and problems that they couldn't hand it out, and Shaheens took care of it without having any problems whatsoever. And now we are not going to be wasting any more time at all, folks. We are just heading off back to round number 7. Team Shaheens are in match point 6-0, and for Phalanx, the biggest question for them is, can they be able to put them back on track, winning 6 rounds on defense back to back in the second half?
Let's see. Let's see if it will be possible or not. And yeah, right now Phalanx choosing Aviator Games as their objective. Anything particular about this composition, Baba, that you're seeing? I mean, we're seeing some same operators being brought out. The Goyo is there, Alibi is present. Do you think Phalanx will be looking to do something different?
Yeah. We'll get to see whether if Shaheens could, end things off on a flawless round win, 7-0. Phalanx, they did take a technical pause, and for now, you could say that they have ample amount of time to see whether if they can succeed in winning 6 defensive rounds back to back in the second half. But it's a very long task, and for Shaheens, they're already prepped and ready with their attack operators. You have the same operators, especially from Dr. Zen, Lion, and the Ash from Skywalker. And they'll only have one hard breacher this time. Mighty Ali bring in the Hibana, which will be very important on study room, or maybe in towards landing. The 90s angle would be a very important angle for Shaheens to get control of. And once they get control on Vault, which that would entirely shut down the whole roam game, or should I say repositionings from Phalanx's end on defense. So they've got to tread carefully, then they've got to play it lightly this time. Shaheens, on the other hand, will spawn all the way towards the fountain side. We'll get some information from the Gemini replicator. They'll end up having some information on one of the players, having the reinforcements done on the second floor. But the biggest question of it all is, how can they get away with the counters that the Shaheens are about to do right now?
All right, let's see. Yeah, exactly what Phalanx will be looking to do to deal with this attack that Shaheens have. Yeah, of course, you've got attackers all over this map. You've got attackers near closet, near bedroom, and of course, they're looking for this roam clear near study as well. So there are going to be multiple instances of defenders wanting to take these gunfights. The line scan goes out. No defender really moving around. The attacker still will have to drone and face check many of these angles, but they've already cleared Statuary and Trophy. So already a little bit of progress made from Shaheens. The only thing is, it's costed them a lot of time. Half of the action phase is gone. No defender bodies that have been dropped so far. Phalanx are doing a good job of delaying the attackers, but this is where they need to start taking the gunfights. And as soon as I say that, Sherry on the first floor gets dropped, and Skywalker, as the Ash with the R4 gets the kill.
Sherry is gone. And now with the rest of the 4 players, they have to make do with the Shaheens attack push, going all the way towards second floor landing. I have ample amount of information from Doctor's EDD. He also has information on Goyo's whereabouts, but Doctor really needs to be careful that there is one more defender who is still holding out an angle. We still have the protection. C4 could have been able to get the kill out, but instead it will give a kill for Shaheens instead. One more kill, as Devastating is currently downed on the site. There's no way that Phalanx could end away with a win like this. Skywalker's been down all the way from second floor landing. He will be recovered soon enough, including the diffuser. They even have good information from the bulletproof camps, but I don't think it would be more than enough to get themselves back up in the game. Yeah, there we go. Already we see Invi and Skywalker just making things right all the way towards Vault. And they would end up with Shaheens having a flawless victory in the first map, 7-0 on map Villa. And now on map number 2, Oregon, things will be a lot more difficult for Team Phalanx.
Yeah, oh boy. All right, so right now, I gotta say, Baba, I think there's a mistake in our stream title. I don't think this is playoffs lower bracket finals. I think this is qualifier 1 round of 32s or something, because a 7-0 only happens in those qualifiers. But Jesus. I have been 0-7 by the electricity department yet again, but I gotta say, from the side of Shaheens, that yeah, I mean, look, there isn't much to say. Everyone watching, like, what can we add to it that hasn't already been said? I mean, the proof is in the result. As soon as you see the result, you can understand what just happened on the map of Villa. 7-0. It's pretty much it. Shaheens, ran over Phalanx on this map, and Phalanx, there wasn't anything that could have happened. Yeah.
Yeah, it's not a lot that we could talk about from Phalanx's side, right? It's 7-0. They've lost every single round. They couldn't get to succeed at least a single round on both attack as well as on defense. As we take a look at the highlights itself, man, what a performance from Shaheens. 0-7 up against Team Phalanx in the semi-finals lowers brackets. And being able to complete map number one on Villa, and that too, which is a map being picked by Phalanx, is a lot to talk about. I mean, a lot to talk about when it comes to Shaheens' coordination, their motivation towards the next phase for the fall series, and maybe we could see a lot of potential rivalries that could happen when they would go up against Hunters or Mercenaries. But for Phalanx, they are not out of the game just yet. They still have a lot of chance in second map Oregon, so we'll get to see it. And also we'll get to take a look at the match summary itself, taking a look at the entire scoreboard from both the sides of Team Phalanx and Shaheens. But I've got to say, Phalanx, round number two, especially when you saw that 1v2 clutch, it could have been better if they could have, played according to the diffuser, forced Shaheens on a post-plant situation. But nonetheless, we couldn't get to see that. Round number four, they tried to make a push all the way towards landing, and they got shut down in a 2v3. This was a 2v3 gunfight where they had mankind advantage, and they did ended up losing it, mainly because of a crossfire angle being established from Study and also one from the side. There was a lot of crossfire angles that Phalanx couldn't get to hold their ground out properly, and eventually it did ended up being their demise on most of their rounds in this first half. Shaheens, on the other hand, the performance being relayed from both Envy and Doctor has been amazing. Both from, I mean, I could say the same thing for Skywalker and Caesar too, being as a support
Yeah,
and
everyone.
giving everyone the side of Shaheens have done an exceptionally a great job at providing their team necessary supports and the information that they require. And as we take a look at the match summary itself, 7-0. Hussein on top of the leaderboards with 4 kills, 60% cost, and 2 initial frags. And then we have Doctor, 11 kills, 80% cost, and 2 initial kills.
Yep. Once more, 11-3 again, almost a KD of 4 for Doctor right there. I mean, wait, for Rainbow Six, is there a specific record that of a specific like highest KD in here at the Esports Club?
Highest KD, I think we don't. Highest KD always have been around. I still remember it was like 24 or 25
Wait,
with
24?
Vinci. Yeah, 24 was the max, and I'm not including the fall series. This was way back in the Pro League series where we
Yeah,
had
yeah, yeah.
Vinci who had secured 24 kills, right? I believe that's the
Not 24
max.
kills, a KD ratio. Like,
Oh, KD ratio.
yeah,
I
yeah, yeah.
don't think we have that information right now,
Oh,
but
okay.
for max, yeah, I mean for kills, I'd say Vinci was the one who did ended up getting 24 kills in the Pro League series. But
All right.
other than that, we don't have anything regarding to the highest in the KD ratio. Map number one. Villa 7-0, a flawless win to Team Shaheens. And now we'll be proceeding to map number two, Oregon. The final chance for Phalanx to show that they are still back in the game. They still have a chance, but if that does not happen, then unfortunately on the lower brackets we will see Team Shaheens proceed in the next phase. For Phalanx, let's not count them out just yet. Oregon might be the chance where Shaheens might have a lot of problems while they're on attack, but it just always depends on what's going to happen on the second map itself, folks. So yeah, we just got to wait for that to happen, right?
Mm-hmm. Absolutely. Yeah, Oregon is definitely going to be full of surprises. You never really know exactly what kind of performance is going to be there. But with the 7-0 right here, I'd say Shaheens are in a very, very good spot. Phalanx will need a little bit of a break to gather themselves back up, refine themselves and make sure they are ready for map number 2. And all of us right here will be taking a quick break as well, and so should you, the viewers. So as we head on over to ads, make sure you tune into the stream once more, as we'll be back with map number 2.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Esports Club presents Pro Series Fall Edition for Rainbow-Six-Siege, supported by Ubisoft, powered by Zotac Gaming, and of course, our broadcast partner Loco. We are back with the second map between Team Shaheens versus Team Phalanx, the lower brackets matchup where only one team will proceed into the next phase and one team will unfortunately be eliminated out of this tournament. So, talk about map number one. We already get to see that end result of map Villa 7 to 0, which is a map being picked by Team Phalanx. And now we are here with map number two, Oregon, a map which is picked by Team Shaheens. I gotta say, CCV, looking at the first map 7 to 0, do you really think that there will be a lot of changes in map number two, Oregon?
Uh, there must be some changes, yes. I mean, Phalanx, I don't think they will get 0-7 again, but for Phalanx to take a win right here is going to be quite difficult, considering the fact that Shaheens only as of yesterday, they defeated Won't Stop Peaking on this map 8-7. Albeit, yes, it was only a single round difference, but it was a win for Shaheens nonetheless. They went maximum overtime, 15 rounds, still took the win. Phalanx and Oregon, I mean, already on Villa, they've been struggling a little bit. Even if they manage to win on Oregon, going back to Clubhouse, where both of these teams have won recently as well, again, it's very, very dicey seeing a way out of this. For Phalanx, Shaheens look like a considerable favorites right now, based on this very first map, based on the 7-0 win. So it's not that Phalanx are completely out of it, but taking a win, it's not going to be easy by any stretch of imagination.
Yeah. Oregon can also end up just being in favor for Shaheens, or else it could be from Phalanx's side if they have got their game faces on both attack as well as on defense. Map number two, on the other hand, we will see Phalanx be on defense first, which means Shaheens will be going on attack in the first half. So there are a lot of sites where it is very helpful for Team Phalanx, like second floor Doms and Doms main hall, and also on basement laundry and supply room. So we'll get to see that in the match right away, folks. We're not going to waste any time at all. So map number two, Phalanx on defense, Shaheens on attack. And let's just start off with the ban phase to determine what kind of bans we get to see from both of these teams. And I expect a Thatcher ban, which could happen from either Phalanx or Shaheens end.
I mean, it's Oregon, you need that hard breach denial. Every single bomb site has that necessity of a bandit or a mute or a Kate. So Thatcher has been banned. I wouldn't even be surprised if. Like a breach denial is banned in the form of Kate, Bandit, Mule. Again, the aforementioned operators, even if one of those are gone off the board, it would make complete sense. But for Shaheen starting out on attack as an attacker, I assume they'd ban Jackal because they like to go for that heavy roam. But it's going to be Osa that they've banned. And okay, again, makes sense, right? Osa is really, really helpful for those blue stair takes, for the big pillar takes, for the bunker executions as well. The Osa shield, you just place it and it's that bulletproof shield. You have so much information, you can play safe behind it. So getting her off the board is a very legitimate choice that Shaheens have gone for. On defense, no, it's going to be a Valkyrie ban. So quite interesting. No anti-breacher that's been banned. Bandit, Cade, they're still in it. Rather, Shaheens don't want any excess information to be laid in the hands of Phalanx.
Yeah, Valkyrie ban once again from Shaheens. The last ban for the day on map Oregon will be Azami. Understandable, mainly because of the way how Azami can create such great covers all the way from boilers will force the attackers to not being able to succeed in pushing at boiler room at all. So they've got to figure out a way to push all the way from a freezer room or maybe at basement laundry stairs. So having at least some minor chance would at least help the attackers to gain some momentum. And I believe Phalanx is currently the one who made a decision to ban Azami in the first place. So let's see how well it worked out for them. On round number one, second floor Doms and Doms main halls will be the site. And with it, we will see Team Phalanx having their final fight in the second half. Even if they do get eliminated, on the bright side, you could say that they are still in the SA national standings, right? So the only thing they can do is to just ensure that having more points would be good, but being eliminated here in this stage up against Shaheen is not bad at all, right? So you could say it's more of like If it still does not work, you're still succeeded. You still managed to find a spot in the international qualifiers. And for Shaheens, they'll be doing the same thing too. But the only difference is, since on SA Nationals, you'll be met again with a rematch, right? A rematch between Phalanx and Shaheens. And knowing that their performance ending up on a 7-0 on map Villa, which is in fact a very powerful site for which is a very good map for Team Phalanx, not being able to succeed 7-0 will definitely put a lot to them when it comes to their performance, you know. So hopefully on map number 2, Oregon, we'll see Team Phalanx fling back and ensure that they're not out of the game just yet, and they are definitely a force to be reckoned with.
They can swing back and get this map in their favor. But is that going to happen? Well, this is a sign to better times. Hercules starts things off with a headshot onto Envy, but that is returned just as soon as we see Sherry being eliminated. So the attackers quickly, again, pushing the defenders off of that trophy room. They've cleared out that bulletproof shield, which means they can push into bedroom as well. They can get that bedroom breach done. So slowly but surely, the attack plan of Shaheens is working. They are forcing the defenders back, and very soon the defenders will realize there is no more space to retreat. They will have to indulge in those gunfights, and I think that's where the key to this attack plan from Shaheens lies. That as soon as the defenders go for the gunfights, things will work. One Ace Selma breach goes through. The Cade Electroclaw, no, not going to be quick enough. And Doctor finds that kill. His crosshair placement and the timing of that kill beats Hercules the Jaeger. So Phalanx now, the breach is done. The attackers are moving in. They're low on numbers. This is their time to strike back. Their backs against the wall. They need to jump forward, and Hussein does just that. Such a long-range shot, but it's a headshot nonetheless.
Yeah, the breach has already been done, which means that Shaheens can push all the way towards the site. But the main problem is they need to figure out a way to destroy those important lines of sights, especially in towards the attic, and also Hussein, who's still trying to contest up against Skywalker. He's got to be really careful on those certain lines of sights. And now Shaheens, they got to use some certain utilities. Grenades being used to destroy some certain lines of sight. Not a lot of information that can be gained, but Caesar removing Devastating could be the major factor for Shaheens. You still have Guy with Audacity equalizing the man count to a 2v2 all the way towards White Stairs, and the fight is on. 1v2, Phalanx is just left with Guy with Audacity, who needs to clutch his 1v2, and Caesar, he's going to deny it with a headshot and proceed towards dominance, as Shaheens will succeed round number 1 in attack.
Is it going to do the same thing, Baba? Shaheen's looking for yet another comfortable, flawless kind of win. Well, this first round, they definitely had a lot more obstacles to overcome compared to what was happening on Villa. On Villa, Shaheens were just running rampant with whatever they wanted. This time, Phalanx are putting up much more of a gunfight, but the result so far is the same. Well, it's only been one round. Of course, I'm not going to talk about the final result just yet. But for Phalanx, the little bit of motivation they may have had after map 1 ended of maybe we can overturn things on Oregon is going to get impacted severely by this first round loss that they've just encountered. They're going to go back to kids and dorms, same objective right now. They're not going to change anything major, although the one changes, the Cade has been swapped out. So they're not going to be talking completely about they're not going to be focusing completely on that anti-breach just yet. Rather, they'll be thinking and talking about any other avenues of area denial for the side of Shaheens. The Goyo canisters, the Goyo canisters, smoke canisters as well, everything looking to deny more and more control. And of course, you've got Melusi also to assist in that. So they're restricting the area of movement for Shaheens with this extended utility usage. But is it going to work? Everything will be figured out once we see more and more gunfights taking place.
Yeah, Phalanx, they'll be having a lot of issues this time. Once again, all the way towards the hallway side. As Zinvi is going to be going ahead with the push, playing as the Sam Fisher Zero. 4 Argus cams that can give vital information towards the bathroom side, but oh no, trouble for Shaheens. And another kill from Hussein all the way towards towers this time. 2 players are already out, with one of them facing issues from their end. And now Shaheens needs to make do with only three players. Caesar, Mighty Ali, and Envy. And it sees that he still has his grenades. He could use it to remove some of the minor players all the way in towards the attic. A single grenade would give a lot of damage towards that one particular spot, but doesn't have that information though. Envy, on the other hand, he's a bit much more worried about the players in towards the attic, so he's going to make sure that he has an entire clearance all towards that particular site. Secondary hard breach would be used to open up lines of sight in towards the attic, which means that Shaheens, although they've succeeded in removing down the breach, they even have a lot of time. But the main problem has to be the man count. Information is being given from the
Absolutely.
attack drones, and Shaheens, all three players, have decided to fall back and let all three players on attack make their way in towards the attic sides, but they're met with an angry devastating with an SMG-11, a smoke gas canisters, which would force Envy to get out of this position. Very risky. Gone
Oof.
6. Well, he is gone with the shotgun from devastating. 3v1 and a huge refrag being made, and finally we get to see Phalanx fling back by winning round number 2 by succeedingly, by succeeding in winning second floor dom side.
Yeah, after 8 rounds, Phalanx have finally taken a win, and they definitely it's time for a rejoice for their side. They've taken a round win and in a very comfortable manner as well. Of course, yeah, Skywalker had disconnected, but that did not. That still doesn't take away from the fact that Phalanx got like 4 kills without any deaths whatsoever on their side. Really good defense. It held up the test of time. The kill onto Doctor as well from Hussein all the way from tower, really unexpected. And I think this can be the key to success for Phalanx, is that if Shaheens are just absolutely dominating in the 1v1 straight duels, dogfights, you attack them from the sides, you kill them when they're least expecting it. And of course, in a game like Rainbow Six, it is possible, but at such a stage, at such a competitive level, where the players are so comfortable with the entire map, it may be a little bit more difficult to pull off per se.
You could say that Shaheens almost had a plan, but the main problem of it all is that they
Yeah,
had no idea about the players being situated on Towers' side. This is exactly where
exactly.
Goyo
Yeah,
got the
Hussein.
early jump on removing Doc, right? So yeah,
Yeah,
that's exactly what
exactly.
we were saying on round number 2. So 1-to-1 equalizer. This time Phalanx have managed to secure round number 2, and for a moment there you could kind of feel like for the attackers, although the information game wasn't a lot to be seen from Shaheens' end, especially from the drone works. The main drone works that we did get to see was all the way towards the armory stairs and also in towards the bath not on the bathroom side, in the second floor master bedroom side, where they were just trying to focus on opening up lines of sight all the way towards second floor kids. And that was
Right.
the same push that they did on round number 1. There's no changes except some operators with in we bring in the zero. Of course, zero can help in giving a lot of information and also chances of removing important utilities from the defensive side. But all in all, if you've got to figure out that, especially on map like Oregon, if Team Phalanx decides to hold the same ground once again while you're on defense, it's best for the attackers to just change strategies altogether, right? If they've already succeeded in pushing all the way to a second floor trophy, then maybe it would have been best for them to push from the attic, maybe go all
Exactly.
the way from white stairs. And you could even use a cooked nade to take out players by just getting control on first floor kitchen, mainly because you'd have one of the hatches being destroyed, and maybe you can get the bigger opening pick just by being on first floor kitchen itself. Not only do you get to force the defenders to not get control on white stairs, you can also ensure that none of the crossfire angles being placed from the defensive side will be available for them to even hold their ground properly on the side itself. You could just open up the windows, which would create a bit of paranoia towards the defensive side, saying that, hey, there might be one on the window side or there might be one on white stairs. So you
Yeah.
could know exactly what how easier would it be for the attackers. But all in all, for Shaheens, first round they didn't had any issues, even with them not be even with them handling out most of the crossfire angles which had been placed all the way from white stairs and also from the attic. But also you've on the second round, since they did the same thing, and also with the Shaheens having a major disconnect, it was a very difficult thing for them to do. So let's take a look at the map vetoes as well and talk about the next map that they're going to have. Map number 3, and that map will be Clubhouse, right? Yeah, Clubhouse will be the map which will be the deciders. And for Phalanx, not being able to make their plays being shown on map Villa 7-0 definitely definitely put a major dent in that in their coordination, and also on their boost morale. So on map number 2, Oregon, succeeding on round number
Yeah.
2 might give them a lot of choices and a chances where they could bring this back. So I've got to say, if I've got to ask you a question here, CCV. Map number
Yeah, yeah,
2,
yeah.
if Team Phalanx wins Oregon and we see Clubhouse, do we get to see Phalanx, fight back, or would we see Shaheens end things off on map number 2 itself?
Oh, okay. If Phalanx do win this map, then 100% we'll be seeing Phalanx fight till the end of days. I mean, a team who lost 0-7, then winning a map for them is going to be the best form of second redemption they can ever ask for. So they are going to fight their hearts out on the map of Clubhouse. And again, considering the situation these teams already are in without even the context of map number 1, considering these are the lower bracket finals, considering that the team who wins this will be moving on forward and securing third place for them, going into the lower finals, securing at least 6 South Asian national points, $400, they will fight till death for their side, no matter what the situation is. So if Phalanx win, 100% we are going to be seeing the best Clubhouse there can be. But again, that's still an if. Of course, they have taken their first round. The scores are equalized, and right now, who knows, for the side of Shaheens, well, again, for Shaheens and for all their fans watching, hopefully there are no player issues there. But if something along the lines continues to trouble the side of Shaheens, maybe that extra bit of worry that they'll have in their minds, that what if we encounter more player issues, something along the lines of that, can definitely be favorable for Phalanx, and they can then exploit that, because Shaheens will definitely be concerned about this kind of player disconnection. If it happens in the middle of the round yet again, it's going to be troublesome. It's going to cost them some rounds. So Phalanx have got to be counting their luck right now. But then again, of course, this is the time for Shaheens to make sure nothing along the lines of that happens, make sure everything is readied up as it was on the first map, and then of course we can start. But coming back to your point, yeah, I absolutely agree. If Phalanx can win the map, like this map right now of Oregon and on Clubhouse, I mean, it's going to be no holds barred whatsoever. Everything will be let loose.
Yep. And that's exactly what Phalanx want, right? Second map,
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Oregon. Winning round number 2 will at least help them in gaining much more control on defense. So we just got a confirmation from the admin side saying that this is a rehost coming in from Shaheen's side, which means that we'll be taking
Mm-hmm.
a short little break. Again, apologies for the inconvenience, but sad to say, we're just going for a short little break, and we'll be right back after this. Don't go anywhere. All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to Pro Series Fall for Rainbow-Six-Siege, powered by Ubisoft, powered by Zotac Gaming, and of course, our broadcast partner Loco. And again, we do have to apologize for the amount of delays which has been caused between the matchup between Phalanx and Shaheens. But now we are back. It's map number 2.
Yeah.
A bit of a recap. It's 1-1. One round in the hands of Team Phalanx on defense, and one round in the hands of Team Shaheens, with them succeeding on attack. So we will resume the matchup all the way from round number 3. The bands itself are Thatcher,
Mhm.
Azami, Valkyrie, and Osa. So on round number 3, just like we said, Phalanx, they did not, however, succeed on map number 1, with Shaheens ending off on a 7-0 scoreline. And now they are trying to make up their amends on map number 2, Oregon. Will it happen or will it
Yeah.
not? CCV, what are your thoughts?
It can, but we need to see the full of the defense right here of Team Phalanx. If they can have a considerable scoreline like a 4-2, then they're good. A 3-3 is still manageable. But if they give the lead in any way, shape, or form to the side of Shaheens, it may be over for Phalanx. They cannot do that, not in a million years. At this stage, already being down a map, playing the opposition's map choice right now, they got to make sure the defense is their strong point. And speaking of that, well, let's see what round number 3 brings us. Let's see and let's do indeed jump back into the game and start things off once more. So the resume is right here. Phalanx now, after winning kids and dorms, are they going to go to the next most picked bomb site, the other primary bomb site? Yes, indeed. They will be opting for basement laundry and supply. And their composition, Mira and Echo, they are tuning into their anchors very heavily right now. So I assume Sherry will be doing almost all of the roaming, even if they even plan on having a roam, because this kind of a setup really speaks about anchor, anchor, and anchor. You've got a Mira, you've got an Echo, you've got Cade, you've got Smoke. This is Phalanx completely just locking out the basement floor and letting no attacker try and push in.
Although this defense would be very efficient only on one particular floor, the second floor will be left unattended, which means that Shaheens won't be having any problems at all on removing the hatches. But the main problem has to be the smokes, the mirrors, and of course the yokai drones, which can give a lot of information on the site. But in order for that to happen, they've got to ensure that Shaheens won't have a lot of time once they reach into the site, right? So technically, they just lock themselves in the site itself, with the other states of the sites on second floor and first floor not being contested at all. There are some lines of sight being made from the freezer place itself, and you see like 4 players on the side of Team Phalanx currently still making their final setups in towards the side, which means that there is one player on the hands of Team Phalanx who is currently roaming around, and that is Sherry. He just got caught out with the wall bang, which is done all the way towards the window side, surprisingly enough, and he gets picked out early. So there goes Sherry, and now Shaheens, they just have to focus on the side, which is heavily guarded with a lot of
Exactly.
utilities.
Yeah, it's heavily guarded, but thanks to the Roma being eliminated this early, Shaheens now can easily, focus all of their utility on like attacking from many different fronts. And this is the one advantage that the attackers will have, is that because there are no roamers to contest first floor or second floor, Shaheens can attack from wherever they want. Bunker, they can push from there. Big stairs, they can push from there. Meeting hatch, they can open that. The laundry hatch, they can open that. Freezer, they can enter from there as well, and they can even open the freezer hatch. There are just many points of entry for these Shaheens players right now. Is that Phalanx, yeah, they've got 4 defenders in the bomb site, but they will have to deal with the attackers from so many different fronts. If they can manage to deal with them, it's going to be no problems whatsoever. They can safely, have this defense. But if it won't happen, then yeah, we can see this defense collapsing. And already you can see, 3 of the attackers are near that freezer area. Doctor's perspective, we are seeing he's on the opposite end of the map. He's focusing more on that meeting breach and on blue stairs as well, maybe seeing if there's any sort of a flank, while the remaining attackers do hefty amounts of work towards laundry. He's just watching for the flank. No defender is going to risk their lives. Everyone in Phalanx is going to play within the bomb site. And now, with 60 seconds on the clock, this is the time for execution.
Execution is present, 50 seconds. Phalanx have succeeded in wasting a lot of time. All they've got to do is just make sure the smoke gas canisters and yokai drones will be put to perfection. And here comes the Candelas from the Ying, all the way towards the freezer side. A lot of lines of sight has been expended, which means that Shaheens, they're starting off with the execution. C4 from Hussein catches out Caesar, and that will at least give them the opening. 4-4, equalizer. Shaheens are currently stuck, and even more so, they will be more stuck on the side itself. The damage has been done. 3v3. All three players, Devastating, Guy with Audacity, and Hercules, are in so much big trouble. And Skywalker, he misses the shot. Guy with Audacity ends up with a headshot with the MP5SD. And now they don't have much time left. 10 seconds. Devastating has expended every single use of his smoke gas canisters, and Devastating will get one. Invi gets the other. It's 2v1, and Invi gets three. Oh, what? Invi, two pistol shots and a 1v3 ends up Shaheens winning the round on round number 3. Okay. All right.
So, for Phalanx now, it See, this is how I know for a fact this must have affected Team Phalanx a lot, because all of us watching as well, Baba, both of us included, are like, what just happened? And we are in that state of disbelief. But as casters and as viewers, we can take a solid 2 minutes to think over what happened. For Phalanx, there is no stoppage time. They have to get back into the round, so they have to put aside those feelings. No matter how badly they know that the round should have been theirs, they have to ignore it and focus on round number 4. But that really should not have gone Invi's way, and it did. So, alright, I guess. I mean, that's that. What's happened. There's not even a reason, or like, there's not even a analysis you can give of the previous round, because Envy just won it thanks to like a bit thanks to luck and a bit thanks to the placement of that final defender. But Phalanx right now, man, they've got to be kicking themselves with that round. It should have been theirs. It just wasn't. And Shaheens now having the lead. This is what we're talking about. The defense of Phalanx needs to be impeccable, but rounds like these are completely not in the spirit of that.
All that strategies, it worked out quite efficiently for Phalanx. They did succeed in wasting a lot of time for Shaheens, which in fact they only had 50 seconds. And Shaheens had to make do in 50 seconds by making a very split push. One from Blue Stairs, one from Freezer, and one from Basement Laundry Stairs, which had given a lot of openings for Shaheens to get, to remove these players one by one. And Sherry, great shot to remove Doctor all the way from the hatches side on the attic, which means that with the Doctor being not available and with the information not being able to given, which is the information not being helpful for Team Shaheens, they're going to have a lot of problems in the next future rounds, mainly because they got to figure out a way to remove these high anchored operators who are currently holding out on Basement Laundry.
Yeah, all these positions, Shaheens do move in. They just have to focus on the anchors now present in the bomb side. The utility as well is solely going to be targeting the anchors. So this time Shaheens have got plenty more time, instead of 60 seconds they've got around 80, and again in Rainbow-Six terms that's a whole lot of a bonus. So to launch a site execution right now is really going to be helpful. Yeah, the Lion isn't present, but that's still one of the lesser concerns for Shaheens right now, because all they care about is getting one of the defenders. But now it's Hussein. Through fire he went, and he fired off the bullets, got Mighty Ali, but it's not the only piece of utility that's at work from the attackers. They are the firebolts. The frag grenades go through. Caesar lands the first, and Shaheens are closing into this bomb site. All three attackers right now on towards Laundry. There is the Mira present behind the Black Mirror. They need to get an opening, just not possible. Hussein swinging. There is no utility to get rid of Hussein right now, and this is the main problem. Just this Black Mirror is going to be so crucial, so important. Shaheens, 20 seconds on the clock. Where is the X Factor? We don't see the Iana just yet. Maybe she's looking for a different route. Caesar, yes, as the Iana, goes through Freezer, finds one kill, and Hussein has been down. Once more, it's all down to Envy. Once more, it's a 1v2, 1v1, 7 seconds on the clock. Envy, there's no way he can repeat this. He's got the diffuser in hand. 2 seconds, and Sherry, he plays it smartly. This time, Phalanx do indeed take the round win.
Boy, oh boy, was it the same example did we get to see in the previous round? The only difference was Phalanx ended up winning this round.
Mm-hmm.
And that it was Sherry. Sherry was the one who was all the way towards Blue Stairs, the same guy who had got himself picked out on round number 3, where they had a constant 4v5. Envy, if he did get to remove Sherry out, and if he had that information on Sherry's whereabouts, then we could have seen Shaheens be in the lead 3-1 as of now in round number 5. Boy, that was such a close round. A very close round. The grenade from Caesar, which had removed Devastating, was so influential for Shaheens. They didn't had to, be worried about smoke gas canisters anymore. They had to just worry about the mirrors. And once they took care of that too, it was 1v3. They didn't have control on the site itself, mainly because one of the anchored players who were holding out those major choke points were removed from Shaheens. And since they were in the side, it was easier for them to push in and get the kill. The main problem was that the man count advantage wasn't in their favor from Shaheens' end. If that was a 2v2, then Shaheens could have just easily managed to win that round, but Phalanx, they had the higher ground, they had the good potential. Although they didn't have necessary explosive utilities left to deny some of the major operators, they still ended up getting the kill nonetheless. Round number 5, they won't be in the same side though. Second floor Doms and Doms main hall will be the particular place in which that Shaheens has the highest chances of succeeding this round. They've been in the situation before twice. They've won once, they've lost once against Phalanx, and now they want to have a different set of approach.
Yeah, this time Shaheens, they may try to attack from White Stairs, but Skywalker gets picked off by Hercules. So already, whatever Shaheens were trying temporarily, it's been shut down. They're looking for the same strategy yet again. They want to open up the bedroom breach. They want to push from Trophy. However, things are just not going their way. This defense of Phalanx is sticking up really well. The Twitch is now in a down but not out state. There's one player on top tower, and guy with audacity with that headshot elimination means not only do you have a down Twitch, you also have the Iana gone off the board. Who exactly is going to entry frag right now? 2 stun grenades left for Mighty Oli. Doctor is out of the frag grenades. How do you go for the breach? How do you even... Yeah, that's the thing. If Twitch is not revived, how are you planning on going for that? If Twitch isn't revived, how do you plan on destroying the mute jammer that's right there to, open up the breach? And yeah, just things are really not going the way. Doctor's also now gone. This is pretty much done. Phalanx, excellent defense so far, not letting Shaheens even get a little bit of map control.
Yeah, and Phalanx, knowing that Shaheens will be heavily focused on second floor trophy, they decided to get control on tower, which it did end up favoring for Phalanx a lot. It's a 2v5, and I'm pretty sure that Shaheens will be having ample amount of issues here, mainly because they don't have enough amount of health left. They only have 30 seconds left to do, or should I say, figure out a way to get a kill or two. And once they do, they will be heavily met with a crossfire angle, which in turn ends with a trade. And you don't need a trade nonetheless when you have Hussein, who is still focusing up on the covers. Removing out Envy, which leads to Mighty Ali left with the 1v5. He founds one. Can he get the rest of the players? No, bundled up all the way towards second floor. And Phalanx will end up winning round number 5 without facing any issues from Shaheens' attack whatsoever.
Exactly. Really good. Round number 5 from Phalanx. This is how all of the defensive rounds of Phalanx should have been. But still, 3 rounds to their name. If they can make it a 4, there is still some hope. If they can get a 4-2 half, there is that slight chance that they can convert. I mean, there's that slight, not a slight chance they can get the map win. Then there'll definitely be a considerable chance they can get the map win. However, a 3-3 isn't going to be enough. And taking a look at the scoreboard as well. So right now, for the side of Phalanx, of course, this is the scoreboard after the first two rounds. So of course, these are not completely accurate kills. We'll see the full scoreboard once the map is done, once we have a look at the match scorecard. But right now, yeah, everyone in Phalanx seems to be putting in the work. Hussein's got 4 kills, everyone 3, 2. Things are looking good, even for Shaheens. There are some players who are stepping up, but more consistent performances need to be asked, especially from someone like Doctor. I mean, the 3 rounds that we have seen, Doctor hasn't gotten even a single kill, and this is the same guy who had an 11-3 performance in that previous map. So maybe the performance right now can be a factor as to why exactly Shaheens are not able to get like a lot of kills early on. Is that because like one of their players is just not having the best of maps compared to what was happening on Villa?
And this round 6, Shaheens could end things off on a 3-3 equalizer, but Phalanx, they're currently the one having the advantage, mainly because they're on defense. And on the first half, you could see how great the setups that has been placed around with the help of yokai drones from Guy with Audacity, which has been helping them a lot when it comes to gaining information on the attacker's whereabouts. This time the site's on first floor. And since they're heavily focused on getting control on towers, mainly because they got themselves picked out twice in a row on both round number 2 and round number 5, they'll be heavily focused on that particular spot. But for the attackers, though, you still need to wait for Doctor because currently he's the one who has the impact EMPs. Should be using that to ensure that the Thermite could open up lines of sight all in towards the attic side. Oh no. Oh boy. That is that is
Yeah,
not
seems
good,
to be
especially
another
from
issue with
Shaheens.
the. Yeah, like this must be like an electrical or like an internet issue for both the players right now. But I mean, this round now, I mean, should be done and dusted by the side of Team Phalanx, 3 versus 5, and the attackers are going to give it their all. But for Shaheens, I think the biggest thing bothering them right now are all the tech issues. Caesar finds 1 kill. That's nice. There's a Jaeger playing in close proximity, and yeah, Hercules swings wide. He'll be good for 1. Shaheens, they gotta be careful with where they take these gunfights. Skywalker's got the R4C. Now it's all down to Skywalker. And this R4C diffuser's not with him. 1 minute on the clock. And Sherry with the super shorty right now. Really surprising play. No one expected that. Didn't even ADS, just hip fire. And all right, and again, yeah, really good round. But for Shaheens, yeah, things are really affecting them, and it's not about the gameplay; it's about just all the tech issues that have been happening. And without 2 of their players, well, hopefully both of them return as soon as possible. Because if it's a 3 versus 5, then that's practically not doable. 4v5, still things can be managed, but a 3v5 is just end of the world.
Yeah, Shaheens. After all that wonderful performance that they did, 7-0 on map Villa. Second map, turns out Shaheens are having a lot of issues when it comes to their connectivity places. So I hope that they'd get the reconnection back as soon as possible and ensure that they would not have any problems in the near future. Phalanx, on the other hand, they've done an exceptional job in the first half, especially on the second floor site, where they have at least one player who is always getting control on the tower's end, who'd usually get the initial jump on Team Shaheens' end when they're on attack. They succeeded in removing players one by one on both round number 5 and round number 2, where they did get the advantage in man count, most precisely with them having control on towers aside. Shaheens, on the other hand, they usually go in for a one particular push, and that is all the way towards second floor trophy and the breach that's been done on second floor kids wall. They don't have control on white stairs, nor do they think about opening up the windows that can give them ample amount of angles that has the higher chances of removing Hussein out. Main like he used to play in the windows place where Hussein can just casually not worry about the windows because it's usually barricaded.
Yep.
And with him having that long angle all the way towards second floor kids clearly shows that he has the most strongest place, that he could never let the attackers set foot on the site ever again, which could end up giving them more lines of sight for the attackers for them to deal with. And of course, there are tons of ways that Shaheens could have removed Hussein out on that particular place, but seeing them opt out with the same decision of just, breaching wall, pushing from trophy, and just go in for a side execute, might not have been a good idea for them to be on attack. But on the bright side, in the first half, they have secured 2 rounds on attack. Both of the players on the side of Team Shaheens have arrived in the game, which means that with the ready confirmation being in play, we are going live with round number 7, role swap. This time, Shaheens on defense, Phalanx on attack.
All right, so yeah, the side swap is right here, and for Phalanx, this is where they can confirm the map of Oregon for themselves, but it's a lot more easier said than done. Their attack is definitely prioritizing the hard breach element. I mean, devastating being on the Maverick. It goes to show that Phalanx just want to get rid of all of those mute jammers as soon as possible, but as soon as I say that, he goes from the Maverick to the Buck, and we are seeing just a complete shift in the attacking strategy. So it seems like Phalanx figured out it's not going to be a second floor kids and doms, rather it's going to be a basement execute, and they've completely changed their strategy because of that. We're going to be seeing Ying being brought out, Hibana's there, Iana was already picked, but once more guy with audacity will be on the Iana this time, as it's Hussein on the Twitch. Okay, plenty of interesting changes, but still, yeah, a little bit of importance definitely being given to that aspect of hard breaching from the side of Phalanx. You've got Maverick, you've got Hibana, and they definitely look to destroy those mute jammers as soon as possible. And of course, you've got the support from Guy with Audacity's frag grenades and and the Twitch drone in certain cases, which can destroy the mute jammers. So, all things considered, Shaheens, their defense can withstand this attack, but they've got to figure more about their positioning, just like what Phalanx had to do. Phalanx, realizing they had a very anchor-heavy setup, played in various other parts of this basement floor. No one was really crammed up together. They were holding these off angles, they were maintaining their lines of sight. Something similar has to be employed by Shaheens. Only then will it be possible to deter these attackers.
With the role swap, we could say that Shaheens currently are the one who has the major advantage, unless and until Phalanx understands on how to counter these angles. Currently, we see them push all the way from the attic side. Soon enough, they'll get control on meeting nonetheless, without facing any issues. Shaheens, on the other hand, will not bring in the Kaid this time with the Electroclaws, which means that this is a very heavy anchored site. Just like you said, CCB. They have C4s, they even have the smoke gas canisters to deny any execute push that's been happening from the attacker's end, which means that Shaheens will be playing accordingly to time. The Jaeger, on the other hand, Jaeger, which means that Doctor, is all the way towards the basement stairs. He was at basement stairs, and he still is, with a shotgun. So Guy with Audacity really needs to be careful. Oh
my
boy.
god.
That is what I like to
Best
call
gun
the
in the
Doctor's.
game.
Yep, best gun in the game. And you could say that he has got a taste of his own medicine, especially from Doctor.
Wait, was that the joke you were planning? Doctor's taste of his medicine. Was that the full punchline?
Yeah, I guess so, CCP. I mean, he's been doing this on Oregon for like twice with the M7 shotgun, and he ends up getting the initial kill. The basement stairs is such a powerful place, and with 2 more players from Phalanx going all the way from stairs, I'm not quite sure whether if this is a good idea. Envy gets 1. That's Sherry off the board. 2 players down on Phalanx, and now they still got to worry about Doctor, who's still at the shotgun range. My goodness. Oh, man. That's the main problem there with the shotgun plays, and Envy, he gets the final kill. Shaheens won't be having any issues at all. Round number 7, clearly at their hands, and for Phalanx, they have no idea on how to counter it.
And Phalanx tried to go for your default, blue stairs and electrical hatch execution, but they were met with just a ton of firepower from the side of Shaheens, and there was no escape from that. Wherever they peaked, Whether it be the DMR, whether it be the shotgun, just these odd guns working brilliantly in their very specific scenarios in which they're very lethal. It allowed Shaheens to take a very comfortable first round on their defense, and now they go back to another, very defender-sided bomb site. They're going to go to kids and doms. This as well, being a primary bomb site, means that Shaheen should have an advantage. And if they can just keep, just continue getting these kills like they had previously, you never really know. They can equalize the score right up, and only then will Phalanx have some chances of making a recurrence in this matchup once they have to attack a tertiary bomb site, whether it be kitchen and dining or kitchen and meeting room. But for the time being, yeah, Phalanx have got to be extremely cautious and careful as to how they want to execute. They can't brute force their way in. They can't go through just one doorway or like two doorways as five attackers. Something different needs to happen. If they replicate the same strategy as they were on basement, it's going to go like terribly wrong. It's not going to be the best, because yet again Shaheens will just pick them off one by one by one. So they have to be more cautious in the way they start this execution, and they have to spread out their attack as well, kind of like what Shaheens were trying, coming from attic, from bedroom, and then you had players from armory as well. You had someone on the first floor. Something along the lines of that can definitely assist Team Phalanx.
Yeah, Doctor, on the other hand, this time bringing the alibi. Round number 8, and he knows that there is one attacker who's currently has the control with the help of his inverted rappel. Oh, geez, Hussein. He's got to be careful with that. Doctor, on the other hand, just to, he'll just gets away safely while Envy does his job with the initial frag out. There goes Guy with Audacity, the powerful operator which could have helped them in destroying a lot of important utilities, will no longer be available in the first half itself. And the immense control of this first floor 90s angle will prove that Phalanx, the only way that they can move on is all the way towards the armory stairs. Grenades being chucked and prepped to throw right from the door, but it should have been better if they had if they had an EMP that could disable those ADSs. So they don't have that apparently, and because of that, they have to make do with wasting a lot of utilities with the help of devastating flashbangs. But all in all, Phalanx, they're wasting a lot of time, and a lot of
Oof.
bodies have been dropped around from Skywalker, who gets the headshot from Sherry all the way from meeting. Now in a 3v5 situation, they've got to make a push. Huge attempt of a reinforcement all the way towards the site. It does succeed, and Phalanx, they're losing a lot of control on the side.
Yeah, now Phalanx right now, definitely with the couple of attackers that are alive, they're not going to have an easy time executing onto the bomb side. The defenders have complete lockdown. They have breached towards games room. They've got control of trophy as well, but there's just a heap of utility and the backstab that was present from Skywalker, but the attackers knew of it. And with another kill, alright, things may be overturning. Shaheens now have also got to be careful with the angles they peek. Doctor low on HP, he's still initiating these gunfights. May not be advised. Frag grenade tossed. Does he evade it? Yes, he does. Flashbang also goes through, blinding so many of these defenders. The attackers take advantage of that, push into the bomb side. They want to try and plant the diffuser. Hercules is there. He's taking it. Devastating also present. Mighty swings wide. He kills the person. He kills the protector. Hercules now needs to just get this win out. He's inside of attic. Diffuser has been planted. Close quarter combat. There's a shotgun, but no. It's just going to be Jaeger who closes things off, and Shaheens in this post plant. They'll be able to disable the diffuser and equalize the score.
4-4 as Shaheen succeeds in post plant 2v1. And although there was some panics that has been made from Mighty Ali's end, you even saw the C4. The players on the side of Shaheen's thought that they were planting on default. But unfortunately, it was not. But in the end, they recovered it by equalizing it 4-4. Round number 9. The site will be on meeting hall / kitchen. And I've got to wonder if Shaheens, if they can just keep up their momentum on the next future rounds too. Phalanx, on the other hand, they were very close of succeeding this round. There's only 2 players left. A lot of defenders were flashed from the flashbangs which had been thrown from Maverick's side. So they've decided to not push from the default plant and just decided to go in a safer way where it's difficult for the defenders to just gain control out of it, mainly because they already did reinforce the whole wall on the dom's main hall. So Phalanx, they've had good control over that. But when it comes to the man count and when it comes to the Maverick, reloading out in the open definitely did give Shaheens the opening that they wanted to have. And as we take a look at the scoreboard itself, 8 kills to Envy, 6 kills to Caesar, and we have Hussein with 6 kills and 5 kills from Hercules respectively. This site will be favored for Phalanx if they play it right, if they play it according to the books, because this site heavily requires 1 or 2 of the defenders gaining control on second floor. Once they lose that control, the attackers have fair good control on flushing out the defenders and denying any repositionings that has been made from Shaheens. But the main problem of it all is that they have to get control, and look which 2 operators have been trying to hold control on second floor. It's Caesar and Envy. Armor panels, Surya gates, every single counters you have has been present on second floor, and there are some necessary counters on first floor too, with Doctor being the one playing with the FMG and playing all towards the stairs.
Yeah. But right now he swings wide, but this time it's Hussein who gets the better end of that deal. And finally, Shaheens and their nature of completely overpeaking these angles, they get punished for that to an extent. Really good. But Mighty, he knows about this lion sprays, but the vector is lethal. But at that range, you really have to gamble about your chances still. Hussein, he's now very much aware of that angle. He'll be a lot more careful about where he situates himself and where he positions himself. So Mighty temporarily can do nothing but just watch the attackers and their drones move into the bomb site, get more utility, and the execute can be launched very, very soon. But the Phalanx members, frag grenades are tossed, breaches are happening. I think they're looking for a direct site execute, but still, Attic, without it being in control, it is dangerous for Phalanx to try and incorporate such a plan. Shaheens can counter it if the need be, but Phalanx do not have a care in the world. They're looking for just that. Yet another lion scan goes through. They're watching the angle. They're holding it. The defenders, this time, it's time to rotate back to the bomb side. It's time to, do something about the diffuser that's being planted. But no, Caesar tried it. He's gone. Skywalker on the second floor. He wants to do something. Envy, yes, he downs. He eliminates Hercules. This DMR better go harm. Shaheens have the man advantage. Phalanx need to hold on.
2v2 as Sherry gets the control on the attic, back in the hands of Phalanx. Time is ticking, and for Shaheens, all they've got to do is just remove Sherry out. 1v2, both of them decides to make a push all the way from the stairs. Aggressive attempt, flashbang out of their minds, and Sherry gets away with 2 kills. No, not like this. Not like this, Shaheens. 1 flashbang was more than enough to give Sherry 2 kills. It's like killing 2 birds in 1 stone.
Mm-hmm.
Now they'll be in excruciating pain, especially in the early rounds. If Doctor hadn't been removed in
I have an amazing
the initial
joke,
round. Yeah, go ahead.
I'm sorry to cut you
I
off.
want to listen to it. Go ahead.
A flashbang, more like a trash plan for both of the defenders to head up the stairs.
Oh my god.
It took me a full 43 seconds to come up with that joke. If it's submitted into the Oscars as India's entry, I'll be fine with that. Yeah.
Best nominations for good rhyming words. CCV.
Yes. Oh, man.
Anywho, as we focus back on round number 10, the site will be the same: basement, laundry, and supply room. You won't be able to see a Jaeger with an M7 shotgun this time, all the way towards basement stairs. And I've got to say, 1v2, Not quite sure if that was a good idea, but I mean, it was post plant. They didn't had any
Yeah,
explosive
the time
utilities,
pressure and
time
everything.
pressure, and
Exactly.
plus with the alibi losing the gunfight towards Sherry was the main reason why Shaheens had to make that decision. They had no choice. They
Hmm.
had no explosive utilities, and because of that, they was forced to make a decision where both of them had to make a push to go in for the trade. And now Phalanx, they are taking things under their own accord, especially with the initial frag outs where they decide to remove Envy out first. He's
Absolutely.
been dealing a lot of damage on defense, and Mighty Ali decides to respond back by removing Hussein out, equalizing the man count.
Exactly. For the side of Phalanx right now, they figured out the way to stop Shaheens. In the previous round, it was Doctor who was the first elimination. Right now, Envy is, but there is that refrag from Mighty Ali. So it means that we are still on level terms when it comes to the man count. But the side of Shaheens have got to be a lot more careful with how they are going for these early kills. They cannot just keep on, solo peeking these angles, expecting every single time they will get a kill. They seriously have got to think about their positioning and how much favorable is it in the overall context. Are they just risking their entire life for little to no benefit, or can they get an off guard kill? Only and only if they know they can get a kill or a very good solid position should they be going for that. Otherwise, this aggressive nature that the members of Shaheens are going for can really hurt them in the long run.
Well, Phalanx, they are back with them, losing a lot of time on defense. This is as usual as it gets. They've removed the walls, they've removed the hatches. All they've got to do is focus on the side. Well, they'll be heavily met with yet another downfall, and that is Doctor. MX for Storm, which succeeds in removing Guy's Audacity. And now with the 4v3 major disadvantage, they have to make do with the Candelas. So we use once in boiler and one in towards the side, and here we go. The flashes will commence, and so does the drop down all the way towards the hatch. Well, that's only one player, and that's been destroyed from Mighty Ali. A second and a third from
Ooh.
Doctor, and it's a clean wipeout once again from Phalanx. It kind of felt like they expected this push, and that too while blinded. Mighty Ali gets away with the kill.
Yeah, this time. Shaheens, they let Phalanx do everything they wanted. They were like, you want, blue stairs control, take it. You want to open up the electrical hatch because of the Maverick, do it. You want to throw flashbangs, frag grenades, smoke grenades, do all of that. We don't have a care in the world, because as soon as you're done with all of that utility usage and you yourself as attackers push in, we are going to get the kills, and that's exactly what happened. Shaheens, they just waited for the attackers to move in to execute onto the bomb site, and as soon as that happened, it was near flawless round, definitely an impeccable manner in which they picked off those attackers towards the very end. So again, really good stuff. They figured it out that it's not all about just the early aggression. Even if they let, as long as they know their defense is solid, even if they let Phalanx do whatever they want, they can still try and counter them, and indeed will successfully counter them as well, thanks to their player positioning and thanks to all of their angles. But then again, Shaheens, it's not just about the late round. They're Shaheens after all. They're looking for an early kill, and who better than Doctor to try for something along the lines of that? But he stops at the very end.
Yeah, Inva's got to be really careful on the initial main door breach, the one that's barricaded. Mainly because
Yeah.
the drone was destroyed, right? So, for now, I mean, we won't be able to see any players being removed as of now in the early rounds. And I just realized the site's on second floor kids' dorms. Let's not forget, it's been equalized 5-5, where Team Shaheens have succeeded both on the site's second floor dorms main hall and also on basement laundry and supply room, which means the dorms and bedroom will be a tough site for Phalanx to proceed with the push. So they'll just go with a different set of action this time, with two of the attackers already repelled in from the windows, and one of them already gained access into towards second floor armory. Oh no, Doctor. He's back at it again with the MPX. This time removing one of the important players on the side of Team Phalanx. With Hussein gone, Guile Audacity is next, especially from Envy's line of sight being made from basement laundry stairs. And now we see trouble for Phalanx as they've lost both of the players, and they are met with three only attackers left to make their job and proceed in towards the side.
Yeah, yet again for the side of Team Phalanx right now, they are in a very, very troublesome state. As Shaheens, once more, they've got all the advantage in the world. Shaheens are holding these angles um,
Oh no.
and Phalanx going for a Kira Esports right there, and unfortunately a headshot team kill means that it's now a 2 versus 4. Still, they try to salvage this round to the best of their capabilities, but it seems like it's long gone fast out of their hands. Shaheens most likely will be moving on forward, securing that match point, and already Phalanx, pushing them to be a single round away from being eliminated out of the fall edition of the Pro Series.
Still have 50 seconds, but in a 2v4 where one of the defenders is already all the way towards the attic side, I'm pretty sure they are currently stuck in a very long place, but Hercules decides to say otherwise. He gets away with a second kill this time, removing Mighty Ali. Instant attic control, but they just got to make a push and wait for the smoke to dissipate. But Hercules, he doesn't have enough time, he doesn't want to, and it ends up being its downfall. Skywalker gets the kill. Now it's devastating, left in 1v3, 20 seconds. No control on attic, no control on second floor kids. And Skywalker ends away with yet another kill with the SMG-11, which leads to Shaheen securing match point and also map point for the lower bracket finals. Team Shaheens, they are left with one single round, and the main problem is they are heading back to the same site where they had lost against Phalanx, first floor meeting hall / kitchen. I would
Yeah,
say this.
yet again. No, I was just going to say that, yeah, last time we saw this bomb site, Phalanx did end up taking the win. But if Shaheens are going to allow that once more is the main thing, because it is highly unlikely, Shaheens are going to make sure something along the lines of that happens.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, this is the site where Team Shaheens had lost, mainly because they had firm grip and control, right? Even with them placing a lot of, let's just say, protection from second floor, the armor panels, the Surya gates, there was less attention being showed on kitchen and also on meeting room. And the main problem
Hmm.
was that was Doctor, who initially had lost his first gunfight up against Hussein, right? So with him, with the dog being removed, the smoke gas canister wasn't present to deny that plant, which was about to happen in the stage area in meeting, stage area and meeting. So now, as you see with the operator select, we don't see Doctor bring in the smoke. This time we don't see a smoke being prepped up from Shaheens, but instead we have a lot of denials instead from Invi. With them bringing in the Echo's Yokai drone that can at least help them in giving a lot of information and denying the plant.
Yeah.
And also you have two C4s from Doctor and Mighty Ali, in which they'll just play to it accordingly. Second floor control is all around their hands. The attic control is more than enough for them to deny the plan which is happening, but they've got to make sure that it's not on the hands of Phalanx, because once it does, and once the meeting wall gets opened up, it's clearly in their hands, and post plan it'll be tougher for Shaheens for them to succeed in this defensive round.
Absolutely, it's going to be quite tough for Shaheens to proceed like that. So that's why we got to make sure they always keep control. Phalanx, in the meanwhile, want to waste no time whatsoever. Going to start things off with the Arctic breach and then potentially breach into meeting again. No lack of, or like no scarcity of hard breaches on their side. You've got the ace, you've got the thermite meeting already open as well. You've got the C4 toast. And this time from Doctor, no, it will not be fruitful. So the Cade has taken a huge damage hit, and he's got to be careful with what kind of a gunfight he engages in. Doctor really has to be, cautious of that. As for the attackers, all of them huddled right outside of meeting. They're looking to enter. Drones are rampant all across the entire bomb site right now, and Hussein will be the one who finds the opener. Phalanx have this advantage. There is this late flank, I believe, that's been initiated from one of the defenders going through Freezer on basement. Yep, it's Mighty Ali. He's looking for something. Has got the C4 in hand. I don't know if it'll be working or no. Or like If even if he goes for a toss, will it be successful? But the defenders are trying their best to deny the attackers of this execution. Mighty's position is now given away. Skywalker swings in. He'll be good for one. Caesar also strikes at the same time on towards Attic. And these defenders now are just holding their ground. Yokai Drone always getting tons of information into meeting Phalanx. Now it's their time to strike. They need that attic control. Then they need to plant the diffuser. The diffuser plant is going to go down. Mighty, he's got the C4 in hand. The Yokai Drone. Well, it's going to be Caesar anyways who kills Hercules. 7 seconds on the clock. All down to Sherry who has to drop down from attic. But no, Envy denies that. And Shaheens will be going home. And will be going home with at least 6 South Asian national points confirmed and at least $400 confirmed as well as they secure a spot in the lower finals.
Yep, man, 7-5.
Oof.
There was a lot of chaos that had happened into us side. And let's not forget, even with the yokai drones that's been given ample amount of information, Mighty Ali was still
Yeah.
present with the C4, right? So the denial was present. They didn't gain control on the attic side, mainly because Caesar had it covered. So everything was set in motion. And in the end, Team
Mhm.
Shaheens, they will manage to they will manage to get a win on round number 12. Second half, the whole round was in their hands. And unfortunately for Team Phalanx, they've done a lot of great works in the first half, but unfortunately their journey comes to an end with a 7-5 score line on map Oregon. A lot of a lot of work had been done on Oregon. Not a lot can be said on map Villa. It was a 7-0 with Shaheens getting most of the control, most of the groundwork from their end. But all in all,
Mhm.
Phalanx, they've done a great job. But don't worry, they are still in the points table, which means that they are qualified for the main event. I mean, they are qualified for the SA Nationals. It's just that it depends on the final scoreboard, and it also depends on the points table to see who's on the top of the leaderboards, who is not. And top 8 teams currently, Phalanx and Shaheens, both of them are in the top 8. So they are safe, but they won't unfortunately secure fourth place for the Pro Series Fall Edition. Let's take a look at the highlights itself and talk about the entirety on map Oregon. 7-5. First half, Team Phalanx was strong on defense. A good strength in the hold, which had been done on both basement church and second floor kids dorms. The main problem had to be in basement laundry for Phalanx, and for Shaheens,
Yeah.
their major problem was at meeting room and kitchen, which are some minor issues that Shaheens had a problem with, especially with Doctor, which did got himself initially picked out with him playing as the smoke. Could have helped if he was in the late stages, but with him being gone, Phalanx had a lot of control on attack, and that was the only attack round where it did get to see Phalanx succeed. The rest of the round, Shaheens had no problems dealing with it, and the same thing can be said for Shaheens too. While they were on attack too, sorry, while they were on defense too. So Oregon, particularly, it just it's a heavy defender favored map, as you'd like to call it here, CCV. And looking at the
Yeah.
scoreboard itself, first half, second half, it was 4-2 favor for Team Phalanx on defense, and this was 5-1 in the second half, favoring for Shaheens.
Absolutely. So yeah, the defender-sided nature of Oregon being on showcase yet again makes total sense. What has happened so far, and makes total sense the end of this map as well. So yeah, for Shaheens again, the day is not over for them because they'll definitely be looking at the next matchup with very close eyes because the loser of Hunters and Mercenaries will be facing off against Shaheens tomorrow, as a matter of fact. So keeping that in mind, Shaheens definitely need to take into account, the playstyle of these two teams and how exactly they can plot their revenge against them. Because now all hopes do indeed lie on Shaheens. If at all we are going to be seeing a third team make it to the grand finals, or if it's going to be Hunters MRCZ in the spring edition, Hunters MRCZ in the summer edition, and Hunters MRCZ in the fall edition as well. The only team that can change this is Shaheens.
Yep, Shaheens, they'll be happy about this. They will proceed into the finals of the lower bracket stage, where either they'll be met with Mercenaries or Hunters LFO, which in fact will happen in the next matchup here, folks. The upper bracket finals will be here soon enough. The loser of the upper brackets will go up against Team Shaheens. Either if they go up against Mercenaries or would they go up against Hunters LFO will definitely be an amazing match to look at. But confirming the spots on the grand finals, especially for the upper brackets, is definitely a thing that both Mercenaries and Hunters LFO will be looking for, especially with Hunters securing 20 points. I believe they're still here to focus on getting another 10 points to get all 30 points in their
Exactly.
pocket. And for Mercenaries, they're still in second place, claiming 16 points. Kira Esports, on the other hand, 12 points on their hand. And also, we'll take a look at the match summary itself to see the amount of kills and KD ratios that we do get to see from both the sides, from Phalanx and Shaheens. But all in all, a good matchup which had happened from Phalanx's end. It was, however, it was in the end on which defensive side was powerful, and in the end, it was Team Shaheens who did manage out getting the end nonetheless. Hercules, 10 kills, 92% cost, 3 initial frags. This player has done a lot of work when it comes to initial fragouts on defense, and the same thing can be said for NV2. 12 kills, 69% cost, and initial frags of 1.
Yep. So yeah, looking at the initial kills as well, definitely, Phalanx having majority of them, but it not translating over to round wins meant that this match was one of the exceptions that we have in FPS games overall of the first kill to round win ratio, the conversion rate that's usually talked about. That if you get the opening kill, chances are very much likely that you will indeed get the round win, and it boosts up your advantage significantly of your team winning the round, be it attack, be it defense, and be it the map, any map as well. But this was one of the exceptions, so that's quite interesting. Yeah, after all, with so much drama happening in the late rounds of so many of these rounds, you had that 1v3 clutch from Envy, then you had that almost 1v3 clutch from Envy, then you had Sherry as well getting the double kill as the Nomad on towards Attic. I mean, there was just a whole lot of late round drama taking place on the map of Oregon. So it makes sense why, even if Phalanx have majority of these opening kills, things still did not end up going their way primarily.
Yeah, for Phalanx, especially especially on map number 1 Villa, 7-0 was not a good look at them. So they decided to make things up for it on second half. They did try to
Yeah.
fight all the way. 5-7, they almost got a chance to put this match to overtime, but unfortunately it was denied from Shaheens themselves. 7-0 on Villa, 7-5 on map Oregon. Shaheens will proceed into the next phase, and Phalanx on the other hand will at least have I believe 2 or 3 points in their pockets for the fall season. And but unfortunately, their journey in fall has come to an end, with Shaheen securing fourth place. And now we just gotta wait on who will secure third, second, and first.
Absolutely. So yeah, all of that will be decided tomorrow and day after as well. Day after, of course, we'll be having that esteemed grand finals. And I mean, so far, yeah, yet again, favorites in the grand finals have got to be Hunters and MRCZ. Considering both of the teams having success in the other tournaments going on here in South Asia as well, makes sense why they're the favorites. But now the only team that remains, the only team who can overturn that, is Shaheen. So right now, of course, we have got the talk of the town. We have got the esteem, the prestige match of South Asia. And as always, again, a tale as old as time. Hunters will be facing off against MRCZ. It's going to be a best of three for the time being. So I'm really looking forward to the map veto, seeing exactly which maps will be picked very, very shortly. It will be live right here on the Esports Club as well. And of course, if you're watching us on Loco on this very same channel, the Esports Club. So make sure you don't go anywhere. Make sure you are sticking around, because if there's one match you never want to avoid in the entirety of South Asian Rainbow Six, it is, of course, Hunters and Mercenaries.
Yep, Hunters and Mercenaries, the biggest match, which will happen in 7:30 p.m. as of today. The upper bracket finals is definitely will be a sight to see. It's like a mini grand finals, as I'd like to call about it. I mean, summer, spring, it's
Mm-hmm.
always Hunters versus MRCZ, who usually go toe to toe, and it's always the talk of the town, even if it is summer, spring, or fall edition. And for SA
Yeah.
Nationals, I'm pretty sure it'll be a tough competition for the rest of the 8 teams who will currently be selected for the South Asian Nationals. But for now,
Yeah.
folks, well, I believe we will be taking a short little break. And with it, we will resume back the second matchup, which will happen Team Mercenaries versus Team Hunters LFO, in which it will happen in 7:30. So it will be a long break. Until then, go grab some popcorn, get yourself hydrated. We will be right back after this.
Alrighty then, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back once again to the Esports Club Pro Series Fall Edition for Rainbow-Six-Siege, supported by Ubisoft, powered by Zotac Gaming, and of course our broadcast partner Loco. I'm your host Blackjack. Joining me is my co-host Babagusta, as we are here back once again for the upper bracket. Excuse me, I'm a bit too used to seeing lower bracket after yesterday, but no, we're here for the upper bracket final, and that is of course the game that you've all been waiting for: Hunters LFO versus Mercenaries. Baba Gusta, how we feeling?
Well, I'm feeling great, Jack, and the matchup that we're going to have, Hunters LFO and Mercenaries, will be an amazing one. Mainly because of the amount of matches that we did get to see a lot between Hunters and Mercenaries. Hunters still being on the top of their game, they are yet to taste defeat up against Team Mercenaries. The last defeat that I've seen from Hunters was back in summer season. The first matchup where Hunters had lost against Mercenaries. They came all the way back by winning every single one of their lower brackets matchup, getting the spot in the grand finals and ending up claiming to be the victors for summers. And that's not all. They did the same thing too on spring season, and Hunters choose to be the victors once again twice. Now the biggest question is, will they fall to its prey for Mercenaries once again on fall series, or would they just do the same thing once again and proceed into the grand finals? That's the biggest question that we have to ask around here, Jack. We've seen a lot of fights that's been happening around, and also we take a look at the brackets itself. We are down with our top four teams in the Pro Series Fall Edition: Hunters LFO, Mercenaries, Team Phalanx, which of course have been unfortunately been eliminated out, mainly because Shaheens has succeeded on a 2-0. And I just realized it's just only three teams left in the fall series. It's Hunters, Mercenaries, and Shaheens. The winner of this matchup in the upper brackets will proceed to the next phase, and the loser will still have at least one final chance, and that final chance has to be going up against Shaheens, who are trying to fight their spot too in the grand final. So I've got to ask you a question here, Jack. Hunters, we've seen them win countless amount of times. Do we get to see Mercenaries get their revenge match up against Hunters?
I mean, it's going to be a difficult game. That is for certain here, folks. As we see the map veto between the two teams here, Villa, Oregon, and of course, Bank being brought out on the matches today. Villa and Oregon, of course, we've talked about quite a bit. We've seen them a lot as well. A sudden influx of both of these maps, for whatever reason have you, and Bank will be the decider. All things considered, I think we're going to be looking forward to Bank pretty preemptively, because again, it is a Hunters Mercenaries game. 90% chance of this going to map number 3. And I say 90% because there have been BO3s before where one of these two teams has taken an O2 between each other. Although team members and iterations were different and rosters have changed since then, it still stands to reason that there could still be a 2-0 if one of these two teams really plays out of their minds here. Mercenaries, they've had a pretty okay season. I wouldn't say that it's been the best, nor has it been the worst, but they're overall on par with how they were playing in the summer series. Hunters, in the meanwhile, of course, they've had a fantastic season so far. Not even one loss for them yet, as we'll be moving into the map selection to see the exact order in which things will be proceeding today. Hunters are attacking on all three maps, folks: Villa, Oregon, and Bank. Mercenaries are the ones bringing out Villa, understandably so, of course. They love that map. Hunters are the ones to play Oregon. Not a map that they particularly choose first or even all that often, but again, I think they've got some other things cooking up on other maps that they don't quite want to show us just yet. And that's why we're seeing the Oregon. I mean, Oregon's also one of their best maps overall. And yeah, it doesn't get talked about much because Oregon's also like a lot of SA teams' best maps, right? So it kind of just is what it is. But with all that being said, Baba Gusta, what do you think? Map number 3, Bank. How much likely do you think it's going to be as we're going to move into the game right here, right now?
Oh boy. Here comes the biggest question. Whether if Team Hunters can continue their reign of terror by proceeding by having a spot in the grand finals, or would Mercenaries get back up and win their matchup? We've always seen these. We've always seen these rivalry come up in place, and it's usually in this entire season. Hunters LFO have dominated the entire South APAC region, the whole region. 2-0, 2-0, 3-0, Hunters LFO, they have racked up a lot of winning points. And the best part about it is that both summer and fall season, they haven't lost a single matchup. qualified in the first upper brackets, and now they're here up against Team Mercenaries, who are also in the same path. But the main problem of it all is the biggest barricade that they have to go through, and that barricade has Hunter's LFO written all over it. Ban phases end with the two attacker bans being made from both the sides as Thatcher and Jackal is banned. I mean, this is brutal swarm, right, Jack? Why do I see the same bans coming in, especially on map Villa? Is it because of map changes? But all in all, the defensive bans will be Valkyrie. I'm pretty sure that the last defensive ban will also be the Mira. It's very standard coming in from both Hunters and MRCZ.
Maybe they don't particularly have any target bans to go for just yet, as a couple of target bans would probably reveal exactly what you're thinking and what you know about your enemy team. So maybe Mercenaries has some counter strats to the particular operators that Hunters might play, and maybe Hunters has some idea of what Mercenaries might bring out on this Villa defense. That's why they're playing it roughly safe. That's why both teams going for the standard bans. Again, I'm not entirely certain. Mira and Valkyrie, of course, on Villa have been proven to be extremely strong, almost to the point where you probably shouldn't let them play anyway. So I guess the reason for banning them is kind of just there already. As we'll go into round number 1, folks, Aviator Games Room will be the standard choice. And with that, let us have a look at the 10 players in both rosters for us tonight. From the side of Hunter's LFO, excuse me, of course, these players, none of them really need any introduction, but let's go over it anyway. Sparko, Beat, Rattler, Jittery, and Venpai. And from the side of Mercenaries, we've got Taha, Ayan, Shinra, MI7, and Hasib. Again, these two rosters, so much history between these 10 players right now. Venpai coming in today to play for the Hunters roster as well.
5 seconds to insertion.
As we'll be moving into the matchup itself in round number 1 as it goes into attack phase, folks, action phase. Here it is. Villa, of course, known as a pretty defender-sided map. We'll have to wait and see as to how the two teams will play around on this map as Beat. They're going through the underpass right now. Wants to go all the way down from the basement and up to the first floor side, just to get some early grenading maybe from down below, as the red carpet stairs do lead up to the door right to Aviator. So that's a nice position to be in, while of course we have this long angle being used by Venpai to watch over the Fox entry all the way out to red stairs landing even. Beat. There is of course the barbed wire, so he's not going to go up there just yet. But here we go. Grenade is about to come out. Thrown in. No damage done. He's going up these stairs. He should find one. There he goes. But no, the frost mat! Immediately traded back by Ayan. Unfortunate for Beat, as the second kill will fall. Second and third, and it's a 3v2 all of a sudden as Jittery, Rattler, and MS7 fire off in their own individual kills. Here comes Taha finding Jittery. Makes it a 2v2 and retreats down the lower Astro stairs, I should say. As quick action and quick trades have made it into a 2v2, which seems like it's slightly uncomfortable for the Hunters right now. Oh boy, oh boy.
Oh, almost. Almost. Venpai would have just caught himself from the frost mat, but he was too quick on the trigger. And Taha is currently being detected from the call, so he'll need to be a bit careful, because Venpai knows exactly where Taha is. A bit of a mistake would cause them huge downfall, and Taha ends up with a huge swish and a flick. A headshot to remove Venpai off. Leads to Sparko. 1v2. A lot of time left in his hands. He has 1 minute to succeed. The C4's been tossed all the way towards study room, hoping that he would find Sparko was currently in towards the balcony side. He currently is not. So he's going to use his time to drone it out, see where the rest of the two players are on the side of Team Mercenaries. And he could, however, remove Taha out, mainly because he is very low on HP. But let's not forget, they're also playing it according to crossfire angle. So if one of them gets removed out, the second will be present to trade it off. And that's the reason why you see MI7 still in the side itself. 30 seconds. Sparko needs to be careful on the main stairs hallway. And I believe he doesn't have that information regarding one of the players. Breach is being used. Prince are present. You forgot about MI7 from the main stairs. And he catches him off the act. Team Mercenaries will win round number 1 on defense. And to start it off, this is a good defensive hold, starting off from the from the side of Team Mercenaries.
That it is pretty good hold, but the thing that really made it click was the trades, right? The fact that they were always there to make sure that no kill went unaccounted for, and one mercenary's body drop would mean that one hunter's drop would also follow soon. And of course, that allowed them to keep the pace, matching foot for foot for against the side of the hunters, excuse me, right there. And that, of course, allowing mercenaries to get ahead. Because again, Villa's defender sided, and the less attackers you have to deal with these many different things that defenders can have, rotates, lines of sights, angles, utilities, traps, so on and so forth. The less attackers you have to deal with these things, the harder it gets. And that, of course, is something that the hunters unfortunately had to learn the hard way in the very first round. Now, mind you, it's just one round. We're only into round number 2. So, you know, given these two teams, I think we're going to have, like, up until round 3 or round 4, until we truly start seeing the extent to which these two teams will be really going at it against each other. You know, the layers and layers of mind games, and of course trap usages, and utility clearances and positioning, all of that stuff. It's all in layers, folks, and we're currently just on the first layer. Maybe we're about to enter the second one, as of course hunters will start off on attack once again in round number 2.
This time the site will be on trophy and statue, so the main problem for Mercenaries has to be the attack push that's been going around. And Ayan has already been starting off with a bang already. Oh, great shot though from MI7. So does the... Okay, Ayan. A D shot to remove beat. A quick trade that's been happening all together, and Hunter's LFO, they're not stopping an inch. MI7 gets to succeed in that gunfight once again, forcing Hunters on a 2v4. With Venpai and Rattler, only the 2 attackers left as of now. They need to figure out a way to remove players one by one, and the amount of chaos that's been happening around into the side itself is gonna force Venpai in a 1v3 in a 1v3 clutch situation. Again, apologies for that. 1v3. It looks like the same situation that Hunters has been in round number 1. It was Spark who was in a 1v2. Now it's even more difficult as Venpai's location has been compromised. A single use of information from the default cam. You will make a push nonetheless, but since you have the Azami scheme of barriers that can provide a good amount of protection, they will end up getting yet another win from Mercenaries' side. Hunter's LFO, for the past 2 rounds, they have gone way too aggressive and ended up being in its major downfall with MRCZ, aka MI7, who ended up getting a lot of kills in this round too.
All right, then. 2 rounds in, and Mercenaries are definitely looking quite strong. That is for certain. As we're going to be moving into first floor dining and kitchen room, the pulse will be brought out. No real surprises there, as we're just looking at a standard take, really, from Mercenaries. Hunters a bit too overeager, I would say, on that push in the last round. Definitely felt like they're trying to force a situation that couldn't really be forced to begin with. And Mercenaries have a really, really strong start. This is the kind of start that Mercenaries need against a team like the Hunters. And of course, that, you know, that is something that they will need to deal with. That is to say, you know, Hunters will need to deal with. Mercenaries with a start like this has a lot of momentum. And now with the Oryx, with the Frost, with the Pulse, they've got so many things that Hunters will worry about. Oryx for mobility, the Frostmats, of course, we saw Beat fall prey to one in the first round itself. And you've got the Melusi Banshees, you've got the Prismas from the Alibi. And of course, to top it all off, Pulse with the C4 that I think Shinra's already pre-placed, and MI7 opening up that laundry door. I think they want to go, MI7 wants to go for a bit of a run out maybe. Could be, as we've got a Lion coming out from the side of Hunters.
And I just realized on the side of Hunters, instead of Sandy, we will see Venpai being swapped out. I believe Sandy couldn't be to, you know, play the match today up against Team Mercenaries. But maybe we could see Sandy on map number 2 or map number 3, maybe in the next future matchups. But focusing on the round as we see the first initial frag, it will be Rattler who will remove the captain on the side of Team Mercenaries. Hasib will be gone, but they still have the information from the Pulse cardiac sensors. So they could use it to good potential. And Taha, he needs to be careful on the vertical lines of side, but he somehow survives. Beat, on the other hand, takes a lot of damage, but not from Taha's end. He's been so confident in these aggressive peaks that he ends up winning most of it. And this is more concerning from Hunter's end because they cannot handle out the situation, especially the way how Taha has been aggressively peaking, and Hunter's LFO couldn't find a way to contest this situation whatsoever. Rattler goes down, but he's currently in a down state. As information will be given from the Lion scans, won't be able to find any defenders as of now, and Taha is he's currently in a very risky spot. If he gets picked out, then it will be even much more problematic, and the amount of information that the players have been getting via the drones is even more concerning for Mercenaries. But on the bright side, losing a lot of time, Shinra might be able to find the opening, but he doesn't have the C4. If he had it, then he would have destroyed, or should I say, removed Ace out of that equation. My7's attempt of removing Gunfire wasn't successful, but then still, we'll see Ayan removing Beat.
There goes one more. Rattler trying to find the Oryx, gets taken down. The Ace now could be up next on the chopping block. Yes! There we go. As it's all falling apart for the side of Hunters, they need to be so very careful because this one Oryx on second floor has just completely turned the tides against them. Now, one more. Oh, what a shot! And it's all now down to Jittery on the Twitch, the last one standing. So much damage done. And Ayan very clearly wants this kill. He's on for the ace right now. Jittery has got to be so very careful about literally all of this right now. Coming around is seen by Jittery, but no, Ayan gets the ace. There it is, folks. As we've got a very quick set of rounds coming out. Mercenaries truly showing no mercy, as they have taken a full lap around the side of Villa, around the map of Villa. Going back to second floor Aviator Games Room, what a performance from Ayan. Beautifully done. As they are 3-0 up, and Hunters now, any lead that they'll take is going to have to be in the second half. But for that, they need to equalize first, and it's going to be a daunting ask for that.
Yeah, it will be a tough task. Ayan, just 7 kills already, especially with the ace. Beautifully done on round number 3. There's still a lot of work that needs to be done from Hunters' end, because out of all the attack pushes that we've seen, Hunters LF4 were neither successful with their initial holdouts, nor that they were successful in holding out the aggressive peaks that the defenders were doing on most of the times, especially Taha, who kept providing a lot of pressure all the way towards basement pantry stairs, knowing that he will be compromised on 2 particular angles, 2 windows which had already been opened up for Hunters LF4. Neither of those angles were put to good use from Hunters' end, which led Ayan to just, Taha to just roam freely and just cause a lot of distractions. So, round number 4 would be a go with the action phase being in play. We will see Venpai back again bringing in the Lion. A long range where he could be able to find one of the players who were currently roaming around the side of 90's angle in the second floor. The side, though, on the other hand, will be on second floor ABG. Good drone placements from Jittery will be able to find the location on MI7's whereabouts. Now, the only question is, how can they convert those information into kills? Knowing that they have all the information that they need, they decided to halt out the aggression a lot on both round number 1 and 2. And now they decide to go it slow and steady in round number 4 itself. Just exploring, finding a way out of a line or 2, and Jittery, he gets away with the initial kills, and he's also a bit more confused on what exactly happened at that moment. Beat, on the other hand, almost about to get the headshot, but the player on the side of Mercenaries decides to just vault all the way downstairs towards the basement and ensure his safety would be in their hands.
One body down, but Mercenaries, of course, have made it back from worse situations than this. Literally, in the last round, we saw them make a comeback from a 3 versus 4 situation. 3 versus 5, actually, until Ayan started popping off. Ayan is the one to go down, unfortunately, for them, so that player will not be doing much else in this round. As the RCE Roteros are coming in, we've got some explosions to try and find where these defenders could be hiding. There is one in 90 and there is one down below. Positions are going to be given away. Taha's C4 has been used up as the explosion goes out, and Nasib has taken a load of damage as a result.
Oh my god.
That's
drone,
like a scene,
the
and Beat is
drone.
not having it. Beat is not having it. Beautifully placed flank drone right there, as Hunters just seem to know what to expect. But Venpai trading with MI7, and Nasib finds the first kill, a much needed one, but it's a 1v3 still. This Frost. Ooh boy. This is a tough position and a half. Rotero comes in, forces Hasib out of the bar side and the wall side, basically. More shots fired. The Goyo flame is still keeping Hasib safe for the time being. As the vault is about to be breached, here comes another Rotero. It doesn't get shot out. Hasib trying to fall back in time. Here comes a sledge inside the side, but Sparko comes around from the Classical Hall and takes the kill, finishes the round. One more is done, and this time it is Hunters who definitely read into what MRCZ was doing and expected a big flank, not falling prey to it this time around, as they put their first round, on board.
Yep. I mean, like, there were so many drones on the side of Hunters where they utilized it so well. Beats his drone all the way from Astro Stairs, where they did ended up finding 2 defenders. And not only just that, even Jittery had a very good drone placement all the way towards landing zone, where most of the drones weren't even destroyed. And Mercenaries had no idea where those drones were situated. This would actually put a huge dent in the back for Mercenaries' defense, mainly because they don't have a lot of utilities. I mean, they don't have a lot of information, but they have all the necessary traps that have been set up for more than 5 rounds. 3 of which did succeed mainly because of utility games. Some of them did ended up being in favor when it comes to gunfights, and Ayan's ace is just an absolute wonderful one to look at. Not with him playing as the Oryx. It's not a lot do we get to see an Oryx get an ace in a situation like that, but my goodness, it is such a sight for sore eyes. Hunters, on the other hand, will now make their initial work for destroying those default camps, in which they will. All 3 default camps right from outside will be destroyed, which would give Mercenaries not a lot of information to go around with. They would think that Hunters would proceed by pushing all the way from Fountain, main entrance. You could even include Ruins too. So split push will be very difficult for Mercenaries to exactly pinpoint their whereabouts. But all in all, the only thing that they have to do is just hold their ground, ensure that the attackers wouldn't set foot in towards the site. They'll do exactly that by being patient and let the attackers make their move.
Patience is the key virtue here for the side of Mercenaries. Again, just wait for Hunters to come to you, because they will have to, right? It's Villa, and more so than that, they're attacking, which means they are the ones who have to get things going. As MI7 waiting and watching for anyone on the bedroom window. Secondary EMP is thrown, and we should have the Hibana Excaris pellets going off. Yes, there we go. E1Ds used up as well. MI7's position is currently not known, but they could find that player. All they gotta do is drone him out, right? And as you enter the closet, somebody overwatching this door, this bedroom door, would be great. No. But Jittery, oh dear me, is that a Frostmat? Yes, it is. Yes. Not again. That's the second Frostmat on Red Stairs that's worked out. And we truly can say Pogmat, folks, as Beat finds one in return. That is Shinra going down.
Man, Jittery, how can you... Ah, damn. That's so unexpected, but in the end, the gunfight soothes around in towards the site as there's a lot of chaos happening around, and it's Hunters who gets to be on the downfall. Rattler left in a 1v3 all by himself. Be careful of the Frostmat trap in the windows. Rattler, oh yeah, he sees it. He's not going to destroy it as of now because he doesn't want to give away his positioning just yet. I believe he has some information regarding Hasib's whereabouts, but he doesn't get the kill. Yes, he does. 1v2. And he only has 10 HP left. Not a lot of time left to figure out a way to get those kills, but if he needs to get this win, he needs to get this win. Bad impact. Oh, geez. Lot of damage, but he still wins the gunfight. 1v1. It's all just Taha. Rattler is so low on HP, but all Rattler requires is just one single headshot to Taha, and that would conclude the round on 5. And he has the upper hand when it comes to the shot. Does Taha knows this? No, it does not. All the way, a small bang concedes the show. And Taha barely gets away. My god, information. He knew exactly where Rattler would push, and that was more than enough to secure Mercenaries the win.
That round got uncomfortably close for Mercenaries. That is for certain, as they definitely would not have liked the fact that, Hunters nearly brought it all back for, all joy as it were. That would have been huge, mind you. But that little line of sight, that one bailiff shot, or whatever, secondary shotgun shot, I guess the alibi, Ayan, who was playing the alibi in that round, was having the bailiff, and, just that one little opening. That's all it took at the end of the day, is those minor things that end up coming back to, depending on the team that's in the losing side of the round, it's those one minor thing or two minor things that come back to bite them in the backside later on. 4-1, Mercenaries. They are definitely not exactly, about to stop anytime now. As, 4-1 first half against the Hunters. It's not like they haven't done it before, but feels like it's one of the newer instances, excuse me, in recent memory. They've managed to pull a score like this for the time being. Shinra run out, wants to get one early, but no shot, no dice. So he's just gonna fall back nice and quickly. Camera will be taken out. E1D goes out, forcing all the defenders to a halt as the action phase has begun.
Well, it's already started off with a bang already, Jack. Ayan! Not quite sure exactly what happened in that moment, but Jittery comes back as well with the refrag. 4-4. Even Ayan is also confused, like, what exactly happened? How did I get a kill from Beat? Nonetheless, it's all that chaos been happening around. They will still equalize it to a 4v4. But now you gotta worry about the Nook, who is currently sneaking around all the way towards first floor, unattended and unnoticed from the default cams. So it will be a bit difficult for Mercenaries to exactly know where Jittery's location is. And also he needs to be careful about the main stairs where there's a trap being placed. And if he does get caught out once again, then that won't be good.
Absolutely. So that's a jump and a half. And Jittery reacted, but Taha was just too quick on the trigger. That's another kill gone, and that's your Nook as well off the board. Rattler goes down as well. Hasib, relentless. Mercenaries, relentless right now. As Sparker will fire back, one is taken. Shinra does go down. But that's still just one. And it's still a 2v3. And they are yet nowhere close to sight. MI7 has free reign of the first floor. And we have attackers just up on the second floor, droning themselves in with a minute and 15 on the clock. Plenty of time to go. As Mercenaries, they can just afford to hang back, chill out in the site, talk about how their individual days have been and all that stuff. As the approach is slowly but surely coming in. Sparko wanted to make sure 90 is clear. Cam will be taken out. But again, the entry was unfortunately already scuffed by the attack, by Hunters, because they didn't really have a good time in that attack half, right? And right now, in this position, they can't really do much about it. A vault breach is being pushed in by Sparko. Here comes the stuns. One out, maybe a second one? No, not quite. Wants to get on the desk, and the alibi. Oh, Taha almost had him there. But Sparko survives with low HP, mind you. 20 seconds, 2v2. Lots of twos in there. Sparko's approach on the vault is seen. Another flashbang goes out to deter anyone on that shield. Shots are fired. The push is in, but MI7 finds Sparko, and Hasib finds Venpai on the entry. The breach not quite big enough for a walk-in, and so the crouch had to happen, but unfortunately, the amount of noise gave Hasib more than enough time to, just settle in and react. So, folks, a 5-1 first half. Mercenaries definitely looking strong today.
5-1. I have to say, Mercenaries, they came prepared. And for Hunters, turns out the attack wasn't looking too good from their end, but the bright side, you could say that they had a lot of work, right? Especially in the first half. The drone works were looking good. The push was not at all bad. The main problem had to be the frost mat traps, which in fact both of the players on the side of Hunters LFO got caught out twice at the same exact place. Two times in red stairs, which it did ended up being its major downfall for Hunters, mainly because of how concealed that location was. And Hasib, he got away with some certain kills which didn't had to happen. The amount of luck factor where it just went all the way sky high is just unexpected. But those kinds of surprise element is the main reason why Mercenaries got the jump on Hunters LFO in the first half. And, and now with the timeout being requested around from the side of Hunters, they'll currently be the one on defense. Second half will be the one where Hunters can bring this back and equalize it to a 5-5 score line. But all in all, we got to see whether if this should work hard for Hunters or not. Because attack, it didn't usually work out too much from them. But Mercenaries, 5-1, they're here to end things off. All they require is just 2 attack wins on Villa, and they'll just claim map number 1 and also have a spot in the grand finals, Jack.
I mean, given everything, right, and what we saw from MRCZ on the defense, Hunters could potentially pull off something similar, right? Never discount the Hunters, is what I say, right, at the end of the day. But as you can see in that middle bar right there, the two lines dotted with orange and blue reticles, those yellow diamonds that you can see. For Mercenaries, it's much closer than it is for the Hunters. Hunters is a diamond for victory is quite literally all the way out in overtime, or well, 1 round away from overtime. That's the situation right now for the Hunters. They cannot afford to lose too many rounds here. Even if they are on the defense, this is one of those situations where we say it's a 5-1 first half. Will the maps side really come into play, really become a factor, all that much? And I guess that is the question we are all here to ask and answer. We'll find out about that in just a moment, folks, of course. As you can see in the scoreboard, though, Ion really pulling ahead, 9-5 for now. Taha and Nasib, 5-4 each. MI7 sitting smack bang in the middle of those two, 6-2. And Shinra, bit of a quiet map, unfortunately. We all know how Shinra loves to be the entry fragger, the guy to get the first kills and so on and so forth. But today hasn't quite been that day for Shinra. Unfortunate, at least for this map. Who knows, maybe on Oregon, Shinra might fire off and, absolutely pop off, as it were. We'll have to wait and see. But for now, here we go. Round 7. Action phase is in. We've got a Nook being picked up once again. Both of these teams love to play the Nook. So I'm surprised that Nook wasn't actually banned. Going back to that subject of what bans should either of these teams have done? Well, Nook was definitely one of the operators that you'd think would get banned, but no dice on that just yet, as the entry on first floor is already being taken care of by Mercenaries.
Oh boy, Taha. Not wasting any time at all the way towards first floor dining. And now with the help of some information, he'll try to gap something about it. Oh no! Oh boy, the Melusi beat. He just runs away safely and he had no idea where Taha was. Impact nades will be used to provide line of sight from that exact same spot. But that moment of opportunity has been missed for Mercenaries, and with Shinra being out of the play, Taha needs to figure out a way to bring this back.
That kill on the Shinra, definitely big. Again, purely because of the, because of the fact that Nook is just so strong, grenades from below and everything, but no, Ion goes down as well. That's your Finka taken care of, and the drops are happening, and MRCZ, not sure exactly what's going on. We didn't exactly see the circumstances in which Ion fell. But a 3v5 is not the worst thing in the world. We've seen them come back from worse. I will reiterate. As MI7 uses a smoke grenade to clear himself into the bathroom. Jittery taking some damage right now. As shots are fired, Hasib has to be careful right now. These angles that are being watched are insane. And just the sheer presence that Hunters have towards the trophy statuary side. As Rattler goes down, the mute is taken care of. That's your first kill. Taha is still on the first floor, taking care of bits and pieces, trying to get up, trying to cut in, any of the Hunters players off on the flank or on a return to the site itself, which, mind you, is still aviators. There is a prone peak, actually, in the middle of the stairs. I don't know if Taha actually knows this. He's going to go up. Shots are fired. But no, decides to just fall back instead. Probably heard something. And because he doesn't know exactly what that something was, he's just gonna, fall back, chill out. No! Beaten Venpai get 2 and Beat somehow surviving that against MI7. Oh, dear me. Oh, the ace actually wasn't aware, and the Twitch. Oh, no, both of them body blocked each other. Unfortunate for MRCZ, but Hunters, again, offsite presence 100. All 5 of them were out of the site. Nobody was in there. And this is something they love to do, right? They love playing offsite so much. One could even say that MRCZ might have, droned the site and actually gotten a free round there. But that didn't happen. And now we're going to be going to second floor trophy and statutory.
Defuse as many bombs as they can.
Patience for Hunters. And for Mercenaries, although they've lost the previous round, doesn't mean that they are going to lose this round too. It's just some slight changes that needs to be made. And also with the side being on second floor trophy and statuary room, got to they have to make sure that Shinra wouldn't get picked out very early on round number 7, because once that happened, they lost the chance of using a cooked grenade all the way towards second floor, which could have helped them remove 1 or 2 players out on the sides of Hunters. But since with Shinra being out and...
Wait. Ayan? That is a sense I'm looking at.
Okay,
It is,
I didn't notice that. Yeah.
When was the last time we saw Sense? It's been so long. I remember seeing Sense in competitive South Asia, right? So it's not the first time. But this is rare. This is a rare opportunity. Sorry for cutting you off, Bala, but I just kind of had to point that out. I was thinking, you're gonna 6th pick out, you're gonna just re-pick out at any point, right? But no, they want to play the Sense for this side, which is interesting. I want to see where this goes.
Yeah, we did get to see a lot of opportunities. We did get to see a lot of situations, especially from the matchup between MRCZ and Phalanx. I'm guessing the way they use their smokes in a very good way, and Shinra, he started off with the first frag, and look at the amount of lines of sight that's been blocked around. My goodness, Mercenaries. Ooh, by the power of smokes, Mercenaries tends to get the upper hand on victory on attack. Their job's not done yet. It's 2v4 and Beat gets away with the prone player. Another one as he takes out MI7. And he just equalizes it to a 2v2. He might be able to get once more. Beat! Just a stealthy ninja out of nowhere in the main stairs. He might be able to get one more. And Ayan, does he know the Melusi's whereabouts? No, he does not. And with this miraculous recovery, he might be able to get this. No, he does not. Ooh, huge recovery. 1v1. The bright side, Ayan will get the recovery of the diffuser, but Jesus Christ, Beat! Man, 3 kills, unaware. One of them was prone, the other had no idea, and the third was just, what happened?
Okay. Insanely smart from Beat, but not all that smart from Mercenaries. Nobody covered main stairs? Is that what you mean to tell me? No one covered main stairs. Venpai with a beautiful angle all the way out to where Ayan was going to enter from. Wow. Okay. Just
The smokes were too powerful.
the first kill from Venpai, I get it, right? That kill could have happened anyway, but nobody watched main stairs. Nobody put anything down on main stairs, a claymore, nothing. There was a player prone in study. Why? For what purpose? Are you trying to catch the peek out from the Wamai? Because that's already happened. It's too late. That Wamai ain't coming back. Because guess what? There's a teammate coming up main stairs that no one accounted for. And Hunters get away with probably one of the most slippery rounds I've seen from them. Mercenaries. One part of the map. One part. Main stairs. That's it. The flank could not have happened from red stairs. It could not have happened from Astro stairs because Astro stairs obviously goes back to site and main stairs was already being watched. Main stairs was the only place where that could have happened. And I know people will say hindsight is 2020. You're saying this because you know now, but like, come on. If your take is going to be from study balcony and classical hallway,
Objective is to locate a
why
bomb and
not
defuse
have
it.
someone or something holding down main stairs?
Attackers have found the bomb.
Okay, run out already from
Oh.
Beat. Jesus.
Attackers recovered the bomb.
There
That's the
goes
breacher, by
Shinra
the
once
way.
again. Yep, a hard breacher, and guess what? They don't have any hard breaches anymore, Jack. How will they open up walls now? They only have the soft breach, which is very useful for opening up lines of sight, but what if they want to open up lines of sight on basement pantry, or what if they wanted to open it up on the stairs which connects towards astronomy? They can't do that. They cannot open
Or
a single
even-
reinforcements wall on laundry
Yeah,
wall
like,
too.
or
Yeah.
even that exactly. That's the one I was gonna point out, right? Default take on laundry. That's become impossible now.
Jeez. I mean, look at that. They even had a lot of setups right in towards laundry, and now the amount of damage has been dealt around is just too much to handle. Taha has been gone, which means the surprise element has been destroyed. The IQ is constantly detecting Pulse's whereabouts, and Wenpei, on the other hand, is also doing the exact same thing on finding the heartbeat of the IQ. It's a really great love story, but in the end, something had to be done. 4v3, Hunters LFO,
Is it
still
better
in
than
lead when it
fun?
comes to man count. And MRCZ, man, they were looking so strong in the first half, and now on attack seems it's having a lot of problems from their end. MI7, they almost had the shot off from Pulse, but couldn't unfortunately get the shot nonetheless.
Okay, here we go. MI7 knows where the pulse is. Shots are fired, but to no avail. Unfortunate right there. The pulse will still stay alive, but the sledge has come in to go ham on the floor. Get rid of all of those wooden panels, as many as he possibly can. Once again, MI7 doing what he can to find that pulse right now, but again, the IQ can only help for so long. Shots are about to be fired. There we go. The moving heartbeat sensor is seen. All it takes is a couple shots, but no, what? Rattler, excuse me? Double C4 kill leaves Hasib. Would have
Goodbye.
been the last one standing, but it's Rattler with the last one as well. Coming up Astro Stairs. Mercenaries, y'all are collapsing. Something fierce right now. As Hunters have just, well, almost pulled a Uno reverse card right now. Guess what? We're 5-4. Mercenaries have only one round left in the lead. And now Hunters could very well walk away with a win here by taking 3 more. They're on the defense. They're on the side that has the advantage here. And look at that. Beats on 13-7. Going real strong right now. This second half, after round 7 started, just Mercenaries just their volume level went from like 100. They were at max volume right now to just like close to 0, because I'm not getting anything from them. Mind you, round 8 was so close, but again, that flank from Beat, oh, he just can't beat it.
I see what you did there.
Mhm.
But yeah, if I have to be the devil's advocate in that particular round, I'd say that the Zero's smoke ability, I believe they mistimed it
Wait,
wrong in a
they're playing
way.
a 0.
No, not Zero, Sense. I'm sorry. That
Oh, okay,
actually
you're
did
talking
not.
about the
Yeah,
Predator.
I was talking about that round. Yeah, obviously it didn't make any sense, but yeah. Yeah, as I was talking about the match, as the main reason why the ace was prone is because I believe he mistimed the Sense's gadget, and because of that, it ended up with Beat getting those 3 kills like instantaneously. Sure, you were absolutely right. Sure, they would have. It would have been best for them to watch the flanks, place at least a claymore or two. But man, Mercenaries, they were doing so well in the first half. It was 5-1, and now we see Hunters LFO win 3 more rounds on defense, and then suddenly they are this close of equalizing up against Mercenaries on defense. That's the main reason why Mercenaries had used the timeout. They want to make sure that whatever mistakes that they're making needs to be focused as best as possible. And this time we'll see Ayan bring in Sense once again It's second floor AVG. It's very useful when it comes to blocking some certain lines of sight. So expect the same smoke that you saw in in the exact same site where Mercenaries totally lost their control. But this time, I believe they're gonna do it right. Right? They have perfect smoke. They can just block certain lines of sight. All they've got to do is just ensure that they block one certain place so that they can focus on the other. C4s should be careful. Gas canisters needs to be careful. And if Mercenaries gets the execution right, then I could say that round number 10 would be theirs.
No, but you know what would be hilarious? As the hunters have once again just abandoned site, as they always do, right? They're going to be playing off site entirely, as Jittery and Asib clearly having some banter in the chat about some drone related stuff. But yeah, like there's only Venpai closing around the site, right? So if Mercenaries are able to drone this out and figure out that, yeah, site is pretty much clear, then they could, you know, just walk right in, clear the smoke and get in there. But I don't think any of them have picked up on that just yet. Ayan's the only one who has spawned towards ruins, and that is of course the spawn closest to Aviator Games itself. So we're gonna see once again a head-on-head fight here on this side of the map. Here comes the shield, but no,
Jesus.
you can't put a shield down, not when you're facing up against Hunter's LFO and you haven't yet droned Astro Stairs out, because guess what? A C4 is gonna be there, and you're going to end up regretting that decision. Shinra, quiet map indeed, going 3-8 right now. As another explosion goes out this time on that same Astro window.
Yeah, Rattler is just popping off right now with the C4s and the SMG-11 kills. That man's insane right now from Hunter's side. And Mercenaries, oh no, especially for Shinra. Oh, that has definitely got to hurt for them. Oh, Jittery! Jeez. Just by shooting at the window, Jittery just retaliates back and
Inhuman
just...
reactions.
Man, Hunter's LFO. First half, I thought something happened with them, and then in the second half, they do that?
Yeah. I mean, I had to do it. I had to do it for the memes, right? The inhuman reactions bit.
Yeah.
But, to be fair, from what we could see on the Qaid's, you know, outline, right? Because we were looking through a window, and we were watching Ayan's perspective, right? So Ayan was just shooting a window, and all I saw at least of the Qaid's shadow was just one frame. He's looking into, I guess, into Games Room or something. And then the next frame, like within 2 frames, Jittery has turned around and shot Ayan straight in the head. It's just 2 or 3 tracers went by that window. That's all it took for Jittery to react and get a kill. Are you kidding me? That's some high-level confirmation right there. As Asib will fire back. Better late than ever, I guess. That is beat. Gone. The first kill is taken. 30 seconds remain, mind you. Asib wants to go for a little breach, potentially. I think that's going to be denied. No, it actually is not. That soft wall will be opened up, but no, through that exact area comes a smoke gas canister. Once again, delaying them further and further. Shots are fired. Venpai, you got to be careful in the side, man. But Rattler goes down. Okay, MSN gets another one as the Ash is coming into the balcony. Jittery finding MI7. There goes Asib, and there goes Taha. They didn't even need to use any C4s or nothing like that. All it was just a simple sight hold. Again, once they had achieved their objective out towards Trophy Statuary, they just fell back, right? They didn't even need to stay out there for all that long. And Hunters, well, I mean, we saw what, like 4-1 going into the 6th round, right? In the first half. Well, right now it's 4-0. And Mercenaries have... Yeah, they haven't won a single round in the second half.
Attackers need to locate and defuse as many bombs as they can.
They had a great start in the first half, and now Hunter's LFO takes control. Jesus. 10 kills to Rattler, 13 kills to beat. From Mercenaries' end, they are not looking good. And it's 5-5. The score count is equalized, folks, on round number 11. would be next for Mercenaries? I mean, both the teams are already, taken a timeout, right? One which had happened on round number 7, and then in round number 9, where that timeout didn't work out too much from Mercenaries' end. I mean, they even had the Senses gadget to block at least some certain lines of sight, but it just went south so quickly. Action phase is present. Mercenaries, they are not looking good on attack. And Hunters, no matter what kind of plays that Mercenaries would try to do on certain locations, they would have that on lockdown and make their entire purpose to remove that player as best as they can. Like they're not gonna let any weakness or loopholes be unattended that Mercenaries could get advantage of. No, they won't. Shinra, on the other hand, he's not having a good play at all in the second half, so he really needs to be careful. Make sure to use his utilities put to good use. And Taha, although he was making some impressive performance in the first half, currently on attack, it's just slipping away. This is... You could feel the tension from Mercenaries' end. They just had the advantage on 5-1, and now they just lost it. But they can still come back. Cooked nade from Taha. Unfortunately, won't be able to get a grenade kill, but getting jittery off from Ayan's end, this is huge. And not only just that, they have Astro control, another kill from Ayan. Speed is gone, and with it, it's just 3 players left. Mercenaries, they finally have control on round number 11. Astro control is there. C4 attempt denies from Ayan. As Sparko gets the refrag. 1v4 all by himself. Nowhere to run, nowhere to hide. What can you do in a situation like this, Shinra? He doesn't have that perfect info, and Hasib will be the final one to get the frag off from Sparko. Mercenaries will finally respond back after 4 rounds of not winning on defense. They will succeed round number 11 and secure match point in map number 1 Villa. And boy oh boy, do they need it so badly.
They absolutely needed that. Astro control just slipping away so quickly from the Hunter's grasp right there. Not something that they were probably, looking forward to or even looking at happening at all. And so we see the next round come in with Mercenaries now once again in the lead. Hunters equalizing after such a massive fight back. Folks, they're not about to give up. We are 100% going to overtime. I'm calling it right now. Even if the site is trophy statuary, Hunters aren't going to let that same mistake happen twice. We are going to overtime. It is 6-5. It is round number 12, the last round in regulation. There is still a chance that Mercenaries take us all the way to the 7-5 finisher and end it here and now. But
10 seconds remaining.
with the Hunters playing the way they are, I don't feel like that'll be the case. It's going to come down to who takes the first blood, I feel like. But even in some rounds, even taking first blood or 2 or even 3 kills hasn't mattered for either of these teams because they can still come back from it. As long as there's even 1 player alive from both sides, well, okay, as long as there's even 2 players alive from both sides, they can make it happen. And we're going to see as to whether or not that holds true here and now. Once again, map point with Mercenaries. Big advantage for them right now as the site is set up. The players are ready. There's players on first floor and on second floor. Everybody's ready and waiting as we are quite literally in the calm before the storm.
Some drone works as of now for Mercenaries' end. They need all the info that they can get. At least having the opening should be more than enough. Breaches will be done all the way to a second floor sanctuary room. Taha and Shinra, both of them were about to stay alive, but not for long as Rattler finds one, and that too all the way towards Memorial Room. Runs away to safety and waits for the attackers to make their own play into a second floor master bedroom. Not a lot that Mercenaries could do in the situation, but if they have to make a play, they've got to make a play right now, and MI7 might be able to be the deciding factor for it. Rattler goes down in the hands of Ayan, dealing a lot of damage, and that's exactly what Mercenaries requires. 4v4. It's been finally equalized, but would it be more than enough to challenge the angles of Hunter's LFO's line of sight? MI7 has some info, almost getting picked out from the Aruni, but he'll still stay alive. He knew exactly what was happening at that moment. Lines of sights being made, everything is prepped up, and Hunters LFO, they are still hanging on. They don't want to give a win from Mercenaries, and Venpa getting that kill should be so powerful, because that's the diffuser down, and with a minute left, Mercenaries, they've got to make a play.
Ion on the Astro stairs. That could be big right now. Coming up that exact position. MI7 trying to recover diffuser, but you gotta be careful of that tiny angle that's being held. And there you go again. Venpai finding MI7. And there goes Aeon. Taha, the last one. Quite literally right now, being shot from all sides. Sparko gets the kill from all the way out inside of Trophy. And folks, it's 6-6. So I think you know what time it is. Brace yourselves and say it with me now. Ladies and gentlemen, it is round 13. Overtime!
Yes, it is, folks. Yes, it is, folks. Overtime. We are back. 6-6. Hunters. They secured all the rounds on defense, and now they're here to fight back in the second half. And boy, oh boy, did they make a miraculous recovery in the second half defense. Hunters LFO will be on attack on round number 13. But these three crucial rounds will be able to determine whether if Hunters can hold their ground, or will Hunters LFO end up countering their defense mechanisms.
I mean, we'll have to wait and see, right? We have, of course, Mercenaries on the defense, and that could be actually very, very big right now, because both teams have a 5-1 defense going right now, right? Defense on Villa today has been 10-2 in 12 rounds. So the argument that defense is currently Villa's strong suit is, I think, pretty obvious at this point. We've, of course, got the Frost Mats on the usual positions this time, slightly changing it up, Hasid, just to make sure that, you know, even if you're expecting it, you're not going to immediately find it. And, of course, that's going to make attackers a little bit uneasy about where those Frost Mats could be. But for now, we have the row out towards Trophy Statuary, as we always do from the side of Mercenaries. They never overextend. They never have all of their players out of sight. They simply have two players out there, one player lurking close, maybe two players lurking, one player will always be in the sight. Royal Vulcan has been popped, as Fox window has been opened. Another area and angles being made. Taha nearly getting shot at from that angle. As Venpai taking a ton of damage from a return peek from Shinra as well. Clearly not expecting that return peek, that is for sure. But the Echo drones this time, as the Echo actually has been brought in Ion, bringing in that operator, giving away intel onto who's there in bedroom, but not really much can be done about that. As the Twitch drone taking care of bits and pieces on the way close to site. Tha's down below. That's the C4 player. But again, no kills just yet. 3 players are lit, but there's no kills, and that, of course, will always be a factor. Because a 5v5 in the last 30 seconds, well, we know how bloody and messy it can get.
Yeah, it's just silence in the mid-rounds. We haven't seen any destructions of players just yet. But you can still feel the tension that's been lurking around from both Hunters and Mercenaries' end, knowing that they are this close, and one single utilities can change the whole factor in this round. Currently, it's favoring for the defenders, mainly because of the time itself. And for Hunters, they're losing a lot. 55 seconds, and here comes the initial frag. It's Ayan to take out Beat. An important one of that too. A second one will come in too as Rattler goes down. He's not out just yet, but a C4 play can be imminent. And the most... Oh, no. No! 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 Not the third time! Another kill comes in from MI7.
I'm gonna
2v5.
I'm gonna say it. Pogmat.
2v5. Jesus. MI7 gets away with the kill once again, and it's Venpai left in a 1v5. Are you kidding me? 3 times at the same spot. Hunters and a foe.
10 seconds left.
No
I
way
can't
that has
even
just
be mad.
happened.
I can't even be mad. I just have mad respect. There's clearly a commitment to a bit happening. I just don't know who it's from. As the time will run its course, Venpai only finds Ion. 1 kill, but oh boy. Mercenaries will take us now to a overtime map point situation. As we go into round 14, they are 7-6 up. Hunters will now be on the defense. And again, it is their game to equalize. For Mercenaries, it is their game to win and still their game to lose. As this fight truly has raged on quite the long way right now. But still has been pretty quick, right? There haven't been any major pauses or anything like that. I don't want to jinx it. I'm just commenting on the fact that we haven't had any of that. And it's so refreshing to see as we move into, once again, Aviator Games room, the side of choice from the side of Hunters this time. As looking at that attack, we're seeing a pretty standard set right here. We've got the line coming out by MI7 Ion going back to the Twitch, as I think they feel like they've run their course with sense and they can't exactly get much out of that operator just yet. Who knows, maybe we might see more sense from Mercenaries later on, maybe in Oregon, or maybe even in Bank if we do still go there. I still feel like we will. But for now... Oh, wait. Actually, I just realized, Venpais picked the Warden. They expected the sense this time. But unfortunately, the one round where they expect the Warden isn't there. The only thing that Warden is, the one round where they expect the sense isn't there. I said the Warden is there. Wow. Okay, never mind. I got too excited. But the only thing that Warden's going to be countering is the smoke grenades from Ion. So, yeah. Interesting pick. An attempt was made at a counter pick, but hey, that deployable shield is going to come into play. So it's not all that bad as we now move into attack phase.
And let's see whether if the pick from Vampire could be more helpful. Mainly because they have those smokes, right, from Ion's end. Maybe that could help them change the whole spot, especially in the execute phase. But now they got to focus on second floor master bedroom. That's exactly where both Hasib, the Iana, and the rest of the players inside of MI7 are slowly making their way in towards that spot. They want to get this done. They want to get this fast. They don't want to give a single chance for Hunters LFO to make their attempt. Every single flank's been watched. Every single place has been covered up. There's no way for Hunters LFO to be making an unexpected plays around here somewhere. But you've got to worry about those vertical lines of sights, which is being prepped around right about now. That angle will be providing some good protection towards Jittery's end. And that C4 would be so helpful, especially on the later rounds, if the attackers do decide to head in all the way towards landing zone. So, everything is on the line for Mercenaries, because it is overtime match point, and even if they could not, then Hunters LFO, they will bring one final chance, and that round 15 will be the final round to determine who will get Map Villa. Mercenaries, they've made a lot of mistakes, and now this could be the round where they can make amends for their mistakes.
We'll have to wait and see. But for now, the Hunters defense pretty much in the site, in and around the site. Nothing particular has happened as Hunters have been more than happy to just hang back. But Venpai, that's a big kill right there as your breacher is gone. And I don't think anything has been done about the, the jammer that's stopping the breach from happening. Venpai finds another. Shidra goes down. But there goes Venpai as MI7 finds one more. Sparkle finding one in the back. That's Taha gone down. And suddenly it's a 2v1, v4. Right next to a soft wall. Ion pushing out into study. Gets the down, but it doesn't matter. Rattler will take the kill. And folks, it ain't over. Not by a long shot. But it's going to have to be soon. Hunters force the match and the map, I should say, to go to overtime, maximum overtime, round 15. Here we go. Last round possible in a given game of Rainbow Six, until and unless, of course, infinite overtime comes into play, but that's a different conversation for a different day. Right now, Max OT is here. And this is the last round. One team has to win, one team has to lose. We're going down to dining and kitchen, first floor. Both times that these teams have gone to this side of the map, they've won their defensive rounds. The one time that Mercenaries went here, back in round number 3, they won it. The one time that Hunters went here, back in round number 9, they won it. They haven't been back there
Attackers have
since.
discovered the location
So
of a bomb.
currently the score stands at 1-1 for both, but both on the defense. Folks, you know what that means. This could very well go to Mercenaries, and Hunters once again will to play out of their minds to confirm a win here.
10 seconds to insertion.
It is a tough pill to
5
swallow,
seconds
Jack.
left before insertion.
Mainly because of Mercenaries having full control, knowing that they're the ones on
Defuse the
defense.
bomb.
And the site that they've picked, first floor kitchen and dining room, as a huge success rate from Mercenaries' end. So the only difference is that they've only brought this site once. And the way how they played around it, especially from Taha, he'd usually just play so aggressive all the way towards basement pantry stairs. So if they could focus on neutralizing the aggressiveness plays from Mercenaries' end, and Hunters could just focus on the side at hand, making sure that none of the players would get removed in the process, then maybe we could see Hunters LFO fling back and get a kill once or two. But always depends on how it works out from Mercenaries' end. Mute Jammers still posing a lot of problems towards them, so they need to find the exact spot on where exactly the Mute Jammers are present. So Venpai will use one more of his EMP impact. It will succeed. Breach has been done, and now we just gotta wait for Mercenaries and see what kind of plays do they do with their counters.
Well, again, it's all down to that, right? A play and a counterplay. And both teams have seen quite a bit of each other's plays to make a counterplay here and now. And they definitely need to. Here and now, they need to do something. Both of them for the win. As Rattler will take, unfortunately, so much damage, and a kill. Ayan walking away with a big one. That is massive. As that Zofia has been a pain for Mercenaries to deal with. Second top fragger actually for Hunters, now that I look at it. 14-10 to beat 12-13 to Rattler now. So they're gonna have to get the return fire, but where is Ayan? I feel like that player has long since fallen back, but there's one in trophy. The call out should be given. Venpai has to be careful. There's somebody there. That is Ayan. Venpai, you're playing with fire given your positioning as the Twitch going downstairs. Jittery looking for another. In the meanwhile, they need a refrag, but no, the push out from Ayan, and there isn't any cover. They're not doing dual pushes above. As the drone has spotted another position, beat. Big position to be played here, but the Melusi comes out, unaware of the position, gets taken down. That's one. Jittery's in here, gets two. Hasib is down as well. They're in the site, they flooded it, and they're going for the plant. Sparko's already on it. As Taha comes around from the pantry side, shots are fired. Ayan gets it down onto one. No, not quite. Never mind. Hasib is still down. There goes the gun. Taha, it's down to them. The 1v3, but it will not work out. Hunters in the 3v5 just walk into the site. They had nothing left to lose, and they go straight in. And once again, Hunters pulling the rabbit out of the hat, and the win out of this overtime. They are going to be the ones to walk away with the win on Mercenaries' map, folks, as they will have won it 8-7. My numbers are all over the place. I didn't expect that. We saw Jittery in Mudroom, right? There was a Melusi watching the Mudroom side, but then the Melusi decided to come back to his pantry stairs because they got the call that somebody might have jumped in from the pantry stairs window, right? It's because the way the Melusi peeked, and we'll go into the highlights to talk about that a little bit more, but the way the Melusi peeked, right? The peek was towards pantry window, not towards the stairs where the sledge actually was. So the sledge walks away with a kill. Jittery gets in because there's an opening there, and gets another kill in return. Suddenly it's a 3v3, and Hasib gets down. So now the mute's down. There's no C4 in play. Ayan is off site, and the alibi had to get back in. But unfortunately, Taha just couldn't, right? And because Taha couldn't, because Taha got taken down on the pantry door, or the channel, or whatever you want to call it, it was all down to Ayan, and there was only so much. No, Ayan actually went down first. So, and then Taha goes down because there's no way to enter. There's no rotate that's not already being watched by the Hunters. What an attack. And mind you, they lost two bodies very early. Ayan was punishing them on second floor. But they used that for cover. But they used that as a way to get into the site nonetheless. And Hunters will walk away with an 8-7 very hard fought overtime victory. And really, the only major thing I can criticize about the Hunters today, Hunters and Mercenaries, this entire match, the only thing I can really criticize about it today is the fact that a frost mat on mid red stairs worked 3 times. All 3 were Hunters, by the way. So
Yep.
really, it's a criticism of the
3.
Hunters, if nothing else, right? Everything else was, again, this is why matches like this, Hunters and Mercenaries, are such great games to watch, because both teams know that even if they're not, full 100%ing the rounds, they will be giving it their apps. They will be giving it like a lot of effort. A lot of effort. There's definitely strats and planning and positioning stuff that they didn't bring out here. They didn't feel the need to just yet. But in the BO5, in future matches, in the nationals, they definitely will. But even without those, even when they're just playing standard Siege, they bring out the best of their ability. While still, there's always that sense of, yeah, they can even do more from this position. That's why I said, right, that this match, there is no way, Jose, that we're not going map 3. I fully expect Mercenaries to have an overtime win. And I'm saying overtime win on Oregon, because these are those kinds of teams, folks. We'll see what happens on Oregon. But for now, Baba, any closing thoughts on map 1?
They almost had it, Jack. Mercenaries, they almost
did,
had
yeah.
that. Round number 15, that was supposed to be their round. How did Hunters manage to win a 3v5? Basement pantry was open. They downed the Melusi. They even downed the Mute. And Ayan, who was doing so well in the first half, he even got an ace. And he missed so many shots in the first floor dining. My God. It's always these close rounds. In the end, we'd always figure out what exactly happened, and these matches are the main reason why I love to watch most of the time. Let's take a look at the match summary itself. Beat on top of the leaderboards, and my God, what a flank did he made all the way to the main stairs. 16 kills, 73% cost, and 3 initial kills from both Rattler and Beat. And boy, oh boy, those C4s were so amazing. How can I even forget about Jittery's inhumane flick all the way from the window side of trophy entrance window? Jeez, 11 kills. And also, let's not forget about the side of Team Mercenaries too. Ayan with an ace, 19 kills, 73% cost percentage, and 4 initial kills. Can be said the same for MI7 too. 12 kills, 2 initial frags, and 80% cost. And boy, oh boy, was it an amazing match to look at, Jack. I have to say that for sure. Although it was mostly favored for defender side a lot. It mainly had to do with the initial frags. It mainly had to do with the amount of counters that it did favored a lot on the side of defense. And the long angles that Venpai had done while the site was on second floor trophy and such very room, he was all the way towards Red Stairs hallway, and he ended up getting 2 kills in such a long angle all the way towards second floor master bedroom breach. 2 kills. Absolutely amazing. Map number 1 was such a sight to watch. 8-7, but it's not done yet, folks. We still have 2 more maps to go. Map number 2, Oregon, a map which has been picked by Team Hunters LFO. And if things work out well from MRCC's favor, then we will see map number 3, Clubhouse. I believe Clubhouse is the last map. No, I'm sorry, not Clubhouse. Bank. I know it's. I mean, every single time I see Villa and Oregon, I'd usually think about Clubhouse in the end. But no, it's not Clubhouse. It's Bank on map number 3, and I cannot wait for that to happen. But for now, we're just gonna take a short little break, and we'll be right back with map number 2. Don't go anywhere.
Alrighty then, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back once again to the Esports Club Pro Series Fall Edition for Rainbow-Six-Siege, of course, supported by Ubisoft, powered by Zotac Gaming, and our broadcast partner, Loco. I'm your host, Blackjack. Joining me is my co-host, Babagusta, as we are back once again for the upper bracket final. The one, of course, that you've all been waiting for, and you've all seen map one of already. I'm, of course, talking about the Hunters versus Mercenaries matchup. That is, of course, currently at a 1-0 to the Hunters. We've just seen Villa, of course, which was Mercenaries' map pick, but oh, all right. Okay, then we've just seen Villa. That was, of course, Mercenaries' map pick, and that, of course, was how should I put it? Yeah, that was, of course, a very, very close game, right? 8-7 to the Hunters, who won over their enemy's map pick. Now we're going to be going into Oregon, as the Hunters, of course, are the ones to pick this map. They're going to be attack first here as well, which means Mercenaries chose to defend first. So this should be a very interesting game. What do you say, Baba?
Yep, map number one, I've got to say, on Villa, it really did go all the way to round number 15, right? With Mercenaries ending up winning on an 8-7, actually, not Mercenaries, sorry. Team Hunters LFO winning on an 8-7 scoreline. So on map number two, you'd expect to see Hunters winning against Mercenaries once again, but I'm pretty sure that Mercenaries would also give a tough fight in Oregon 2 in the second matchup. So pretty sure that this will be a tough situation for Mercenaries to be in, especially with them who had majority of the control in the first half. They had 1-5, and then suddenly it all came down to round number 15. Mercenaries, they had the advantage, and then suddenly Hunters LFO did the unthinkable, and they did ended up winning the last round number 15, which map Villa did go in the favor for Hunters LFO. The second map, on the other hand, Oregon, will also be a difficult task for Mercenaries' end, mainly because it's Hunters who picked this map. So I have to say, for Mercenaries, this will be a tough match for them.
That it will be, that is for certain. We're going to be going to Oregon in just a short while, folks. You know, we go, and of course, that means the match has begun. We're going to have the bands coming in right here, right now, as Mercenaries have the first ban of the map. And again, I am still very certain that we are going to be going all the way to the third map, that is. But we could not as well. Hunters, the performance they put on Velo was just something else. As the first band comes off, it is going to be none other than, of course, the Jackals. I feel like we're going to have standard bands once again, Jackal Thatcher, Valkyrie Mira, or Jackal Thatcher, Mira Valkyrie, whichever one comes first, right? On Oregon, though, Mira's actually, much more powerful in many more sites, right? It doesn't require as much setup, I would say. So, oh, okay, there we go. Flores is going to be banned, and that's a Hunter's ban as well. So they don't want to play Flores, and they don't want to deal with those RCE Roteros when they go on the defense, and, probably don't want to play the mute too often, because, of course, Flores' only counter is mute. Everything else can be destroyed by the Flores drone, as Valkyrie will be banned as well.
Yeah, both the attackers, Jackal and Flores, will be banned on attack, which means that, just like Jack said, those explosive drones will be so influential for the attackers that can easily bypass any ADSs or otherwise magnet nades. So he will be taken out, and an interesting ban coming in from Mercenaries' end as they make a decision to ban Goyo, the Vulcan shield, which is very powerful when it comes to denying a lot of entryway for the attackers for a total of 20 seconds. And with him being banned, that means Mira is available. And I'm pretty sure that Team Mercenaries would immediately start things off on Basement Laundry and Supply Room in itself. Mainly because you have the Mira. The mirrors will be so
Defenders,
powerful
protect
on
your bombs from
both
being
of the
defused by
sides,
attackers.
which is from electrical room and also on second floor or on towards basement laundry. So you have everything in place. So let's see what will happen here for Mercenaries. They just lost map number one on an 8-7 score line. Can they bring this up and put us to map number 3 back?
That is the question, isn't it? Can Bank come out here? Will we see map 3 Or do the Hunters have other plans, folks? They've already fought tooth and nail for one map, and Mercenaries have done the same. Both teams are going to start off once again right back from scratch. They've had a nice break in the middle as well, enough time to think about what kind of strats they want to pull out. As interestingly enough, we're not going to see the smoke elbow hold that we normally see. Instead, there's going to be a Thunderbird Kona station there. And my goodness, Ayan has already lost so much health. How many walls does that Oryx run through? My goodness. He's got to go to a Kona station, get himself healed back up. There's hatches to jump up as well, as we got an extension all the way up to second floor attic that Ayan will be looking for. But wait, there's already somebody all the way up top of tower. Ayan has heard that as well, giving the call out that, hey, somebody's up there. You guys might want to be careful. Gets healed up all the way to 100 HP. Of course, resetting the round's health counter so far. Dekebi call comes out. Hunters bringing in both Dekebi and Ying from Rattler, interestingly enough. Ying, not an operator you see too often, so I'm interested to know what the idea behind that as another call goes out. Okay, that's 2 calls back to back. They're really hunting for roamers right now, and they know full well that the roam presence from Mercenaries is going to be pretty big. Azean, for the time being, climbing up to the second floor up White Stairs. Do they know where these attackers are? Not quite. He's going to hold down this door. The gun is revealed. The Dekebi takes so much damage. Beat has to fall back. There's no two ways about it. And that will be exactly what happens. Taha taking damage as well. In the meanwhile, explosions going off as the action has begun.
And that is a lot to take in for Ayan. He almost had the shot off to remove Pete. But with him still being alive and those EMPs still available for Hunters to open up lines of sight easily, things will be a bit difficult. Taha gets the first jump on this time, removing Jetri, and Beat has no idea where Ayan was. 3v5, and now Hunters is currently facing the wrong end of the stick.
There was a drone in Attic. We can see the shadow of a drone that was actively being used all the way on the top bar of Attic as well. As the C4 comes out, oh, Sparko. Oh my goodness, how are you still alive? Here comes the Ying, but Ayan finds Sandy. In the meanwhile, there goes Rattler as well. Nothing really working out for the Hunters. Only 1 kill so far. And that is, of course, the one that Sparko just got. Taha going down, but that's the only one. Flashbang, but no, you could have waited for the flashbang to pop at least. Hasib will take that kill. And that, of course, is going to be, once again, the first round going to the side of Mercenaries.
Yep. Good start for Mercenaries as they will secure round number 1 with ease. And also, there was a lot of roam presence, just like you said, Jack. The only difference has to be the timing of those calls, right? It was very quick. Like, there wasn't some major stops. There wasn't, like, a waitage for more than at least 10 or 20 seconds. It was just instant 2 calls, and then it was just done. And what's more problematic was that we thought that Ayan would give away the control on second floor, in which he did not. It ended up being in favor for Mercenaries for the entirety of the round itself. So, boy oh boy, it'll be a bit difficult for Team Hunters to bring this back up, but it kind of feels like we've already been in the situation before, Jack, especially on map Villa 2. They lost a lot of attack rounds, but initially they'd come back winning defensive rounds. It's been quite a trend now these days, you know? Attack rounds, not a lot wins, and then you see a lot of defensive round wins coming in. And now, we will see the Frost yet again. And I seriously cannot wait to see another Pogmat moment from Hunters' end. Oh, jeez. 3 Frost Mat trap kills on map Villa. Let's see how many Frost Mat traps this Hunters will set foot in.
Oh boy. Here we go. Hasib has brought out the Frost, folks. We could see another Pogmat come out in this match. In this map, I should say. Will it be the 4th one? Because, like, we're already going 3 strong. But no, Taha's going to go down first. That's the big kill right there. Wamai, I think, towards Armory has been taken care of. But there's going to be another fight very soon. MI7 wanting to take this peek on the front door of Trophy. The Trophy door that faces Armory Corridor, that is to say. Hasib, in the meanwhile, also holding on to these angles. This Trophy door, this, Dorms door as well. The door between Trophy and Dorms. That's going to be important, but ooh, grenade kill from Jittery. That's going to clean up Shinra. Massive drops happening right now as another grenade is just going to take care of the meat jammer, and that'll be the wall opened up, right? Ion is here, down below, but by the white stairs. Gotta be careful though. Secondary EMP is used up, and that means a breach will come through. There you go. Sparko has got it wide open. And that, of course, is pretty much standard stuff, right? Couple of early kills, clear out the, clear out the wall, and breach. Ion wants to really be aggressive about this. Sparko nearly losing his life right there. Secondary EMP. No, it's a kill as Rattler gets one, but Beat in the meanwhile goes down. But unfortunate for the Frost, as the down will happen, Sparko will take a return fire. Here comes the Ying. Hasib has to do something about this. He's gonna go around the flank. Actually, that could have been big right now, but so many shots are being fired, missing the shot on Sparko. My goodness, that was so messy right there. The Thermite just about getting away. Sparko was so confused what was going on. But the round goes to Hunters. On second floor, dorms, they will take it. And of course, that means the early game equalizer is going to be already making the map different from what we saw on Villa. And making it even more different, we are seeing first floor meeting come out immediately from Mercenaries.
Defenders, protect your bombs from being defused by attackers.
But is that a dog?
I mean, yeah, it is a dock. A dock from Shinra.
I'm trying
Attackers have
to
located a bomb.
think how Doc slots into a site like
Shotgun
this. I like the
Shinra?
Warden pick, right?
Uh-huh.
Is it a shotgun Doc?
I mean, we're about to
I don't
see
know, 'cause-
once the revolver
he's
changes.
got
Oh
the-
no, it's a
no, it's a
P90.
P90.
P90. Okay,
We're
all
still
right.
in so technically speaking, we're still in the meta where higher magazine counts and rate of fire still nets you more kills. I mean, that's been true since day one of Siege, right? I can agree with that. What I do
Or
like,
maybe
though,
it's
is
just an
Ion's
accidental
counter
pick from Shinra.
I don't think so. I don't think
Use the
so.
bomb.
That can't be. P90 Doc, you have to actively pick P90 Doc because by default you're given MP5, right? And most people play the MP5. So Shinra had to have consciously have picked that. And also Revolver, by the way. Not, not the P9. So Shinra consciously picked the Doc. And the other thing that I really like is the counter pick to the smokes and the flashes of the Ying. Ion bringing out the Warden. That's smart right there.
Yeah, that is. I mean, it's straight up it's straight up the best counter that you can ever afford, right? Especially when you're met with huge amount of smokes and candelas that can immediately blind every single player's lines of sight. If one of them is still alive, and especially with the ability of having immunity of both flashes and stuns, that could have a huge edge of change from MercenarieZ end. I'm guessing that Shinra with the dog maybe is used for long-range revival. I guess that's what I'm guessing, but I don't know what's the main reason why it's been picked out. But Ion on the other end playing this is a very risky place.
Oh boy.
Breach will be done. Angle will be there. Prone peek. Crouch. Oh, shot. There goes Sparko. Runs away to safety. Reloads the weapon, and he's safely present in the first floor meeting. And with that initial frag out, the job's already been done. We still got to focus on the rest of the places, and should I say the rest of the places, I meant the rest of the 4 players on the side of Hunters, who are still trying to find an opening all the way to his meeting.
And that's where the Doc comes into play, as the Warden will be healed back up. Shinra probably bringing the Doc for that specific reason, as they probably didn't want to play the Thunderbird, as Sandy will go down. Sandy has slotted in for Venpai, by the way, for those wondering. Sandy has been having a little bit of a difficult time with the game. Oh dear me, the game application crashing, but I guess that's not going to matter, as Rattler goes down to see with a beautiful shot, catches the Ying, while the Ying was trying to put the Candelas down. Jittery on the other side of the map entirely. That push seems to have just been abandoned outright, as it's all down to these final 2 right now. How much can they realistically get out of this? There's a castle up here. Shots will be fired. The castle should be found. There we go. Jittery saving Beat before, of course, Beat could go down. That means second floor will be their domain, as Jittery finds a second one. Ion goes down. That's that Warden taken care of. Pesky operator that he was. This hatch, of course, is open, and it's meant to be open. Jittery really wants to do this, but no. Drops in, and Hasib just has the perfect angle. Finds both of them on the drop down. And that, of course, is going to be round number 3. Oh, that was the prone drop as well. Always looks funny, that prone drop. But jokes aside, Mercenaries will take back the lead 2-0 in the early round.
Yep, 2-1 as Mercenaries claims to get the lead. All they've got to do is just ensure that they would do the same thing on basement laundry too, because that's the site where hunters had got away. Actually, not basement side. It was second floor dorms and dorms main
Attackers need to
hall. That
locate and
site
defuse as
where
many bombs as they
hunters
can.
had to brute force their way all the way towards on second floor site and end up getting most of the important kills. Round number 4, on the other hand, basement will be even much more problematic from Hunter's end, mainly because they couldn't get to succeed with the hold. But nonetheless, we're about to see whether if this would favor a lot on the side of the defenders. 2 important round wins on defense will give Hunters LFO a lot of pressure that they need to be worried about, especially the way how they've lost on the previous round.
10 seconds remaining.
Aggressive attempts from Taha, sometimes from Ayan's end, which usually did favor them a lot in this particular situation.
Attackers must
Now you could
locate
say
and defuse
that
the bomb.
Ayan has been making a lot of work. Right now we see a lot of him, a lot of changes in the operator select. Sometimes you see him bring in the Oryx, sometimes you see him bring in the Warden. I believe Warden was picked by Ayan itself, right? I mean, he's been changing a lot of operators and he's been playing to it accordingly if the side is on second floor or maybe on towards basement. Call's been given from Rattler, as it's mainly here to just see or find some information whatsoever. Oh, grenades are from Jittery. You should be really careful on Taha's whereabouts all the way to his first floor kitchen. But Ayan, on the other hand, he's been taking a lot of damage. He's been forced to fall back, but no downs at the wrong time, and Jittery, he gets away with the kill. A second one, will he get the frag out to remove Taha? But instead, he will take out MI7 instead. What just happened? Hunters, they're removing players one by one.
Oh boy.
Mercenaries are trying to escape, but they cannot escape the wrath of Jittery as he is so powerful. Now he's slowly making his way. Roamers have been cleared out. All they've got to do is just focus the players on the side, and Mercenaries, they're just running away to safety. Hasib just wants to revive his team as best as possible. Taha has been revived. He's going to sprint all the way towards the corner station to revive himself, get a lot of HP. But this huge rundown of what Jittery had done, removing both of the roamers, is going to put Mercenaries in a very bad situation.
Almost nearly had a third. Oh my goodness, that twist run came so close to ruining Hasib's day right there. Or I should say night. But they've managed to just, restore the situation just a tiny bit. Right, they've got themselves back up to the 5v3. Taha is back up to full HP, so something can be said about the recovery. As 60 seconds remain, Hunters are still going to have to get into the site, right? Roam clear all you want, it's going to be your final execute into the site that determines whether or not you're actually going to win the round. That, of course, is yet to be seen by the Hunter. Shots fired, that mirror window's open. And there's a DMR waiting to punish you for just about anything you do in that area. More shots are fired. Hasib has healed himself back up. So has Shinra. They're all been taking damage. But, ooh, Taha so close on that grenade. But no, Shinra finds one. Hasib finds the other. They're all dropping in. And Sandy gets in, getting a kill onto Taha. Hasib, in the meanwhile, has to stay safe inside the blue. Gets Sandy. And wait, that was actually the clutch. It's all now down to Sparko, the last one standing. Knows where the mute is, but gotta be careful on the blue rotate side as the Hibana comes in, finds one, gotta find the second. It is now or never, but it's down to a shotgun player. Picks out first. It's a shotgun, but no, even the heal wasn't enough. Shinra with the shotgun will get the kill. Much needed right there for MRCZ this round, but I have to say, Hunters, what happened? You guys let the full 5v3, nearly 5v2 slip out of your grasp like that. The crosses that were held by Mercenaries were amazing, I'll give you that. And the way they coordinated it and positioned themselves, good stuff. But come on, guys. 3 people dropping meeting hatch. Nobody trying to push blue. Only one on tower stairs and no push. There was one player towards Freezer that got taken out. And what? What even happened?
Once I saw Jittery get those 2 opening picks, when they decided to fall back for a moment there, I thought that was it. But no, when the revival happened and when the attackers were so confident that, hey, we've removed all the roamers, we can take all the time we need, all we've got to do is just make sure that we would enter into the side as best as possible. And they did that. They did waste a lot of time. It did ended up in the mere, how many, 50 to 40 seconds. And once they went in for the push, the crossfire angles was just done from Mercenaries' end. It was just very well done. I don't know what happened from Hunters' end as they kept losing a lot of players one by one. They didn't clear boilers. They didn't even clear blue bunkers. The drop was just gone instantly. Even with one of the players holding down from the stairs, no one was watching at blue bunker entrance, right? And because of that, he was free to hold on towards blue bunker's boiler room, where in a way that the defender can be safe from the blue stairs. All he had to do was just stay on the pillar and let them drop from the hatch, and he did ended up getting 2 kills from that hatch itself before he got himself traded out.
Yep. I'm not too particularly fond of the way Hunters played that, I'll be honest with you. Tactical timer was taken. MI7, unfortunately disconnecting in the middle of that, but of course reconnecting quickly as well. As we'll be moving into round number 5,
Attackers
second
need to
floor
locate
dorms,
and
once
defuse
again
as
the
many
site
bombs
of
as they can.
choice. And like I said before, folks, mistakes are prone to happen. As we have the Warden pick coming out once again, Rattler switching into the Ying out of the Hibana, so no double breach. I don't think the Hunters want to go for any kind of addict play, it seems. They just seem to be more interested in getting themselves into the bedroom side of things and go straight in, right? Who knows? Maybe Hunters might try to go from the big window of Dorm's site. That is one of the areas that Ying
10 seconds
can
to go.
push from, as Jitter is going to change out into the Nook out of the Iana.
5 seconds
So we're
remaining.
going to have the stealth attacker also being brought into play, which is always nice.
Locate a bomb and
But
defuse
my
it.
question still stands. Hunters, they're going to have to pick themselves up from that last round that we saw from them, which admittedly really left a lot to be desired. Ion on the first floor, interesting site to be using on the MP5K, I'll be honest with you. I don't think anybody really uses this site particularly much, but hey, you do you, Ion. He's got Shinra for backup as well down here. And of course the drones from the Hunters will be giving away these positions. In just a short while, the roamers need to be taken out, as is normally the case, always the case, with sites like these. That grenade. And I thought I heard a grenade being thrown in, but E1D comes out and there was a grenade, and it's found Taha. The counter to the Ying is gone, but wait a minute, the Ying herself is down. No.
Enough, Frostmat. No.
I'm gonna say it. Pogmat.
Say it.
Now
Just say
somebody go revive this guy. There we go. MI7 goes down in the meanwhile.
Oh well, but the dangers are not stopped yet from Hunters' side, and Jittery, he's got to be careful on the garage's side, because that's exactly where Shinra is. And boy, oh boy, Hasib, how do you get away with the Frostmat kills like that? Shinra, he gets one, that speed gone. There goes your Lion. It's equalized, 3-3. Now most of the gunfights which had happened all the way towards second floor, Jittery. Oh jeez.
Okay, there we go.
Okay, alright, there you go. Whew. Close
Okay.
encounters for both Shinra and Jittery. Well, Shinra had no idea where Jittery was, and I can understand that he was playing as the Nook. But all in all, look at the time here, Jack. 1 minute and 20 seconds. It's a 2v3. Hunters has the advantage. But Mercenaries, we all know that even if Mercenaries has a man disadvantage, 2v3, they could still do it. They could win round number 5, and all they've got to do is to just ensure that the crossfire angles has been placed to perfection and the denials will be put to place in a really great spot. That deployable shield will be so important for Hasib. I've got to say, man, I don't know what's going to happen here, Jack, especially with these 45 seconds. As Ayan gets one, there goes Sandy. 2v2. It's been equalized now, and Hasib almost gets a shot out. And the amount of information that's been getting around Jittery, he has to find the better ends of it. Ayan has been down. It's 1v2 Hasib. He needs to get this clutch happen. It's Barco and Jittery on the side of Hunters. Aggressive peek, not much on Hasib. This is a good idea.
no.
He gets it. It's 1v1. And that was the diffuser drop. He needs to run away safely. That's all he had to do. Play around the diffuser and Jittery. He needs to get this round win. He's done a lot of work, but he loses it to Haseeb. Oh no, the Pogman reaches to Pogwin for Haseeb. Mercenaries gets the win on round 5.
Again,
Just
why is everybody solo peeking? Why is everyone literally isolating these gunfights in this way? Guys, you're better than this. Hunters, come on, man. You can't. Okay, I get it. You guys did a, 1-5 down, 8-7 win comeback. Beautiful stuff. I don't think you're going to be able to pull it off a second time, okay? Against a team like Mercenaries, I don't see it happening. Oregon is not that defender-sided. And the last 2 rounds, Laundry, especially in round 4, should have been Hunters. But they just make these mistakes. The 3v2 should have been theirs. Sparko could have held on the breach, or maybe come around to the front side, burnt ADS, got rid of the shield. Haseeb would have been out of attic. You guys had that time. Sparko could have come up white stairs. Not Sparko. Jittery could have come up white stairs in the meanwhile. Why wasn't that done?
Attacker's objective is to locate a bomb and defuse it.
I am flabbergasted right now. But anyhow, folks, round 6, the last round of the first half, as we will be going into the second half, of course, in the next round. Round number 7 will mean that Mercenaries are going to be on the attack and Hunters on the defense. So this round, well, it matters quite a bit.
he does.
Deploying welcome mat.
And he just let Haseeb keep playing Frost on defense. Because for Mercenaries, they have the higher chances of winning most of their rounds, mainly because of the welcome mat. I mean, I know I'm just saying it for fun and jokes, but to be honest, in the previous round, isn't that exactly what happened? You know, Rattler getting caught from the pog mat, and then 2 of the attackers had to revive him, where one of them is providing some cover. There's a lot of chaos that had happened both on the site as well as outside. For Mercenaries, though, they'll be looking very good about this hold. 4-1, Sandy taking a lot of damage this time from the MP5 as the echo from Ayan. You can see the rest of the players, though, on the side of Hunters LF4 slowly making their way in towards the first floor dining as Beat gets the opening pick, removes Ayan out of the equation all the way towards kitchen, and Chandra tries to flow away safely, but it's too late. They have control on meeting already. They have control, and now it's going to be post-plant. Haseeb needs to figure out a way. 3v3. They know exactly where the diffuser is. Jittery, he has no idea, but he still gets it anyway. 3v2. Mercenaries, they're starting to they're slowly starting to fall apart. They still equalized it. But time is of the essence. 30-second. Haseeb gets 1. This is huge, and it's all down to Jittery. He just lost his clutch in the previous round. Can he get this 1v2? It's a tough one. Grenades been used around. Haseeb is so safe. Jittery has no idea. It's going to lose it. He needs to push at the same time. No! No!
Defender mission successful.
I don't know what's happening. I genuinely don't. And both of us are speechless. As from the Hunters, this is unexpected. Did they knew that that corner was clear, right? Because they would have droned it out. At least I hope. So there should have been a drone or something watching that corner, right? Where the diffuser was. There should have been the call that the diffuse is ongoing. I don't particularly think that Haseeb and Taha in that moment were actually able to find all the drones scattered around the site and take them out, right? But credit where credit is due. I gotta say it. Look at that. Haseeb's going 12-2 right now. 12-2. Now that is a lot of kills for a Frost support player, you know. But that speaks volumes of just Hasib's overall fantastic not just potential, but just fantastic abilities as a player. But you know what that also says? That you know, maybe, just maybe, Hunters need to pull themselves together a little bit. They have only taken one round, and it's once again a 5-1 first half. Hunters taking their tactical timeout. Both teams have used one of each, which means they've got one more to go. And that, of course, leaves them with plenty of time to talk about what's been going wrong. And folks, I gotta tell you, I don't know this time. Like the last time, Mercenaries on Villa were just outright outplaying them on defense. But today, this map, I say today, like as if Villa happened yesterday or something, but in this map 2, Hunters have just been, I don't know, like round 4 in Basement Laundry, they had a full 5v3 advantage. Okay, fine, the Malusi was down, slipped back into the side, got revived, fine. I don't really have too much issue with that. But after that, what happened? Nobody pushed blue. 3 people dropped the hatch, and everybody got taken down one by one until it was 1v1, and Sparko unfortunately lost. Round 5, there was a 3v2. Thermite had flashbang, Sledge had grenades. You guys could have taken out the Frost, who was trying to sit behind the shield and attic. Sure, there was a big cross, long angle that was being held, but I'm pretty sure the angle doesn't cover for utility throw into attic, right? And you guys could have played it safely. We've seen Hunters take out that shield flawlessly before. So that wasn't done. They gave away 3 solo peaks, allowing the Frost to just get away with the round. And of course, we had to have the Pog map moment with somebody getting caught in the Frost map.
5 seconds to insertion.
And in the last round, again, they flooded the site. They rushed in. They got the plant off, and suddenly everyone just dies. And there's no call out that, hey, counter defuse is running, you gotta get there. Okay, fine. The Jittery might not have known about the castle's position. That's why, maybe taking the risk seemed like it was out of the question. But the counter defuse running wasn't exactly out of the question there. So, that call should have been made. That peak should have happened, but Shinra's gonna get the first kill nonetheless. That's the Roamer Jittery in tower out. And another peek, and Shinra's gonna get another one. Sandy goes down. Guys, what are you doing?
The attacker's bomb diffuser has been dropped.
Oh boy. Already 2 initial frag outs, and
Completely
B needs to be careful. C4! There goes the favorite utility. MI7 comes back with yet another kill, but here comes Rattler. Shotgun kill to confirm his suspicions around MI7. And now he needs to focus a way to hold their ground. They're losing a lot of groundwork, and he forgot about Ayan. All the way from the stairs, and it's Rattler. Left in a 1v4. Okay. Oh, jeez.
Look, I like a best of 3 going to map 3 as much as the next guy. I like long matches. Like, no matter what I may or may not have said on stream, off stream, whatever, I like them. Like, genuinely. To watch them, to cast them, I love it. But not like this. Hunters, you guys can put up a much better fight than this. 100% you can.
Defenders,
And-
protect your bombs from being
And
defused by attackers.
mind you, mark my words, we go into bank, and suddenly they're going to be just top of their game. Suddenly we're going to have back and forth each and every round. These absolutely unnecessary peaks, gone. They're not going to be doing them anymore. Because they need to win now, right? They've got a cushion that they can, we can just, we can fail one map, it's fine. That's the kind of feeling I'm getting from them. I'm not accusing them of doing anything of the sort, but the feeling I'm getting from the way that they're playing, I gotta say how it is. And I get it, you guys have fought each other before, maybe there's a bit of fun in games happening, whatever, but
5 seconds
guys,
left.
basics here. It's because you guys have fought each other so many times that Mercenaries will be expecting these sorts of plays. Offside play is Hunters' bread and butter. Agreed. Yes, they love doing the offside play, all the usual stuff, right? Going all the way up to second floor, literally everybody flooding second floor, third floor. Yeah, that's fine. That's Hunter's bread and butter. But those 2 peaks in the last round really just... Nah, man, those 2 should not have happened.
Activating presence reduction.
Yeah, this is not a good way for Hunters LFO to be losing almost like all 5 rounds. Mercenaries are in match point. Hunters really should be careful about this in the second map. I mean, I know it's Oregon, but still, Hunters had a lot of opportunities where they could at least remove Mercenaries off one by one,
Attackers have
and they
dropped the bomb.
chose not to do that. They decided to do the old way, and it just ended up not being in their favor. Shinra, currently as we see, is he's trying to engage in a gunfight with Sandy, but in the end it will be Sandy who gets to win that who gets to win it with a headshot. Still gotta focus on the rest of the 4 players. Hasib, you gotta be careful while vaulting down. If you vaulted down from the stairs, that would have been a down.
Attackers recovered
In the
the
end,
diffuser.
he was still alive. He'll push all the way towards the Addix's side. Minute and 40 seconds. Mercenaries have all the time that they need to push in towards the place, but let's not forget the side is on Basement Church. So it's best for them to focus on removing the hatches first, ensure that they have control on blue bunkers and also on the main stairs. That, when I say main stairs, it's at the blue tower stairs. The push will happen nonetheless, but the main problem is that they haven't cleared out the roamers yet. So Taha's attack drone will be able to find at least one of them. So I think it should be best for Mercenaries to focus on those certain roamers. Because if they do not, and when they focus on heading towards the site, then things might not look good from their end.
The site, of course, is in basement. So much stuff has happened on the first and second floor, but the site is basement. Hunters once again falling back in time as we have the gas grenades being thrown in, C4s and whatnot. I'm not sure about that peak, Ayan. I'll be honest with you. Jittery takes that as the Osa will go down. Taha now taking a bit of damage. In the meanwhile, nice shot from Ayan is thrown into the chat because, I mean, that was still a nice shot. I will agree. Front Hasib again, awkward peek, and the shot is fired. There goes another, and another, and MI7 now, well, was the last one standing. Sparko will shut him down, and that, of course, will put it on a flawless round. Hunters will put their second round on the board.
Yep, round number 8. Hunters LF4 will perform a flawless round win. Amazing performance from especially from the Jittery's shot. It was really great. Even with the bulletproof deployable shield that had been placed all the way from tower's stairs, getting a shot like that is very rare to find. But that does not stop from Mercenaries to lose a lot of rounds. They still have a lot of work.
Attackers need
It's
to
6 to
locate
2.
and defuse bombs.
Mercenaries require 1 round win on attack. And if Hunters decides to do the impossible once again, this time on map Oregon, then for Mercenaries, they've really got to be careful, man. I mean, Mercenaries, they haven't progressed a lot, right? I mean, I wouldn't say they progressed a lot. I mean, when it comes to progression, they have done a lot into the scene. But when it comes to the rivalry between Hunters, they're still stuck in second place, both on summer and spring. Hunters LFO,
10 seconds
they
left.
have been so dominant in the scene that they haven't let either Mercenaries, Kira, Retrograde, or any other team in this region
Attackers
just
need to
let them
locate
pass
and
through.
defuse the bomb.
They are this so strong. And seeing Mercenaries being the ones on match point, and yes, of course, there is high likely chance that we could go all the way to map number 3. The performance that we've seen from Hunters end in both the first and second half is very questionable. But in the end, on round number 9, the side being on meeting/kitchen, we could see Hunters LF4 defend their hold all the way from that side. A good amount of information is being given around from the attack drones. Maybe we could find, I mean, maybe we could see Hunters try to hold their ground, try to play this passively, ensure that they would not go in for individual gunfights. Just play it as safe as possible. And you can see both of the players are currently holding on. Taha, on the other hand, gets taken a lot of damage all the way towards Big Tower stairs and gets picked out in the process from Sandy. A headshot to remove Ayan out, but it's not Taha again. Apologies. 5v4. And with Taha facing a lot of issues from that Big Tower stairs, he's got to worry about that particular spot, but not for long. Jittery takes out one more. 5v3. Mercenaries are starting to lose a lot of control. What is happening? What?
Excuse me, what did I just see, Shinra? And
It's
sure, I
1v5.
pointedly asked that. No, I pointedly asked that as Shinra, but I'm not particularly, pressed about the wide sweep that was made by the OSA right there. But yeah, no, I gotta ask Hunters, not Hunters, Mercenaries, exactly what just happened?
They,
Uh,
they, did, they just lost everyone.
uh,
How? Like, big tower control. They tried to make a push from second floor
these are the
armory, but
yeah, no, that's the thing, right? The peak on tower, the outward peak, everything, that is the same thing that Hunters were doing not too long ago. A couple of rounds ago only. Oh god.
Oh, no.
Okay. Sandy wasn't about to let that one happen. No sirree. No hammer time in this map. Get out.
oh man, I am not kidding, Jack. What is happening on map 2 Oregon, huh?
I
Flawless
wish
round
I knew,
wins.
Baba.
2 flawless round wins. 8 and 9.
Jittery, how are you gonna
Jittery,
be smart
come
like
on.
that? Come on.
I mean, not gonna lie, he did peak thrice in White Stairs,
That he
which
did.
is popularly called
That he
as Canadian Stairs. I mean, it's
Oh no, yeah, no, yeah, it is.
Canadian
It is.
Stairs. Get it? I mean, because Canadian used to be the
Yeah, yeah,
captain.
yeah.
Spark was also the captain.
I know.
I mean, I'm not
what
gonna
is
lie.
happening?
What is happening? What is happening? Like 2 flawless round wins. Like, how can you make this up? You cannot make this up. It is six
I
to
swear if this
three.
goes overtime.
It can happen. It could go overtime, especially how hunters are going as of now, and also this will be the final timeout that Mercenaries is going to take as of now. They have
They don't have any more
they
timeouts
have
after
got
this. Yeah.
yeah, they don't have any more timeouts after this. But also it could also be a timeout for hunters too, right? So
Yeah. They get the chance to sit back and really just discuss how they want to proceed from here. Because I mean, 2 flawless rounds. I'm pretty sure even they weren't expecting that, given how they were playing so far. So
yeah, I
who
mean,
knows?
like,
They might
how
actually
did they?
buckle up.
Here's the biggest question: how did they fall apart so quickly in round number 9? Even I'm surprised.
I wish I knew.
1v5. They just made an entryway towards second floor armory room, and they just got removed out of the map. And it was just Hasib who had to deal with Sparko's triple peak. Like I'm not gonna lie, it was like a mixture of peekaboo. It's like, now you see me, now you don't. Now you see me, now you don't. Now you see me. Oh no! Don't hit me with the hammer.
Okay then.
Jeez.
Anyhow, the tactical timeout has come to an end. Once again, reminder for all of our viewers: Mercenaries do not have another one after this, so they are out of tac pauses, and they'll be
Defenders,
going
protect your
on
bombs
to
from being
attack,
defused by attackers.
as the site that they will be attacking is going to be second floor dorms once again. Hunters in the second half haven't actually come here yet. So it'll be interesting to see how they decide to play this. They've got the Azami from Jittery. Now that, I don't think excuse me right there. I don't think we saw too much Azami from the side of Mercenaries, right? They didn't really play that up much, at least to the best of my memory. So that should be pretty interesting, all things considered. The Azami being brought in. Jittery, of course, we know, has a particular penchant for playing the 9x19 VSN. I mean, that gun is just kind of really cute. It's just very stable. One of the most stable, reliable defender guns in the entire game, to be perfectly honest with you.
Bomb and defuse
He's
it.
got to clean up that rotate into attic a wee bit, and as the deployable default cams, are going to get taken out, Jittery's going to take his place at top tower. This is a new thing that we're seeing, right? Holding top of tower, like big tower, with the Azami Kiba barriers, giving you ample protection from any of the windows that you really want to face. But particularly, there's a piece of construction panel, like metal panel, that's bulletproof, right? Yeah, this one. You could put a Kiba barrier down next to it and have protection against the 2 windows that are facing you. And of course, the angle on the other window, the one that Jittery is shooting right now, isn't exactly all that conducive to an attacker for the moment. But in the meanwhile, Sandy's going to go down first, and that is not exactly good. Sandy's been going 11-8 in the map. So of course, that kind of a kill, Hunters won't exactly be too happy about.
Yeah, and that too is the important player. Jittery, on the other hand, he's just, he's just having his own jam at this moment. Although it
Never
was Vic
skip it.
Towers. Yep, never skip leg day, but for Mercenaries, instantly using the Gone 6 for construction entrance, thinking that they might be able to find one, and actually they do find one. It's Sparko who just got removed. It's 3v5, and finally, we see Mercenaries coming back to their senses. They know that they have to be serious. They know that they've made a lot of mistakes in the previous round, and they're making sure that they would not do it once again. Breaches will be done all the way to a second floor kids' dorms. Breaches have been succeeded, and now all they've got to do is just push in towards the side and succeed in post plant, which is in fact a very tough job for Hunters to defend, mainly because they lost a lot of players in this round, and high likely a chance that Mercenaries will secure map number 2 Oregon. And I believe map number 3 Decider will be unlocked and it will be banked. But let's not count this out just yet. It's a 3v5. Anything can happen in this 1 minute. And if that C4 gets away with 2 or 3 kills, and this will be so huge for Hunters. C4, nope, not working out. Beat aggressive attempt. Not quite sure it's a good idea. No, wait.
Why would you do
You
that?
shouldn't have done that. Oh no, it's just 2v5. They've lost so much ground control. They don't have enough time, and Rattler, he needs to do something about this. That's one all the way from White Stairs. And now over peak, don't over peak Rattler. All you gotta do is just wait, hold from White Stairs. He wants to peak aggressive, and that's Shinra down, 2v3. Now Mercenaries, yeah, that's Diffuser down too, but there's one more player going very patiently all the way towards the side. Does he know his whereabouts? No! And Jittery saves him! 2v1! No! Disaster! Mercenaries! Not like this! 1v2, not a lot of time left. They had the advantage. No!
Oh my goodness!
My goodness, Hunters! 3v5! Sorry, 2v5! I'm sorry. What is happening? Seriously, I am out of my mind. How is... I just cannot believe that I just witnessed this right now. 2v5? How did they get away with the 2v5?
Didn't just witness. No. That's the thing. They did the exact same mistake that Hunters did, Baba. Every single one of them solo peaked.
Man,
Like,
my voice
just
crack was
to look
insane.
back. No. Just to look back at what actually happened in the round, right? Like actual retrospect here. So Iana was on White Stairs, not expecting the push out from the Frost. Understandable, gets taken down. The Frost then pushed out to the big window. Ying was there alone by that point, right? The Lion had since abandoned that push, or at least gone to try and pincer from the other side. Perfectly timed from the Frost, manages to find a second kill.
5 seconds
Then you had the Lion just pushing up by themselves. Somebody else was in foosball, right? I'm forgetting the operator's name here. The Osa, yeah, the Osa was by the breach, right, into foosball already. But the Frost was at a safe angle from that, as Yuri found another kill elsewhere. I forget exactly who that was. The Lion goes down because the Frost has the better angle there and the advantage. And then suddenly it's a 1v2, and the Osa has no idea where either of these two are. And they're not peeking. They're just sitting behind cover. So there's only so much that you can feasibly do there. So really, again, the fact that it was 1v1 and 1v1 and 1v1 and 1v1, it was not a 2v1 peak. It was not a 3v1 group peak. Nothing like that. They were not covering for each other. Not by a long shot. Now we're up to 4-6. As Mercenaries are looking at basically having lost all of their momentum, right? And that's not even an exaggeration, folks. They have. Because 3 rounds have gone to the Hunters right now. It's 4-6. Mercenaries still have 2 rounds potentially to save this before overtime is forced. And if overtime gets, well, we know that everything is reset and you're now in a best of 3 situation in the round count. So you gotta fight for every single kill here. Hunters are gonna make you fight for every single kill. Looks like it's gonna be it's a turtle hole from the Hunters this time. Now that I look at it. So Mercenaries have plenty of time to set things up, but again, Hunters have also been winning in gunfights, you have to remember.
Yeah, the breaches are done. My goodness, Hunters LFO. I mean, Jesus, they're doing miracles over miracles in every single round. And this time it's on defense.
Oh no.
And Jetri needs to be careful on the nade. Oh, he gets caught up from his heap. Bad
Saw the
timing.
nade.
Bad, really bad timing at all. But on the bright side is Mercenaries, who gets to remove Jittery off. At least they will have at least a sigh of relief. Smoke grenades being popped off. Mercenaries, they don't want to waste any time at all. Meanwhile, we see Rattler succeeds in removing Ayan though. That's the Cabby being destroyed. Now they just have to focus on the rest of the players. Sparko has been downed out too, all the way towards Boilers, and Mercy, they don't want to waste any time at all. Succumbed to the smoke gas canisters as Beat gets to take out one. Equalizer to a 3v3. They don't have clearance towards blue bunkers, and maybe this should be the chance where Hunters could bring this back, but Rattler doesn't have any information. He's more worried about the side. Beautiful shot of the SMG-11, and he falls back to safety. 3v2. Only 2 players left from Mercenaries. They have got to get this win. They are this close. They're losing a lot of time. Sandy gets one more. The Shinra down. It's Hasib. Left in a 1v3. C4's being tossed. Not a lot of information left. And Hunters, they get away with yet another win on defense. Holy macaroni. What is happening? It's like 2 times. It's like I'm looking at it's like I'm looking at a VHS tape of map number 1, but it's a different map. And I'm seeing Hunters LFO do the exact same thing by winning on defense twice.
So I think we can confirm that Ultra Instinct is a real thing.
Yeah, it is
Um,
real. Yeah.
Because we're seeing 5 players who have clearly activated.
Mm-hmm.
And
Sparko hasn't though, because he was about to get hammered.
I mean, Sparko's largely just playing support, right?
Mhm.
And even then, he's been chipping in with 1 kill, 2 kill, 1 kill, 2 kill every round. So
Triple support, like
by
triple peaks.
but like that's the thing. By the end of this, we will probably see Sparko close to double digits again, because this game has just been that wild, right?
Uh-huh. It has
Um,
been.
It yeah, I mean, if you
Most
if you,
things are
if
in.
you, if
Yeah.
if you guys can't tell, my brain is just stopped working. There's
Yeah.
just smooth jazz playing in there right now. Because I can't conjure up a thought about what I'm seeing right now. We were thinking, that these guys are probably taking a chill, all that stuff, and all the like, right? And they probably still are to a degree, right? This still isn't probably their peak, all things considered. I mean, Mercenaries and Hunters are still playing out of their minds right now. But while one team walks away with massive advantages like this, you can clearly see the other team has a couple of issues coming out on their end, right? Like when Mercenaries were walking away with the game for that while, there was what, 6-1? No, 5-1.
Yeah, it was
right.
5-1.
Yeah.
Yeah.
5-1, then it became 6. It actually was 6-1. Yeah, it actually was 6-1. I ran the calculation.
It was 6-1 in round number 7, yes. And then we see
It was.
Hunters.
And Hunters have just since activated, and now they had to take a pause because Sparko disconnected. Sparko's back in. We're going right back into the match, folks. I didn't think I was going to be saying this, but I guess Villa really should have taught me this lesson by now. We are now on the last round of regulation. It is first floor meeting, the site of choice from the Hunters, as Mercenaries have not only have they lost all momentum, they are 1 round away from losing this monumental lead that they had at one point.
Twice.
1-6. They were 5-1 up in the first map, Villa, which then went to overtime. Hunters won. Now they were 5-1 up, went 6-1 up, confirming map point. And now it's 5-6. We're not in overtime yet, obviously, right? So the chance is still there that Mercenaries confirm this into a victory, walk away, and we go into bank. But Hunters, I mean, just everything seems to be going their way, some way, somehow. 2v5, done. 5v4, done. Anything, any and all situation. They seem to just have it in the bag. And I say that, mind you, this round they could still lose. Mercenaries, if they play their cards right, they could still win this out. First round meeting is traditionally a very difficult site to defend. And of course, that will be one of the big reasons why Hunters will be very apprehensive about potentially winning the round or not. They just want to go at it one round at a time. That's all they want to do right now. As the drones are going to be sent in, grenades will be flying. And we have the Thatcher in play. Here comes the EE-1D. As the EMPs will be used, and there's going to be, of course, the X-Kairos pellets used up for the breach. There's 4 players on top floor, mind you. That, of course, is something that the Hunters have to be careful of. Shinra taking so much damage right now. Where is that gunfight happening? That's a flashbang. Bit of a panic toss right there. Another E1D used up. And these Hunters, defenders, they don't stop moving. Jittery gets that first kill. Pinged or not, doesn't matter. Ion goes down.
Yeah, first initial kills, and Jittery is looking so confident. He wants to contest his long-range angle, but Taha denies it first by removing Beat off first. Jittery is still alive. He is focusing on 2 major angles, and Sandy needs to be careful. Location has been compromised. He'll be forced to fall back. Let's not forget the site is on meeting/kitchen. So the main reason why Mercenaries are trying to gain ample amount of information and control on second floor is to establish vertical lines of sight. That's the main reason why you see a lot of presence being shown around from Mercenaries. 3 attackers all the way from second floor, and Hasib all the way downstairs. They're making sure that none of those roam presence are particularly help Hunters to succeed this round. So they're just making sure that they would end all avenues, give them no chances. There's no way that Hunters could win this round. And Mercenaries, they're just making sure that they would get this. They have lost so many opportunities. They have lost so many chances. And now it's back to square one. 45 seconds. Mercenaries, although they've got the advantage, but they're losing a lot of time. Now they're slowly making their way up towards the first floor, but Sandy loses that gunfight. When with Hasib getting this is exactly what Mercenaries wants. Second floor control is ample, necessary, and Jittery almost getting himself picked out all the way from that side. So he's going to use a Kiba barrier for his support. Smoke gas canisters are present, and Sparko, if he loses gunfight, in which he does? No, he does not. Shinra removes Jittery too. It's a 2v3. Once again, Hunters are not looking good. He survives. What? No! The third kill! Sparko gets away with yet another kill. Diffuser's been done all the way from white stairs. He has to go away. He needs to rush, but no, they denied it. What is happening? Sparko gets 3 kills. No!
Jittery, I swear to God.
I swear to God.
You cheeky. Folks.
How?
Brace yourselves and say it with me. It is
Say it, Jack. Just
6-6,
say it.
round 13. Ladies and gentlemen, are you ready for overtime? My goodness.
3 kills
Are
for
you
Sparko.
kidding me? Mercenaries running around like headless chickens. You had a 2v4. It was a 2v4, Baba. Sparko was cornered in dorms. There was a flashbang that was thrown at him, but he gets one, downs the player with the diffuser, and the Twitch just walks into dorms sprinting at the speed of light, missing where Sparko was.
3 kills.
There was no way that
He
Sledge was going to
kills.
save the round. I didn't even blame him. There was no way that Sledge was going to save the round. Taha was down, and Sparko, you can bet. I will bet my thumb that Sparko was watching that angle on diffuser like a hawk. Wait, is that a run out on blue? I think I saw someone run out blue. May have been Sparko. But that doesn't matter. So all of that chaos packed into those few seconds, and we are now on the Hunter's defense, going into basement site with a blue elbow hold. They've got the standard stuff. They've got the Mira. They've got the Warden as well for potential flashes and smokes. Flashes are going to be there from Taha, but not exactly too many. So the Warden is just going to be there as a regular operator with a gun. The gadget not going to be used too much, but that shield is going to be very useful nonetheless. All right, overtime. Let's go.
Yep, action phase is present. Hunters have done the miracle once again in the second half. 6-6. We are back to square one. And now for Mercenaries, they're in attack once again. This is nerve-wracking, especially coming from Mercenaries, as they've been in this situation before twice in both map Villa and Oregon. They So much mistakes have led to Hunters getting back up on their feet. And now they have a chance to secure map number 2 on Oregon. This has got to stop, Mercenaries. Got to get yourself back up. Hunters have got so many opportunities. And Mercenaries, even though that they had so much great control, 2v3, 2v4, they've lost all of them. Hatches are done as of now. The attackers from Mercenaries are doing what they can. Hatches have been destroyed. They should be able to go all the way towards freezer room to provide some minor angles. Now you also need to be careful about one of the players, and that is Jittery, all the way from the stairs. If he gets taken out, well, that will be Hasib. Early kill is done, and now focus on the side and ensure none of the players would have the chance to bring back.
That kill on Jittery, of course, big drop right there. But the rest of the team is still just as deadly as we have the EMPs being used up and the breach will happen. Where is... Okay, this is an interesting place to have a deployable shield. What?
Defender is exposed.
Excuse me, did I miss a beat? There's a...
No,
think
you
there's
missed
a
a
player
Rattler,
on
Jack.
bottom... okay, I'll give you that one. Wasn't there a player that we just saw in bottom white stairs, or was that just Hasib's Gemini? Might have just been the Gemini. As the grenade will go out, flashbangs as well. They're really looking to drop meeting hatch right now. Here we go. Shotgun's out, finds one, gas is out as well, and Rattler's just gonna hold the corner.
Crouch!
Someone else on the peak right now. No, you can't peek this shotgun. Not like this. Folks, it's an M590. As Hasib, was that a one tap? Oh no, that wasn't, never mind. Hasib gets one, Thag gets the other. Oh my goodness, this could be a clutch. In the meanwhile, Beat has to be careful. Finds one, but doesn't get the cross. Sandy's here, never mind. All he has to do is wait. There's only a second remaining. Are you kidding me? Sandy got the planter.
Sandy runs away!
Hamana, what now?
Hamana, it's match point for Hunters, Jack. Come on! It's 7-6! Are you kidding me? My goodness.
Hold on. I'm just gonna do a count, okay? I'm just gonna do a
Attackers
count.
need to
I completely
locate and
forgot to
defuse
even
the
write
bombs
down
if they
round
can.
13's info. In all of that craziness. So, basement laundry, hunters win. I'll fill the rest in later. So that makes it 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6 rounds. That hunters have won.
Hunters have won 6 rounds.
Mercenaries, would you like to comment about the exact situation of this match?
10 seconds left.
I mean, they would be at the end of the match, I guess, but
I mean, yeah.
5 seconds left.
Jesus, man.
Attackers' objective is to locate a bomb and defuse.
My heart can't take
Mercenaries.
much more of this.
Yeah, me neither, Jack. Never have I witnessed. Actually, I have. This is like a vector sports moment. Up against Never Diamonds.
Oh no!
And it was on the same map, Oregon! Jesus!
No! You did not have to pull that one out. You did not have to pull out that card. You didn't have to. You didn't have to. You did, but you didn't have to.
Oh, man. Overtime match point. Hunters are currently on attack. Oh boy. 6 rounds back to back. Round wins on defense. And they're currently in overtime match point. The sights again on second floor dorms and dorms main hall, so the main problem has to be the one who's holding from the big tower stairs, and also we've got to make sure that none of the players inside of Mercenaries could, get caught off by surprise. So that surprise element should be good enough for Mercenaries to remove Hunters off the equation one by one, but my goodness, what have we ever witnessed in this entire map on Oregon? 7-6. Mercenaries. How did they end up in this situation? Breach will be down all the way
Your
from second floor,
guess.
kids. Yes, go
Your
ahead,
guess
Jack.
is as good as mine, Baba. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Your guess is as good as mine. Ion goes down. Oh, that's a big kill right there. Jittery finding one. I feel like that was the Malusi inside of Attic, potentially. There's another player in there as
Located
well.
by attackers.
As the rest of the defense is now going to be scrambling to get back into position. Taha taking a bit of damage from a grenade that was thrown in not too long ago. That player on the other side of Attic has since evacuated. Seems like it's going to be a bedroom and front side trophy-centric push. MI7 goes down. Hasib finding Rattler. That's one kill. But Sandy's on the big window right now. Jumps in. Shinra getting the refrag. 3v2. Taha. Oh no, Taha's down as well. It's all up to Shinra now. The last one standing on white stairs, quite literally. Could find one on the breach. Sparkle wants to go in, but has fallen back. They want to take this together. That's the thing. Shinra's going for the revive. Potentially, he could do it. And that revive will actually happen. Sparkle isn't aware of this. But no, Beat just walks in and gets the hunt nonetheless. It's all up to Shinra. The last one standing. There's one in Attic. Watching this exact angle. Shots fired. Shinra gets the kill. Sparkle's in cover. And there's no way that you're going to get Sparkle without getting taken out first. Jittery comes in from white stairs. And the first time a team will win an attacking round after so many rounds is Hunters LFO. 7 rounds, folks. 7 straight rounds. From 1-6 to 7-6. This match is going to go down in SAC history as the biggest comeback, without a doubt. Without a doubt, the biggest comeback in SACs that we have seen. Baba pulled out the Vector Sports Never Diamonds card. That one was actually on Clubhouse. I remember that game specifically.
It was an
1-5.
Oregon, Jack. It was an Oregon.
Was it Oregon? I don't know. I don't even remember what map it was on. But whatever, right? It was a 1-5 to, what was it, 8-6, right, at the end? 1-5 to 8-6. This one went from 1-6 to 8-6. And nearly every single round, bar a couple, right? Round 8 and 9 were flawless for Hunters, right? So discounting those. Round 10, 11, 12, 13. All 4 rounds came down to Hunters with a body count disadvantage, scrambling on the site, somehow walking away with wins. Mercenaries just falling apart, literally imploding in so many of these rounds. I don't know what happened, and anybody's guess is as good as mine. As you can see, even my hair is ruffled right now because I've been jumping around in my chair so much.
Yeah, I'm in italic mode, so.
But italic mode, I swear. What did we even see, folks? What? Huh? Double overtime and 8-7-8-6. So Hunters clearly still had to fight for it, right? And you remember I said when Hunters were 6-1 down, right? I said one particular thing that, you guys did it once on, I'm going to try to quote myself. I don't exactly remember what I said, but I said something along these lines that, Hunters, you guys did this from 1-5 to 8-7 on Villa, but I don't think you guys are going to be able to do it twice. Let's go into the highlights.
Yeah.
I was clearly dead wrong. So yeah, Mercenaries will be facing Shaheens, and that's going to be the decider finals tomorrow, or I should say decider 4 finals. That match will be tomorrow, folks. And I hope you guys are excited because Mercenaries definitely are not going to be too happy. Expect a pretty angry Mercenaries playing tomorrow. And Shaheens, I hope you guys have been taking notes throughout this competition because I feel like the Mercenaries that they're going to be facing tomorrow is going to be of a particular caliber, shall we say. And on the other side, Hunters, they have secured themselves on that first grand finalist spot yet again. And once again, it is quite literally a match that has just flabbergasted me. Like, without a doubt, a match that has completely flabbergasted me. I'm pretty sure that, both me and Baba and then Assassin and maybe, I don't know, we might even get CCV in here. We will probably be talking about this game for ages, right? Because what even happened there? How did it even happen? And we were so harsh on on Hunters, excuse me. We were so harsh on the Hunters, right? In round 7 when that double peak happened, and I was close to getting kind of annoyed again. And then they do this. So yeah,
We have no words.
yeah, yeah.
No words. It's like whatever we talked about in first half and the second half, and also we'll take a look at the match summary itself to find the KDA ratios from both the sides of Hunters and Mercenaries. We have no words, guys. We never really expected double
Ugh.
overtime match point, 8-7, 8-6. So let's take a look at the scoreboards too. Jittery, my goodness,
Oh my
16
God,
kills,
Hasib.
71% cost, and Hasib with 18 kills and 86% cost. I have to give a huge shout out for Hasib. His mats were just so pog. 4 times the
Four
success.
frost mats worked.
Four
Yeah.
frost
It-
mats.
uh,
You cannot have let an opposition team set foot on a frost mat trap 4 times in 2 matches. And it's funny how Hunters just they had no idea. 3 times on the same stairs.
yeah, I was about to say
One
that. Right.
on yeah.
On Villa. It was the same frost mat on red stairs on Villa 3 times. All times Hunters were on attack. Like, bro.
Oh man. What a match. Upper brackets. What a way to end things off. 2-0. Let's take a look at the results too. Both of the overtime matchups that we had happened on both Villa and Oregon. 8-7, 8-6. Ladies and gentlemen, Hunters LFO will proceed into the grand finals. They have secured their spot to be. They have secured a spot in the grand finals, and now they just got to wait on
So-
which team do they
so
have to
hold
go
on,
up
hold on.
against.
Yeah, brackets coming up. I just have to quickly interject here. Note that after that match with Team Uur, right, where on
Yeah.
Chalet Hunters lost, they have not dropped a single map since.
Not a single map.
2-0 and now 2-0 again. I mean, only 2 matches, right? So it's not exactly hard
Yeah.
to figure out. But guys, come on, cut me some slack here. My
I mean,
brain
it's the same
is
thing on
running
spring too.
on,
We
like,
can include that as well.
yeah, in spring, right? They didn't drop a single map all the way until grand finals, and they only lost one map in the grand finals. It was a 3-1.
Yep.
So, yeah, I mean, the matches are pretty much decided at this point, right? Tomorrow, we're going to be having the decider finals between Shaheens and Mercenaries. That's going to be an exciting game. And the winner of that is going to be going into facing the Hunters who are very clearly at the top of their game. Maybe not from the attacking side of things. Okay, let's be real here.
Yep.
They did lose a lot of attacking rounds. So there's definitely something still not all okay with them. But if their defense is like this, I mean, there's not really much else to say. Anyhow, folks, we're not going to keep you here for much longer. Pretty early finish, actually, today, all things considered. It's 10:22 right now here in the IST times. So, yeah. With all that being said, that's going to do it for us here at the Esports Club Pro Series Fall Edition for Rainbow-Six-Siege, supported by Ubisoft, powered by Zotac Gaming, and broadcast partner Loco. I'm your host, Blackjack. My co-host, Baba Gusta. We had CCV earlier on today. And, of course, our producer, Assassin47, on all the elements in the background. We wish you a very good night, and we'll be back tomorrow with the Decider Finals. Until then, stay tuned, and good night.
noche.